So you might be wondering how I got myself into this situation. It's a bit of a story. It's a bit of a story. So I know I was like, oh, I can't stream because I have work to do. Unfortunately, I can't do that work because I am medicated right now. And unfortunately, sometimes what that has the side effect of doing is, with my ADHD, when I have the ability to focus, I focus really, really hard on the thing I'm doing. And I can't focus on anything else until I am done with that thing. And so, that has the unintended consequence of me getting really fixated on a little visual novel I'm playing, and I can't do anything unless I finish it. I can't do shit. And I can't be normal about it. No, I have to 100% it. And I found out that you don't get all the residual memory shit if you can't, if you don't S rank every investigation. So, we are speeding through what we have already been through. And this will give me an opportunity to talk about the 12 hours of stream yesterday that I was unable to talk about. God, it's a little fucked up. I can't lie. It's a little fucked up that my brain works this way. Of course, it is also hard to talk while I am doing the investigation part, but I'll be doing my best to do so. Anyway, last go around was fucking crazy. So much happened. Oh my god, I don't even know where to begin. I guess, like, first off, Rowdy's death, that was kind of crazy. I wasn't expecting her to die, but in hindsight, we were getting, like, some of her backstory dropped a little bit, so it makes some sense, but I feel like we rarely get to know her that much, and that's unfortunate. But, yeah, the whole stuff with the workaholic detective was also pretty awesome. I knew he was suspicious, and I knew he might have had connections to things, but I didn't think it would be revealed so soon, I think? So, that was fun. I enjoyed, the whole, like, renegade detective stuff as well, but of course I always enjoy characters like him, so that's kind of a no-brainer for me. I'm very curious to see where the heck this story is going. Yeah, shit. I'm like, there was so much that happened that I don't even know what to address. That's the crazy part. Oh yeah, Armor fucking died too. Armor died, that's crazy. I guess I should recap everything that happened, for those, just tuning in. So last we had left off, we were in, the underground area, right? Yeah, starting stream recap as always, yeah. Cause so much fucking happens all the fucking time in this game. We were in the underground research area that we recognized as the prison we were kept in, Watto and Ideal were kept in during their childhood, while they were being experimented on. And, we decided to hunker down there for the night because Bookworm is, feeling quite tired. She literally just lost her father, so very understandable. Let's see, inference 4. Yeah, that we should be good there. She literally just lost her father, so you know, shit is a little. It's just a little crazy for her, you know? It's unfortunate. She's been through so much. And we end up having like a sweet moment with her where Armor comes in having gifted, having procured the last sandwiches that Mystic ever made, that from the fridge and giving it to us, and Bookworm has a little cry about it, and it's very, very sweet. We all comfort her. And then next day we end up looking around for hidden passages in the area, and end up finding one, but there's one of those little murder robots in there, which we learned are called SPXs. And they were made by the secret police that once ran this area, who were like the precursors to the Detective Alliance, but they were kind of evil. Except the Detective Alliance might also be evil, who knows. So we end up barely fighting that off. Renegade and Armor, not Renegade, sorry. The Rowdy and Renegade kind of pop off while fighting it off. But also downtown, not downtown. Shit, my names are getting mixed up. Workaholic, he gets in there and ends up surprising people with his ability to use his little wire thing on his watch to help take down the big bad. Techie ends up dismantling it and finding out all the stuff about, you know, like how the Detective Alliance uses the same technology that was found in some of their machinery, which is also found in Techie's own stuff, which was interesting. And yeah, we explore the area. We're unable to find like a hidden passage that we can properly utilize, so we just kind of have to give up for the night and end up looking around elsewhere. We also noticed that one of the spears from the SPX was stolen, and we've been investigating that in the middle of the night because we have a fuck, what is it? Denimon? We have a Denimon, a vision of the future that allows us to see someone's gonna die. So we go out and investigate. We end up getting knocked out by someone we can't see in the dark. And he puts us in the evil torture labyrinth, and we have to find our way out. And we end up finding our way out directly into Rowdy's room. Oh no, that's most unfortunate. That's really bad, and Rowdy is dead, and we end up getting spotted by Doleful and framed for the crime, and we have to prove our innocence, and we end up proving that it was, fuck, which detective did it? The Workaholic. So like, for some reason the names get jumbled up in my head. I keep mixing up Downtown and Workaholic in my head, and I don't know why, because they're incredibly different names. But we find out that Workaholic did it, and he wasn't intending to kill Rowdy, but he did, because I'm just gonna save in a separate slot. Was intending to kill Rowdy, but ended up doing it because, you know, whoa. Most unfortunate events. Because they switched rooms. Originally, he was going to switch rooms with Doleful, because Renegade suspected that Workaholic was after him, and thought that Doleful would probably be able to survive it because of his ability, but Rowdy ended up getting through that instead. Which sucked for her, because she did end up dying. Anyway, we find out from Renegade and Workaholic that Workaholic actually used to be Diabolical detective, and he was a member of the secret police that was doing the child experiments, which is a bit crazy. And we find out that Renegade was also part of that, was also experimented on, but it's looking like it was before our time, and he managed to escape before us. And Workaholic thinks that Renegade might be someone called Invincible Detective, and we believe that Invincible Detective is the Quartering Duke, and the Quartering Duke is trying to get revenge on the people who experimented on him, and give the Detective Alliance and everyone involved a bad name, because there's a lot of people who are in the secret police who are part of the Detective Alliance now. Workaholic ends up running off, and so we have to pursue him, and we have to go in the torture labyrinth, and we basically get lost in the torture labyrinth for days. Like, we're running out of food, we're running out of water, we have to solve a lot of puzzles, we have to run for our life a lot. It's a whole ordeal. That part of the game honestly went on a little long, but I think we got a lot of character growth and interaction out of it, so I don't mind it too much. Like, we got to see a lot more of Posh, for example. Mechanism in the room. And then living room. And then the trap has to be active. Okay. We're locked in. We got it. I'm glad it remembers what we did, but I don't know if it'll carry over to our old save file, hence why I gotta zoom through it all. Yeah, no, it's nice and handy. I'm guessing it's for the sake of 100%ing the game, which I appreciate. Anyway, in the midst of pursuing Workaholic Detective throughout the torture labyrinth, while everyone's asleep one night, he ends up coming in the room, presumably to kill Renegade, but Renegade isn't there because he suspected it and was actually looking around for Workaholic Detective. And Workaholic basically, like, it informed us about, like, the Invincible Detective stuff there, and nice. There we go. It informed us about it and was basically like, hey, whenever you decide to kill Renegade, let me know, and ended up leaving the room, which we later learn is related to the bomb on Renegade's neck, because only a few people have the ability to activate it, and Ideal Detective gave us that ability. Anyway, after that, Renegade is, like, kind of chill, and as we're exploring around, we run into a red SPX, which is, like, the most dangerous by far, and Renegade ends up sacrificing his arm to protect Techie from it when Techie's wheelchair runs out of batteries, which was crazy and kind of based of him. And as we come up with a plan to avoid it using Techie's equipment to survey its movements, we end up trying to make it to the other side of this room, but a pitfall opens up one of the traps, and we have to jump over it. Oh no, did the game crash? Motherfucker. It is what it is. I did save, so that's okay. Yeah, I saved. Give me a second to open that back up. Where was I? Where were we were escaping the red SPX, and the trap opened up. And as we were crossing, the red SPX came over, and Armor ends up holding it off, so we're able to get Techie across, and Armor threw Techie's wheelchair across as well, so he could still use it. And the SPX ends up severing the rope that we used to cross, but we end up tossing it back over, and Armor is able to grab onto it and swing over to the other side and climb up, and everything seems okay, but the fucking SPX can jump. Most unfortunate for everyone. Oh shit. I saved at the end of the thing. Okay. I'll make sure to save after this then. So we can jump now, and Armor ends up having to sacrifice himself in order to get rid of it, and they fall down the pit together, and it's very, very sad, and I still haven't recovered because Armor was the fucking go, and I love that guy, and we lost him, and it was tragic as hell, and we have to live with that now. And after that, we do a little bit of an investigation looking into the red SPX, and we find out that it traces people by scent. More specifically, it traces people by the scent of blood, and Techie's wheelchair had a bloody bandage around it, and the room that we first entered had bloody wires in it that ended up attracting the red SPX to us, and we ended up doing a little blood analysis and finding out that the blood was indeed Renegade Detective's blood. He sicked the red SPX on us, all because he has beef with a 12-year-old. He was beefing with Techie so hard because he's like, Techie, all you do is just sit back in your little wheelchair and use your inventions, and you don't even take the blame when shit goes wrong with it, and you end up responsible for people's deaths. And so I wanted to teach you all the value of a life, and how precious it is, and how easily it's lost, and yada yada. And I want Techie to feel bad. I want Techie to feel bad for being indirectly responsible for killing people. And everyone's like, Techie was not fucking responsible for Armor dying, you motherfucker. It's you, because you literally sicked the red SPX on us. And Renegade was like, nuh-uh. And Workaholic Detective shows up after Renegade drops a lore drop that he wanted to bond with some of his friends that he escaped the experiment facility with. But we never got to find out which one of us in the groups were the friend. I briefly assumed that it was you know, Watto and Ideal, but that ended up seemingly not being true given a flashback that we got later. My theory is it might have been Doleful and someone else, because I think that Doleful was also part of all of that, but I have no proof. Well, I do have proof, but I'm not getting into my whole like crack theory conspiracy board shit right now. But there's evidence. There's a lot that piles up for this. Still can't save? Okay, right. Okay, we haven't made it back to the actual living room yet. That's right. I didn't see Downtown die. Whoops. Right. So Renegade and Workaholic end up running around. Workaholic says that he can tell us the way to kill Renegade, but we're like, oh no, we don't have the resolve to kill anyone. And they run off into the torture labyrinth again together, which makes it very hard to follow them. Hang on, there we go. Still can't save. Okay. That doesn't feel right. I feel like I should be able to save by now. Am I unable to save because I'm doing a chapter playthrough? Okay. If it crashes again, what I might do is, okay, maybe I can do it now that the case is over. Moving on to the next chapter. Okay, now I can save. Now I can save. Okay, we're good. We're good. So, we end up giving chase after Ideal convinces us that, you know, having the resolve to kill doesn't make you a good detective, and maybe we should, you know, idealize our job and be positive and try to save as many lives as possible. And we're like, yeah, you know what, Ideal, you're right. Thanks, Ideal. You're the best. And we end up giving chase to Workaholic and Renegade, and we end up in an area of the torture labyrinth that opens up to a hospital-looking area, which everyone surmises is probably directly under the research facility. And we explore around in there, we explore through some archives and whatnot, and we find out Workaholic is here. And as we're looking through some archives, we find out that Wato Hojo was the ideal detective back in the experiment area, and that he was marked down as having died, but a lot of the information ended up being redacted, which, you know, that's unfortunate because we want to learn more. And Workaholic threatened us by threatening Bookworm's life in order to get the book back, but we're kind of sturdy in his resolve, and we kind of like tackle his philosophy with our own philosophy. And he's like, oh, you were on a plank in the ocean, and it could only support one person, and another survivor came and was swimming towards the plank with you. What would you do? Because you can either both be on it and die together. You can shove them off and let them die, or you can sacrifice yourself. And he's like, everyone would sacrifice the other person in a life or death situation like that. And Wato's like, I don't think I would. I hope I wouldn't. Anyway, eventually, Workaholic ends up leaving the area, and we have to ponder things, but he didn't take the book from us. And we end up confiding in Posh Detective about what happened. I also skipped over the pervert scene with Ideal, but that's not necessarily plot relevant. But Ideal did trick us into using our denouement ability in order to peep into the ladies' restroom, and she was kind of evil for that, but she was also kind of silly for that. That's not plot relevant, but I think it's important to the recap, because I missed Ideal being a silly little pervert. Because she was kind of getting into that role of female character who just sits there and acts as like a cheerleader to pump up the main character, and that was the only thing she was doing. So I'm glad she got her personality back. I missed it. But anyhow, not to say she didn't still have personality, but she was just really locked in and serious, so she ended up just like kind of being a broken record and just only showing up to be like, Wato, I believe in you. You can use your ability. Blah, 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 blah. Good morning, Zach Lurker. I'm doing a recap. And I'm also skipping through things because I realized that because I wasn't S-ranking investigations, that means I missed some stuff and I want all the content. We end up sleeping for a bit, and Techie ends up getting the power for the elevator working. There was an elevator in the research area that presumably leads up to the surface. But after we got the power working again, we realized that we need the key that we found back in this area that we're currently in right now that I'm skipping through. And it turns out Renegade had the key, and he was also in the facility with us, and he plays a little announcement over the intercom and is like, hey, everyone, I have the key, and if you want it, I have some conditions. And then we go to find him, and he has a little stuffed bear in his place with a transmitter on it, and he demands to speak to Wato alone, and Posh is like, ain't no way that's gonna happen, and our denouement ability ends up predicting that the bear is going to explode, so we save her life by throwing the bear, and that's an example of the bomb in Renegade's neck being the real deal. Renegade ends up coming out and taking Posh hostage, and is basically like, hey, Wato, if you want Posh to live, come talk to me in an hour in the archive room. And so we decide to do that, and we end up trading the elevator key for the key to Posh's handcuffs to rescue her. But as we're doing that, we get into a little bit of a fight, because Renegade intends to do mean things to us. He intends to fight us. So we end up having a tussle with Renegade, and we end up using our denouement ability to predict when he is attacking us with lethal blows. But eventually he realizes that we can only predict lethal blows. Oh no, that's unfortunate. Whoa, fuck. He knows we can predict the future now. So we have a fight, and he ends up only attacking us with non-lethal attacks, and we end up nearly passing out because of the strain on our body. And then Wato realizes that he's had this vision like this feeling before of almost dying, and he has a flashback to what really happened in his childhood tragic backstory, which is he was Ideal Detective because he ended up going through the maze multiple times and being able to survive it. And he got the name Ideal Detective because he would often help some of the other baby detectives through the maze. And one of those baby detectives he was helping was Saika. And he got a vision one day that Saika would die the next time that they went into the maze. And so he decided to change that and insisted they escape together. And so as they're going through the maze, they end up running into the red SPX, and Watto ends up sacrificing himself for Saika, and ends up almost dying. And Saika's like, oh no, oh no, oh no. Like, fuck you, you saved my life. I need to do something. And as we're blacking out, she calls out to some mysterious force. I don't know what the force is, but he's basically like, if you can hear me, let me take his place. I'll become Ideal Detective. Like basically, like, save him, and I'll swap out with him, essentially. And then she ends up replacing us as Ideal Detective and possibly taking her powers. And that explains the weird spirit link between us. We don't know what caused this, but clearly there's some supernatural force at play that allowed for her to kind of swap places with us as the chosen one, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if she was talking to the researchers themselves, because they were trying to escape and they were in the maze. I don't know if the researchers were watching. Like, that would entirely defeat the purpose of trying to sneak out if the researchers had any, like, sight on what was going on directly in the maze at that time. So I don't know if she was talking to the secret police. That doesn't entirely make sense to me. We have no clue who she was talking to. But unless maybe there was someone else in there. I'm gonna save around here as well, just because I don't want to have to, like, go skipping through large portions again. So yeah, she ends up doing that, and we realize, oh shit, like, Saika replaced me, and that explains things. And we end up getting up with, like, a newfound resolve, finally realizing the tragedy, the real tragedy of our past, and ended up fighting Renegade and winning, and we managed to shock him by like tricking him essentially with Techie's shocky-walkie taser invention. And oh shit, if I'm not replaying the chapter, I guess it doesn't. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I remember all the answers that I guess, the correct answers were not. Okay. Yeah, the card scattered on the floor. There we go. So yeah, we end up defeating Renegade, and it turns out Renegade was kind of obsessed with Ideal and Holmes, and was trying to figure out what her ability was, the secret behind it. And he was able to figure out the one part of the ability, which was that she is... There it is, baby! He was able to figure out one part of the ability, which is she is able to predict lethal attacks against her. Oh, there's two of them. Okay. Yeah, she's able to predict lethal attacks against her. Which was good to know. And then you're gonna come out by one thing. But he then ends up Watto ends up telling Renegade that there is more to the power, and he decides to give Renegade the final piece of the puzzle, which is actually, hang on, I'm gonna undo that. I'm gonna map wide movement. Actually, I don't think Renegade can make it as far as that point immediately. No, that's a little risky. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna map wide movement and trick him to moving up here. And then I'll map wide movement again down there. And I'll lure him all the way down there before going back up to get the point. Yeah, he is in the final piece of the puzzle, which is my power can also detect the deaths of others, like other tragedies. And that's kind of like the final piece he needs in order to give it a rest. And he ends up passing out. And that is about where we left off. So yeah, a lot fucking happened. A lot occurred. And I don't even know where to begin with all of my thoughts on it. I mean, if anyone has questions on what my thoughts on it are, by all means, give me like a little bit of direction on where to touch on my discussion here. Okay. Wonders about Bookworm Doleful and Workaholic's detective's abilities? Okay. Bookworm's detective ability is that she has a photographic memory. And, I mean, that's exactly what it sounds. It's, you know, a whole trope thing. However, it is not necessarily treated as entirely a blessing because any traumatic scene she sees is, like, permanently just, like, in her brain. And she can't do shit about that. And it's quite unfortunate for her. Meanwhile, Doleful's detective ability is that he essentially draws misfortune to him, which ends up having him stumble upon a lot of clues on complete accident. Oh fuck, actually I don't want him to move that far. He ends up stumbling upon clues on accident, but it always comes with a catch of like, oh, misfortune is soon to follow. So like, say like he stumbles upon a button to open up a secret passage. There is probably a deadly trap behind that door. That's kind of the idea with it. And he is always lucky enough to survive it, probably because he has that honed-in danger sense. But the others around him are in danger, and that's a big whoa, a no kind of a deal. And Workaholic, I believe we only recently found this out, but he has a high red blood cell count, which allows him like a little more stamina than the average Joe. Oh, golden screwdriver. Fuck, I didn't, this is new stuff. This is new stuff. Let's see here. Alright. This shiny screwdriver is Techie's, I think. I'll give it back later. Having wrapped up our examination, the white SPX, I'm all set to go to bed when I receive an unexpected visitor. Oh, so this happened just the other night. Let me quickly turn... Oh, can I not go into settings to turn voices on? That's unfortunate. Oh well. Or maybe I can now. Oh! Shit, alright. Alright. Hey, hitting the sack soon. Renegade. Oh, Renegade. What do you want from me? The beefing with the 12-year-old. A bit of a chat, that's all. We have no clue when we might encounter another one of those death machines, you know. What's so strange about wanting to know your allies better, especially when your life is in their hands? Got hit with the attitude, you got the new residual trace? No. I'll pause. I'll pause. The benevolent streamer. Take a sippy of my hot chalky. I put honey in it to soothe my throat because I have been going on it. You're welcome, May. You're welcome. Renegade came in to have a bit of a chat with Techie in the residual memory. And I think we're in Techie's point of view, interestingly enough. His words sound reasonable enough, but I keep my guard up on instinct. I'm fully aware of this man's nature. He could be friendly and chipper one moment and strangling me the next. Just the capricious type of guy he is. I appreciate the sentiment, but I was just about to sleep. Mind waiting until tomorrow? So cold. Have it your way. But at least let me carry you to bed, will you? It'll be tough getting there with those legs of yours. He's literally ableist, what the hell?
Like that is incredibly suspicious, but he wouldn't like it if I refused him. If anything bad does happen, Workaholic's in the next cell over. I could easily get into bed myself, but I'll have to play along. Yeah, okay. Could you help me onto the bed, then? Sorry for the trouble.
Aw, thanks. You're such a sweet boy, Tech.
Renegade takes me into his arms. Instead of placing me in my bed, though, he whispers in my ear.
Workaholic isn't in his cell right now. If you were attacked, no one would come to the rescue.
Huh?
Oh, no need to get so shrill about it. Don't tell me you really thought I was about to kill you. Oh, you wound me. My heart is pounding. Old sweat beads at my brow.
This is bad. He's got me cornered. Better check the next door first. Renegade's face contorts into an almost demonic expression. His mouth a crooked sliver of a smile.
Relax. All I want is to be your friend. Now come on, Tech. What's your real name? I won't tell anyone. Pinky promise.
With all this pressure, there's no way I can refuse. Practically threatening me here. With a shaky voice, I give in. It's Hazuki Uminari. There. Happy?
Hazuki Uminari. What a cute name. It's perfect for you. I think we're gonna get along just fine. With that, Renegade lays me delicately upon the bed. Well, and my chest won't stop hammering, but a somewhat anticlimactic turn of events has left me speechless. Why the surprised face? I've been telling you the whole time that I want us to be friends, haven't I?
Yeah, you have, but...
Face a moment ago was anything but friendly.
I felt enough murderous intent that I'd seriously been prepared to die. You just playing it up the whole time?
You're exactly the way I thought you'd be, Tech. That leaves only one nut left for me to crack. Never a dull moment on this island. I love it.
Just what are you plotting? Forcing us like this? Trying to pry into our personal lives?
Oh, that's a shame. Guess you still have some more growing to do as a detective, bud, because that question is complete nonsense, Tech. No matter how difficult, no matter the risk, dig up the truth. That's what a real sleuth does. Interesting. Renegade's become incredibly interesting.
With that, Renegade leaves my cell. Can't make heads or tails of how his mind works, but it's clear he has some motivation for looking into each detective's past. Regardless of my physical limitations, I'm still a member of the DA. I promised myself to report this to Workaholic tomorrow and put a stop to Renegade.
Whoa! So because he reported it to Workaholic, that might be part of why... I had to turn the voice volume back up so we're able to hear it when we play. Oh man, I really do think that he gets a kick out of being a legit detective. That's so fascinating. And then this also, like, gives a little extra context to when he was, like, calling Techie his dear friend. Right? He called Techie, like a dear friend of his, and, was, defending him from the SPX. He was like, oh, I won't let you hurt my friend. I wonder if Renegade thinks he's doing a kind thing when he's like trying to get Techie to realize the weight of a life, essentially. I'm a little scared that you'll go in the path of Renegade, but there we go. Okay, thank God. And then we'll do a map wipe thing here. But I genuinely wonder if he's like, I really like Techie, but I need him to understand, like, what he does, essentially. I felt like he was, I always felt like he was trying to do a good thing, but it's just fucked up and twisted. Yeah, I think he's just, like, a little fucked in the head, and that kind of ends up causing everything that he does to come out fucked, even when he means well. I also turned up the speed of all the detectives. I found out that's something you can do. Alright. I could probably move a little further, like about 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and I can probably still inspect. Oh no, his inspection radius is way smaller than I thought it was. Perfect. Way smaller. Shit. 1, 2. There we go. Do preliminary. Or actually, I think I can investigate and then move. I may regret that, but... Isn't this the doll Bookworm carries around? No, wait. The color's different. As a detective, there's no way he thinks attempting to murder someone is a good thing. He doesn't. He thinks it's a filthy, dirty sin. And also, his whole ideal as a detective is that he's a killer who was brought on from death row because he was willing to help give insight on criminal minds. And he was also involved in the experiments from long ago, so I imagine there was some leniency in wanting him to come in because he was involved in the create the perfect detective experiments. After escaping the trap room, I keep my expression level as we eat, not wanting to cause others any concern. Oh.
I'm the youngest member here. Even with a rank amateur among us, it's obvious that they still look down on me as a child. I have but one singular goal. I can't afford to have them patronize me now. Once I finish up my meal, I will retreat to my room and rest. However... I cough involuntarily as the grisly image of Senior flashes through my mind, followed by the horror I experienced in the trap room.
I think I remember this scene. Because Mystic was like, "Oh, are you alright, Bookie?" And then like brought her back to the room, I think.
I feel the others' gazes on me. How mortifying. I can't have them learn about the downsides to my memory. It'll only earn me their awkward pity.
Are you alright, Bookie?
Mystic rubs my back gently with a worried look in his eyes. Ugh. What a debacle. I came to this island with the intention of helping him. Causing him undue concern would have the exact opposite effect. Mystic chides me a bit before excusing us from the dining room. As he pulls me along by his hand, I recall our first meeting, when my mother and father were killed in the case of the lycanthrope.
Bookie, I say this often, but your memory exceeds the average human's by far. Viewing murder scenes is tantamount to suicide. You must be mindful.
I refuse. With my ability, I can notice even the smallest traces of evidence at a locust electi.
Locos electi? Electi? Elect? I know it means crime scene. I just don't know how to pronounce Latin.
The girl reasoned logically.
Honestly, Ryutaro would take pride in that stubborn attitude of yours. You truly are an Akutagawa, Bookie.
I don't want to hear that coming from you, said the girl, baiting Mystic with his lineage of reckless, headstrong vampire hunters.
I resent that. Originally, the Van Helsing simply gave their knowledge to aid in vampire experimentation. We did not fight them directly. It looks like it, yeah. Thus did our family image shift from wise scholars to that of vicious hunters. The impression given to the public is informed by the ignorant masses. It seems that they all derive their namesakes from somewhere, you know? Which is really fun. Because, you know, we got like the Pinkertons, we got Watto, we got Holmes, we got Gray. I don't recognize all the references though. I don't know much about Alucard either. If you wanna info dump to me, May.
I've read the original Dracula, so I was already aware, said the girl, quirking her mouth into a smirk.
I should have figured as much. You may be my daughter, but even so, it will not do me any good to be careless around you.
We reached the foot of the stairs. Normally, its angled, uneven slope wouldn't bother me, but in my nauseated state, I nearly groaned.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Zach Lurker. Dracula, I see.
However, I keep my face as unaffected as possible, causing enough trouble as it is. It can't become an even greater burden.
It was Van Helsing, yeah. Van Helsing was the guy hunting Dracula in the novel Dracula. Oh, I see. That makes sense, you know? Lineage of vampire hunters.
I have to prove that I can handle steps this high.
Come here, Bookie.
Mystic calls out, stopping me before I go up the stairs. Wondering what he could want, I walk over to him. Suddenly, he takes me into his arms and gingerly places me on his back. But what do you think you're doing?
Will the stairs not prove difficult in your current condition? I'm your father, in a sense. Allow me to act the part in your times of need. I miss him.
If that's all it is, then I suppose I can deign to allow it, said the girl, reluctantly accepting the fatherly gesture. He doesn't seem affected by my weight as he calmly ascends each step. His back is large and strong, just like a real dad's. It puts my mind at ease. So warm. Sleep gradually encroaches upon me, as if all the tightly wound threads binding me together since our arrival have finally begun to unravel. No, I can't sleep yet. I'm determined to become a strong, independent detective. One capable of supporting Mystic Detective, my parents' avenger.
You needn't hold back, Heaven. It is true that we are not bound by blood, nor do we share a name. Yet, since resolving that case together, I've considered you my real daughter. You are welcome to depend on me as you would a father.
Quit calling me by that name, protests the girl, who had always despised the sound of it.
Heaven Akutagawa. I think it's a lovely name. But perhaps you would prefer changing it to Heaven Van Helsing? I would not object.
It isn't the surname I have a problem with. Listening to the steady thump of his footsteps, my eyelids begin to feel heavy. My given name, Heaven, is written using kanji of the same meaning. My father, renowned in his literary circles, had a more than quirky taste in names. Regardless of my embarrassment, though, it's my sole remaining inheritance from the Akutagawa family. A bond I've never been able to renounce. And Van Helsing. Somehow, that name almost feels less flashy. But thinking about it now, I might be okay with severing that bond for good. They found a new family. New bond. Once we resolve the Quartering Duke case, I'll be sure to express that to him. To place this promise in my heart as sleep overtakes me.
Fuck. Man. Alright, there's no more residual traces around here, so I'm just gonna do that. And let's finish up the investigation here. Man, that was really good. Mystic Detective is so based. I love Mystic Detective dearly. I missed him. I'm excited to read their completed little pages, because I imagine getting those is what completes them. He can be my daddy? Yeah. Yeah, he can be my daddy too. I'm in love with him. Oh, that was an original scene of them doing that. I just want to like skim through it, to be honest. Everyone's innocent. Look at the boy for wasting time. Irked and yet thou art smiling. Aww. God, Lady Bookworm, I beseech thee, strike not my chin again with that hefty tome. Even I felt that mighty blow. Aww, I missed you, Armor. Man. I guess sometimes if you have certain characters investigate a scene, there might be like a canon pair of characters that investigate something, and that that allows for a little cutscene to play. So it would appear. Analyze. Get these guys moving in. And then you can also analyze something that hasn't been analyzed yet. You only have one, so you can analyze these, and then you only have two. I think, okay, you stop analyzing that, analyze, plants, then you can analyze the leftover thing. Armor and Bookworm are sweet, yeah. Man, this cast has really grown on me. I quite like a lot of them. Alright, honestly, let's get him in here. He can start inferring about this, even if he's not that smart. Alright, let's see. You're not fast enough to get where I want you to be. Motherfucker. Alright, I'll start getting you in here, to be honest. And then Doleful can, start moving up this way. Honestly, actually, because there's nothing else to investigate, let me just map-wide move him. You can get here. And same for you. I'll just map-wide move you to where you need to be. And Techie as well. You can join in on this, I guess. And then you map wide move all the way down here. Okay. And for you have high inference, and then it's more optimal for armor to assist in that. And then I think Bookworm has higher inference. Yeah, but I can't have them swap places at this point, so that's fine. Assist them. And I think that should be good enough. Alright. We're zooming. We're zooming. It's really the investigation portions that I'll take the most. I thought that whatchamacallit, that I might be able to speed it up with the emulator, and it does have a speed up option, but unfortunately that's not working. Gourmet. I imagine because it's not frame rate dependent. So this is as fast as we can go. The wire is from the SPX. Sliding it down the wires. I suppose this does make for a great recap of what we were up to last time, huh? Anyway, I quite like my title this time around. If anyone appreciates it at all. Gained height by using the warden's chair. Going downtown because my ADHD is diabolical. Because those were going to be the next two cases we're running into. Because I'm going back to downtown's case. Both because my ADHD is diabolical, and also because we're going to run into Diabolical's thing right after. I'm nailing it. I'm nailing it. It's not on the way to the bathroom, I think was the one. Yeah, okay. Whew. And then Techie can't stand, or no, Techie uses a wheelchair. Because even if Techie could stand, Techie would have the chair. And wouldn't need to go get an extra chair to gain height. He didn't want to kill her. The room swap. Woo! Actually meant to kill Renegade. Gosh. Aw, damn. The song cut off right before it got really good. Still love that CG. We're zooming. Hang on. Okay, I still can't save here. Okay. Hype moment and Aura soundtrack for real? Yeah. S, baby. I should be able to save here. Alright. Okay. Now, it should pause when it gets to the next decision. I gotta use the bathroom, so I'm just gonna let it go. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. There's not any decisions or dialogue boxes or investigation for quite a bit. I'm pretty sure. So we're gonna be here for a while. I think I woke up at 7 a.m. CT and we're still going. Is the game move based now? I I I can't focus on any of my schoolwork until I get this done. It's a side effect of my ADHD. It's evil. Unfortunately, I also need to 100% the game and get everything, which means that I have to actually replay stuff to 100% all of the cases, because if I don't 100% them, I'm unable to get any residual memories. Okay, there's none in here, so this is just the thing. I'm gonna move armor in front here because I know one is coming, and I'm just gonna kind of group everyone around Doleful. And then Doleful can just do an inspection. I have not finished, and I am backtracking for completion. I know I can speed run it, so all is well. I think you have inference to. Oh, okay, Gourmet needs to be able to do this actually. Can she get in there? No, she can't. Useless to me. You can't go in there because you'll die. So move. One behind us. That's okay. I'm gonna have actually armor move behind us to intercept it. Because Gourmet can come here and just like insta-kill this thing. There we go. Fuck. The squares are difficult to move on if I'm not using the D-pad. Right. Honestly, I'll move back. I think if you move a bit further, you'll just run into it, and then we can get it to appear. No? Okay. That's okay. I'm gonna have you kind of get in close, and I'm gonna have Doleful kind of get up there a little bit as well. Alright. And then we can just investigate. Gourmet destroys it. Alright. And then Doleful and Incompetent should be able to handle this one. And then Armor can move up ahead to intercept whichever one is up here. And Investigate. Actually, why don't you just inspect around here? I'm sure you can find it. Or not. Okay. And then you reach. No, you can't. Useless. Useless to me. Alright, getting close. I do have these segments down to a science, at least. Alright. I suppose it makes sense there's no, residual thoughts in that area. Actually, pause this to save. Even though we just saved, I'm paranoid. Hey Nigel, you wanna put my lap, bud? We'll get there. We'll get there. I remember its cube. I remember. I just did this yesterday. Nigel's looking at me. Nigel, if you want up, you can just jump up. He's spoiled. He wants me to pick him up every time. It's a cube. Okay. Then we, I did pick him up. He's on my lap now. It's fine. Alright. Getting around here. I'm gonna save real quick. And we're gonna have to do a bit of a speed run. Nigel, don't bump my mic, buddy. Don't bump my mic. Alright. We're gonna have to witness Armor's death again, everyone. It's gonna be really sad. He doesn't have shit to say. He's just looking at me like he loves me. Oh, he's purring. He's just a little guy. Just a little guy. He's gonna drool all over my arm, aren't you? Aren't you? Yep. There it is, the drool. Buddy. Oh, man. I'm so sad. Every day I'm sad about this. It's fucking evil. Alright. Nigel's a happy little camper. He's laid down. He's purring so loud. Thank God he's here, because I need comfort. No, we thought we were safe. Like, the little fake out was so evil before killing him for real. They really made us scared and then relieved only to just, like, take everything away from us again. Alright. Are there Nigel pics? Yeah, there are Nigel pics in my Discord, in the pets channel. Nigel and Gracie are in there. As they cuddle a lot, and I like to take pictures of them all snugly together. No, he doesn't know. He's not looking at the screen. He just loves being on my lap. Because he's just a little guy. I'm gonna put Techie in this area because it's safe. And then I need to move you up here. And then Renegade needs to always be around Doleful. For the sake of killing things. Killing the robots. It's funny that they're the optimal combination of people to do this. Actually, no, because if it runs into us, then we're fucked. I'm just gonna get him, like, right next to Renegade. Maybe a little bit closer. I think that should be fine. Alright. Let's do preliminary. Okay. Oh, fuck. I didn't read that. Cherry Blossom Spoon. What did he say? This cherry blossom pattern is identical to the one on Rowdy's clothes. Did this belong to her? Maybe I should ask Gourmet later. Alright. It's been a bit since I've done this voice. Been looking for the hidden passage for over an hour. The search has been as dull as rocks. My sanity and patience is getting all worn down. Where's that dang passage hidden? Getting pissed, so I kick the wall. Makes a loud thump, but nothing changes. Damn it. What the hell am I playing at? Losing my head's a real bad look. I ought to be ashamed. Cool it. I ain't the same kid I was back then, blowing fuses left and right. I got to be a real deal sleuth. Just like her. Hey, Rowdy. You ruminating on something over here? You can always talk to me about your troubles. Oh, hey, sis. Speak of the devil. There she is. You can't help but jump a little at her showing up out of nowhere. She's got a real sixth sense when it comes to stuff like this. I have the feeling she can see through pretty much anyone's BS. She's just that damn good. I respect the hell out of this lady. Don't know if I'll ever be able to stack up, honestly. Hey, sis. Tell me something. I get any better since the first time we met? Now where's this coming from? You mean back when you were still known as the Punk Stomper? You've improved leaps and bounds since then. When you used to get frustrated before, the only way to calm you was by knocking you out. Those were the days. I remember how that'd been my first good fight in ages, so I really had a blast. You were bashing people's head in with a traffic light? That's your idea of fun? Give it up for the Ice Queen, Nadia Nikulina, folks. Nadia Nikulina. What's that a reference to? Even now, that memory still gives me the chills. I was choking out some local punks who jumped my pal when Gourmet showed up on her bike. 5 minutes later, she mopped them all up. I had no clue I was going against Nadia Nikulina, the Ice Queen of wrestling fame. Her mug and bod were way different back in her days in the ring. Wrestling fame? Crazy. You already had such a knack for fighting back then. I actually had an arm to myself. You're already a beast and you still threw a weapon into the mix? Anything goes with you, sis. It was a hell of a shock for an all-out brawler like me. She snatched my prey, so I jumped her. But I had my ass handed to me, got beat to a pulp, and finished off with a traffic signal. Next thing I knew, I was lying in bed. That's what I realized looking for trouble wasn't gonna make me strong. So I started training under her. No question, I've mellowed out since then, but I don't know if my detective skills are improving much. I mean, I didn't do squat at the manor. Searching's my only skill, but I can't even find this passage. At this rate, I'm gonna lag behind you forever. Don't get impatient now. Come here, Akane. Of course her name's Akane. Hey. Gourmet tugs at my arm, and all of a sudden, I'm trapped between two massive balloons on her chest. She's my real name, just like when we first met. Now she's stroking my head all gently like she's my old lady or something. You were bashing those crooks in because you look up to the samurai. Kagemoto Toyama, right? He shares a name with you, after all.
Yeah, as far as my last name goes anyway. Kane's written with Kin, the character from Metal, so I always wanted to be a solo vigilante.
Or vigilante. How did I forget how to say vigilante? Vigilante, right? Anyway, I don't remember words anymore. I'm gonna be completely honest with you folks.
Just like Kin-san, the Cherry Blossom tatted character based on the real Kagemoto Toyama. That Max is cool as a hero can get. He's a magistrate, kind of like a judge, who poses as a playboy so he can infiltrate the baddies to find evidence, bringing them to justice personally.
Vigilante. Yeah, vigilante. Yep, that's correct.
There ain't nobody who never had the urge to shout out his catchphrase. Think you can scatter this cherry blossom storm? Try me. I wanted to be a hero like Kin-san, so I'd bust up rotten thugs into a million pieces. Then you told me I was fighting violence with violence.
Yep. Back then, you were just smacking those bad eggs around with all your might. You were lonely, restless, violent. Certainly no hero. But you've changed. Now you're a detective who can work well with all sorts of folk. I'm sure you'll sniff out another clue, like you did in the manor. Your big sis here will be keeping an eye on you, so hold your head high and give it all you've got, Rowdy detective.
Gourmet finally releases me, then splits. Being alone gets me feeling a little embarrassed, so I give my chest a big old thump and psych myself up again. Yeesh, I was being a real wuss there. Just you wait and see, sis. One of these days, I'm gonna be such a stand-up sleuth, you're gonna be begging me to protect you. That, I start searching the wall all over again. Respect Gourmet more than anyone. Gotta make sure to do her proud.
Man! Fuck! Rowdy! It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. You have the ability to analyze. No, you don't. It's a 3. Do you have the ability to analyze? Oh yeah, you got a 5. You're good. You're good. Your aesthetic eye and all that. Alright. Let's investigate. Okay, and then Doleful should be able to... I'm gonna move him a little closer. You should be able to find it in this area. I'm gonna do a quick preliminary for that. Yep. And now Renegade can go and take care of that thing. You can investigate here. Or inspect. How to use the right terminology. You have low inference, but decent assistance, and she has crazy inference. You go next to her, just in case that opens up. You're gonna start heading down this way. I'll leave you open in case I need you to analyze something. Or you're also heading down this way to help out. Preliminary. I don't have to read that. I don't have to read that. I've already been through this. Oh, it was a reflex after getting through the stuff. Techie can stay back here a bit. I don't think he said my love. No. And I can't check anyway. You only have 1 to analyze. That's difficult. You only have 2, right? No, you have 3. Okay, awesome. Awesome. My goat. Alright. Infer here. Assist here. Awesome. Nice. SBX is closing in. That's gonna be pretty far up. Honestly, I might, map wide him to get a little further up. Around here-ish. And I'll map wide him as well to get around right next to him. We gotta be real careful, because one wrong move and we're dead. Alright. Infer. Fist. And then infer. I mean, you don't really need to assist, but you can do it anyway. Alright. Oh, fuck! They were too close. Damn it. Damn it. I have to get it again. God damn it. God damn it. Alright, alright. This one's a little evil. I can't lie. Here, I think I'll keep her a little lower so she's able to get down there quicker. Need Techie to map wide, keep him safe. And then you have to head down right against the wall here. It's so evil that it's like an insta-death. It's so evil. I get it's like a difficulty like increase or whatever, but still, it's so evil. It's ridiculously evil. Right, preliminary. Alright. Gotta skip through this. Sorry. Tragic. I won't complain about seeing that again, though. Right. Then I need you to analyze this. Preliminary. That opens up that. And that should be that for now. I guess you can just do like a blanket, like inspect, but I don't think you'll find anything right now. It hasn't shown up yet. Yep. I think it does place my cursor around where it is. Okay, it's around that area. So if I have him inspect, if I move him a little bit further, and I inspect, is it right where it says it was on the cursor? It is! That's incredibly helpful, actually. Okay. Right. Oh, sorry, I meant to do preliminary. Yeah, this is about to be way easier. Alright. Honestly, I don't need you to be free because, what's-her-face can deal with that. So let's, fuck. There we go. Cursor movement, map wide, head over here. And then while you're inferring here, you get
to analyze this. Okay, that unlocks that, which means that you can now start inferring about that. And then you're locked in inferring about that thing. I'm pretty sure. Alright. What the fuck? I thought I had him infer about it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I hate this bit. I hate this particular investigation. This one in particular, this one's evil. Motherfucking SPXs, I hate them. Disgusting. How long this shit is taking me. It doesn't even take that long to go through the text. This is where the real grind is. Be able to deal with that there. Get your ass over here. And then we're gonna be waiting here. We're gonna map wide here. We're gonna do a preliminary. We gotta skip through this again. The things I do for completionists. To be a completionist, I should say. Oh, yay, the game crashed. Yay. Awesome. Yay. Just what I wanted to happen. Motherfucker. 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 It's fine. It's fine. We're good. We're fine. Now I am curious. If I go into the menu now and go into chapter select, if I go here and I go to the investigation part, I think it would be Maze B. No, wait. No, it'd be Maze B. I think. Okay, it's still there. Okay, okay. Yeah, it crashed again. Luckily, it remembers that we S-ranked the rest of the stuff. So, that's awesome. I don't know if it will remember it on my old save file. So we're still gonna do the skipping thing. But, this is good to know. At the very least, if it crashes, I won't have to, like, skip through every single fucking thing again. Alright, get down here. Move here. Renegade, get your ass over to where you need to be. The only thing you're good for. I just on my leg and my leg is falling asleep. This is awful. All right. Through the booba we go once more. The price to pay for cat on lap, indeed. Okay. Right, and then I want you to analyze what we have there, and then we can investigate. It's fine. It's fine. I understand now. I'm the understander. I'm gonna have a move. 1, 2. This should be good enough. Preliminary.
You're gonna go here. And you're going to infer it. There we go. Inspect here. Map wide down here. You also map wide over there. Preliminary. Okay. Okay. You. Analyze. Preliminary. For. Investigate. Okay. It is right there. It is 2 away from that wall. Can I reach it? Not even close. Okay. So what I need is I need these two kind of down here. It's probably going to move closer to them. I think. I pray. I hope. They can't be right here because they'll die. But if it's right here, I don't think it moves more than like a few spaces at a time. So like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we'll be safe. I think we'll be okay with that. Assist. Infer. Assist. Investigate. It better not kill Techie. I'll lose my mind if Techie dies. Okay, okay. We're good. We're good. You. Inspect. Preliminary. You. Murder it. Good. Okay. They can start heading down. They can come out. How about with this thing? Because once I unlock this mystery point, which should unlock with this next preliminary. There you go. That's what he said, mate. You gotta have more malice, more love. And then you can infer about this, and we investigate. Awesome. Now, you have high inference. And then everyone is gonna fucking infer on this thing. You infer. You infer. You infer. Goful, you get in there. And you're assisting. And you're assisting. And we're fucking done. The gaze. There we go. Ha! Saving. Alright. Now we zoom. Alright. We first bumped into bloody wires. And then, The wires were to lure the red SPX. It tracks on scent. All right. I love that music. Might be one of my favorite tracks, to be honest. Alright, the culprit's renegade. Right, I've moved my leg so it doesn't fall asleep, and I still have Cat on lap. He has not moved. Mission successful. Alright. They're having their moment. S rank, baby. Oh wait, I gotta save. Okay. Almost there. We're almost there. Oh fuck, my leg fell asleep anyway. What the hell? I thought I was safe. Trying to shake it awake without causing Nigel to leave me. Ah! Why does it gotta do that? Why does it hate me? Well, if things keep going at this pace, it looks like we'll get through 12 hours worth of stream content in only 2 hours. You love to see it. I mean, what better way is there to do a pre-stream recap anyway, right? I didn't even need to explain what happened. We would have watched it flash before our eyes. No, Nigel's leaving me. No! This is so sad. Devastating. Devastating. Oh, we have to have the pervert scene again. Alright. There we go. Right. So much happens. So much happens in this game. Just seeing it like all flash before my eyes is really making me aware. Alright, we're almost there. We're almost there. Actually, I wanna stop and save this far in. Okay, and then let me check my options. Skip unread text should be off. There we go. And I wonder. No, I'll save it for when we get to where we once were. So I am, I did chug my hot chalky. Give me another sec to use the restroom while this is going. And then we'll be ready to lock in for however long it takes to complete this fucking game. Alright, I'm so locked in. I'm so locked in. Fight with Renegade. Everything's going swimmingly. We'll even make it there before the 2-hour mark. Isn't that awesome? I didn't think this was gonna take that long. I probably should have done it off stream to save stream time. But I thought it would be quick. But also I wanted everyone to see the residual memories with me. Oh fuck. It was right, isn't it? It was throat, right? I remembered, but I wasn't entirely sure. Spend my heart. Now Nigel's yelling because he's not on my lap. Buddy! Buddy, make up your mind! Alright, he figures it out. And then we fucking die. Almost. We have our flashback. Come on. Come on, Nigel. Back on my lap you go. This is what you wanted, right? Alright. We're almost there. He's going left. Left. Alright. I don't think I need to skip anymore. I'll turn the voices back on after the cutscene, though. He's coming from the right. Attack with Shakiwaki. Alright. And then we shock him. What a crazy man. There we go. All right. Theoria was right. He laughs. And then he sleeps. It's all over. All right. I think that is where we left off. Awesome. Yep. And then time to save. And we should be on conclusion. Yippee! Alright. Now, let's check out our updates. Nothing updated here. Okay. Okay. Alright. Gourmet Detective is complete. Real name, Nadia Nikulina. Age 27 years old.
Years ago, she worked as a legendary amateur wrestler known as Ice Queen. Her resistance to poison is rooted in her efforts she took to strengthen her body. A terror attack during the Dayless Night incident 13 years ago led to her becoming trapped under a collapsed building. After 2 weeks of fighting off starvation, she has never stopped feeling hungry since. Ooh. And we don't have your full thing either. We've already read yours. Techie. Real name, Hasuki Uminari. Age 12 years old. The eccentricities of his mentor, Detective Gentleman, are unparalleled within the DA. Despite his intellect, Techie's rank has remained largely stagnant. He views his pragmatic thinking as the root cause of this, and thus attempts to learn from his offbeat mentor's example. Detective Gentleman, however, is more concerned with the promises he makes to women than his detective work, something that Techie is simply unable to comprehend. And we have Heaven Okutagawa, age 11 years old. The incident that claimed the lives of her parents is known as the case of the lycanthrope. Her father, a renowned literary figure, Ryotaro Akutagawa, I'm stumbling over the names, and his wife were senselessly murdered by a childhood friend envious of his success. Mystic Detective, who solved the case, took her in thereafter. Now she focuses on her study, aiming to become a detective capable of supporting her father. So she was the one who witnessed the feral little child that was kept in a box. And her father's friend is the one who did that to her child. That's crazy. That's crazy. She was directly related to all that. That's crazy. Alright, Rowdy Detective. Real name, Akane Toyama. Age 14 years old. In the past, she launched an assault on a local delinquent hangout, crushing them with all her might. This made her something of a local legend, heralded by the public as the Punk Stomper. However, when her recklessness caused unnecessary casualties, she crossed paths with Gourmet Detective, who was renowned for his strength even within the DA, who was then beaten to a pulp, subsequently joining the Detective Alliance as a result of her defeat. And then that should be everything. Alright. Anything new in my lexicon? Nope. Alright. Time to cozy up. Move my mic a little closer to me. There we go. Just sleep tight down there. I clench my trembling fists and suck air into my empty lungs, feeling as though I've been brought back from the dead. Compared to Renegade Detective, I'm definitely worse for wear. He had me at every turn. I only won thanks to his carelessness, but otherwise, he definitely would have killed me. Still, I can't help but feel proud of myself. I survived my first ever life or death fight. Incompetent! You were magnificent! Posh! Posh's eyes brim with tears as she scrambles across the room to me. I'm a mess, so you better stay back. There's blood everywhere. Those wounds are badges of honor. The mess won't bother me one bit. Come, let's get you patched up right away. Thankfully, the bleeding's about stopped. They're likely not as deep as they look. Oh, before that, we need to figure out how to remove that collar thing. No need for that. You're still... He can only sleep for 5 minutes. He won't sleep well. Still lying on the floor, Renegade rolls over on his back before continuing. He can only sleep for 5 minutes, May. I know how to detonate it, but not how it's actually attached. All I did was wrap it on her to make it look the part. It'll come right off if you try, but to be fair, with all my threats earlier, you weren't really in a position to risk it before. I beg your pardon? Though I did find it odd how you wound it around my arm despite it resembling a tattoo. You mean to say you were bluffing all along? Award-winning performance, no. I've always been a talented actor. Despite our battle and full blast from the stun gun, Renegade hops to his feet, looking totally unconcerned. I take a defensive stance out of reflex, but Renegade Detective raises an empty left palm as if to signify his surrender.
Relax, I can move, sure, but I don't have the strength to fight back. Anyway, you've grown way more than I anticipated, incompetent. You finally remembered just how many lives are your responsibility. So he did lose his right arm specifically. That's good to know. I feel so whole. I don't want to do anything else for a good while. I just want to soak this all in. Revolting. You're vile beyond salvation. You mean to say that everything you did was purposely intended to jog incompetent's memory? Sure was. I knew your past, incompetent. I was positive your growth would be explosive if you managed to take responsibility for Ideal's life. Why do you care so much about others bearing the burden for stuff like that? True to his name, Renegade really is a man going against the system. Even so, I can sense how unwavering his convictions are. I can't help but ask him, this person who's caused me so much suffering, how he came to hold such strong beliefs. Renegade Detective, are your principles somehow tied to what you went through on this island? I don't usually talk about myself, but whatever. I'll humor you. Consider it a thanks for indulging me earlier. Let me tell you a tale from way back when. My family prized tradition overall, so from day one my individuality was like heresy. Apparently that's why they gave me to the SP, like Holmes' parents. How many times did I go through that maze for their experiments? It was so long ago my memory's fuzzy, but I remember seeing all those kids die. The cell beds we fought over at first outnumbered us in time. At that point, I was hailed as one of the 5 gifted subjects who could survive any trial. They called me Invincible Detective. During our repeated, life-threatening experiments, I realized they wouldn't stop until only one of us was left. So he is Invincible Detective. But that means Invincible Detective isn't the Quartering Duke. Also, there were 5 of us. There were 5 children who were the big ones. We know Renegade, we know we know us, and we know Saika. And I theorize one is Doleful. And I'm gonna take a wager and say he escaped with 2 friends, right? Age around 15 to 20. I think Posh is 20. I'm not entirely sure. Then now I realize knowing the ages probably was a little bit of a spoiler because that lets me know what the age range is for the people who were probably in that group with Invincible Detective, because they said the age range was from 15 to 20. I think Posh is 20. I'm not sure. But I don't think Posh was in the torture chamber. I think she would have brought it up by now. In which case, I don't think it can't be Mystic. It can't be Rame. She was in Russia and she was a wrestler. Workaholic was experimenting on us. Doleful is an option. Techie, I don't know. I don't think Techie was in the torture chamber. I don't have Bookworm either. Maybe Downtown. I'm putting a maybe on Downtown. But I do think Doleful had to have been part of it. Yeah, Techie's also 12. I'm putting a hard maybe on Downtown, and Doleful was definitely there. I don't think there's anyone else who would fit the bill aside from Downtown. Maybe Armor? I don't think Armor was in there, though. I think you would have mentioned it. Or maybe the third is someone we just don't know. In which case, then, whatever. Maybe they're just not important. So I figured if I died there, all the lives lost would have gone to waste. Basically, as a sole survivor, I could give their lives meaning. So that's when you escaped? Yep. Not with everybody else, though, sad to say. What a truly dreadful story. The DA's predecessor, the secret police, was behind everything after all? Having heard Renegade Detective's story, Posh's expression has grown somber. It's easy to sympathize with his experience, and I accept how it would shape his beliefs. But even so,
Renegade, I understand where you're coming from now, but you can't push your beliefs onto others. You really think everyone has to bear responsibilities for the lives around them? Here's the thing. Even if I'm spitting in the face of God, I won't betray my principles. I'll follow them and make others do the same. You won't accept my beliefs just as I won't accept your sense of justice. We could do this 1,000 times over and nothing would change. I agree with you there. Repeat your misdeeds 1,000 times if you want. I promise to stop you each and every time. Feels so green around the ears. Green, sweet, and all too tender. Like an unripened fruit that'll bruise at the touch. But fine by me. That's what gets me tingling after all. With all my heart, I pray your growth continues. Incompetent detective. Neither of us says another word. We're both silent in silent agreement. The fact of the matter is, he and I will never see eye to eye. Good heavens. Are you quite finished with your flim-flam yet? Tie up that scoundrel so we can return to the lobby. How to sue. Or sweet. Fuck. Posh sighs in exasperation. But at the very next moment... What in the world is going on? Calm down. I'm sure the power just went out. That's concerning. Did Workaholic cut the powers to prevent Renegade from escaping and is gonna, like, try to, like, kill him in the dark again? I take out my D-pad and toggle its flashlight. When I point the light forward, I notice that Renegade Detective has disappeared. Should have been standing right in front of me. Renegade Detective's gone. Pardon? How is that possible? I arc the light across the entire room, but no one's here aside from Posh and me. Could it be that he intentionally planned this outage in order to make his escape? No, I think Workaholic did and he ran. He must have fled. Let's go after him. You bumbling oaf. Moving about this darkness would be horrendously reckless. Come across a trap and it'll be the pearly gates for us. You mean the pearly gates? Same difference. Now come here, stand back to back with me, and pay close attention to our surroundings. Gotcha. She's so stupid. I love her. As directed, I turn my back against Posh's. We scan the area with our D-pad flashlights. As expected, there's no sign of anyone. You mustn't get careless now, understood? We can give chase once our eyes have adjusted to the darkness. Right. Sorry. I contemplate how much growing I still have to do as a detective when suddenly... the lights come back on. Of course, there's still no trace of Renegade Detective. We need to pursue him right away, but then... a piercingly shrill tone. A bell sounds off. Oh no, is someone dead? Oh! Oh shit! Workaholic... did he get fucking electrocuted? Oh shit. What happened? I don't believe it was Renegade. That's too obvious. Also, like, he wouldn't have the time. I imagine that the power outage was caused by this incident, right? Shit. Did he kill himself? I don't think he would have killed himself. There's no way he would have killed himself. Who would have done it? Who would have... quick, prediction time. Prediction time. Roster. Okay. Me and Posh have an alibi. Renegade was also with us. He has an alibi. So the only people left are Gourmet, Doleful, and Techie. And Bookworm. I don't believe it's Bookworm. Bookworm would never do that. It's gotta be Doleful. It's gotta be Doleful. If Doleful is the quartering duke, Doleful is the quartering duke, and this is revenge against what they did, then it has to be Doleful targeting Workaholic now that they know that Workaholic was part of it. I guess we could also say Techie because it's an electricity-based death, but I don't think Techie would kill after this whole arc of having to be responsible for people's lives. And I don't think Gourmet would do it either. So it must be Doleful. It has to be Doleful. This way, incompetent. It appears the emergency alarm has been triggered. Huh? That's... As the alarm continues to ring, we're confronted with a shocking sight that makes us convulsing with horror. Alright, we got a better look. He has some slashes on him. That means we have someone... Oh, it looks like they're trying to frame Renegade. With the cuffs, too? They're definitely trying to frame Renegade. Yeah, he's also wearing the guest bracelet. And there's another one on the floor. It's possible looking for whoever is missing their guest bracelet will lead us to the killer. Yeah, I can't get much more from this. It looks like he was knocked out, handcuffed, cut up, and placed in liquid so the electricity could fry him. Did everyone have the bracelet? Yeah, everyone had the bracelet. I imagine the water was to kill him, to electrocute him, like, fully, right? You know, like, you put the toaster in the bathtub type shit. It also feels like a time death. Maybe. I don't know fully about that. I think that his death caused the power outage there. And I think it was timed for us to be with Renegade, to maybe make it look like Renegade did it. Like, I don't know. Workaholic droops limply, handcuffed to a pipe extending from the fire extinguisher. His entire body is soaked. Countless lacerations cover him like a torture victim. Workaholic! What on earth happened here? Workaholic could not have been tied up before we entered the room. Before we fought Renegade. This happened in the time we were fighting Renegade. And this is an elaborate enough death that I would say that Renegade definitely did not have enough time upon the start of the power outage to leave the room and do all this. He doesn't respond to our cries. Could it be? His chest has been stabbed, but the wounds aren't deep. I'll check for a pulse. I'd say, like, at max, there's been 15 minutes that have passed. And that's really generous, because fights in real life don't take that long. You know? Fights in real life last, like, a few minutes tops. Of course, they had some talking afterwards, so I'd say, like, maybe, like, 10 to 15 minutes, if I'm being generous. Maybe 20 if I'm being, like, really, really generous. Workaholic held his ground against Renegade Detective. There's no way he could die like this. I hurry to take his pulse. However... Incompetent, stop! It's too dangerous to touch him! What? Doleful sprints towards me, but he's too late. I've already made contact with Workaholic's body. Pain immediately racks me like flames on my skin. What is this? Look, there's a bare electrical wire touching the pipe. Workaholic was electrocuted by the high voltage running through the cuffs. Really? So he's already... We don't know that for sure. The way Incompetent reacted, the current doesn't seem to be all that powerful. We can still save him if it was just a shock. Let's get those cuffs off him, quick. Gourmet takes a fork from her pocket, raises it up high, and slashes the chain connecting the handcuffs to the pipe in one stroke. Okay, I thought we were just gonna move the wire, but sure. Now we can touch him. Hurry! Quick, he needs CPR. Okay, maybe we can save him. What happened? Interesting that Doleful was so close. I guess he has danger sense, but still. Bookworm and Techie join us. I run to Techie to see if he has anything to help. Techie, we need you. Workaholic is in trouble. Do you have a defibrillator or anything like that? Of course. Just a moment. I'll get Zippy Zappy, my life-saving friend. I borrowed Techie's tool and put everything I have into getting Workaholic's heart back in rhythm. It shouldn't have been long since he was shocked. We can still make it. There's still time, I'm sure of it. What is it this time? That noise. It was above us, right? Did something happen to the elevator? Asked the girl, referring to what very well may have just occurred. Renegade has the elevator key.
I completely forgotten. Didn't Renegade Detective still have the elevator key with him when he escaped? I'll keep trying to resuscitate him. The rest of you go inspect the elevator. It appears to be our only option. Come along, Doleful. I'll go with you too, Posh. Techie, Bookworm, can you stay and help Incompetent?
Of course. Incompetent detective, if you grow tired, let me know and I'll take over, the girl said, lack of faith in her physical strength notwithstanding.
Thanks. Be careful, everyone. Workaholic, if you can hear me, say something. Workaholic! I call out to him as I repeatedly administer the AED to his heart. But time passes and his eyes don't stir even once. Workaholic, wake up, I'm begging you! You have a family waiting, don't you? Open your eyes. Please, Workaholic. Workaholic!
It's been over 10 minutes since recitation began. You should stop, the girl said remorsefully.
Hi, BT. Thanks for the lurk.
Even a doctor would have called it by now. There's nothing more to be done.
No. No, no. My legs give out as I sink to the floor. I had finally decided to protect the lives of others to the very best of my ability. Oh, that's fun. The moment Workaholic gave me the chance to put my words to action, he died. What a bitter, darkly ironic end. Apart from the stab wounds on his chest, his body remains untouched, making it harder to accept as reality. He really murdered? Who would do something so awful?
We're the only survivors left now, which means there's only one person who could be the culprit, right?
That's right. No doubt about it. The electrocution caused the alarm, which occurred when the power returned. The Workaholic was killed when the breakers were reset. All of us were with somebody else. That leaves only one candidate who could have set up this trap. It's him again. Renegade Detective. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because, like, someone would have had to overload the breaker. What would he have done that overloaded the breaker while he was literally fighting us? Also, when would he have had the time to tie him up? When would he have had the time to handcuff him? Like, you literally walked over here. And when you walked out, you immediately saw Workaholic. You would have seen him on your way here. The timing with which the breakers tripped was too perfect. He planned from the start to escape under the cover of darkness while killing Workaholic at the same time.
But it had been his plan to lure us here? Renegade Detective was waiting for the elevator to be repaired, was he not? The girl asked.
Yeah. What Bookworm says makes sense. Even with the key, he couldn't use it while so many of us were camped out in front of the elevator. What if he's using Workaholic's corpse and the alarm to distract us?
That explosion could have been Renegade Detective destroying the elevator after he finished using it.
Or it was Doleful helping his fucking associate escape. Because he's the Quartering Duke. Let's get back over there. We gotta find out what's going on. I take the lead as we head over to where the others are waiting in front of the elevator. You know, I haven't said it yet this stream, but I forgot to say it. But since we're getting into the murder part, this game has big boy themes and apparently a pretty big trigger warning on it. I don't know what the trigger warning is. Sisyphus posted it in the Discord the other day, so you could probably search that up. But be warned, I don't know if we're gonna get there. But just you know, keep yourself comfy, keep yourself safe. An unthinkable sight awaits us when we arrive at the elevator. Oh! Did it crush him? There's no fucking way. Or did all of them die? Did all of them get killed? What happened? The elevator is stuck, its door slightly ajar. Blood drips from the gap like a tap left running. Against my will, the overwhelming stench of blood forces me to imagine what tragedy could have transpired inside. The elevator was functioning, so I summoned it to our floor. And this is how it appeared. The inner doors will not budge, and everything is covered in blood. Okay, no, they're still here. The three of us weren't strong enough to open it.
Incompetent, could you help us out?
Yes, of course.
We all grab the gates and pull with our combined strength. The metal scrapes along as it gradually shifts. The more the gap widens, the more blood spills out, like opening a portal to hell.
I don't want to look, but I can't bring myself to avert my eyes. Once we forcibly pry the gates apart, a swirl of emotions assails me.
That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Doleful! Doleful, what are you doing? Doleful! It's definitely it has to be Doleful. It must be. Also, another point of suspicion towards Doleful. Pretty much... no, never mind. Never mind. Techie proves that wrong. But I was saying a lot of the stuff we got regarding the residual traces started being characters who had died or whatever, but the Techie thing is, it puts a wrench in that. Damn it. Never mind. I was gonna say it's suspicious that Doleful is the first one. Though I will say, it is suspicious Doleful's the first one because all the residual traces we've had so far have been relevant around where the narratives were for those memories happening, right? Like, we found Rowdy and Techie's around where those would have been relevant for their stuff, and we found Bookworm's around like right after she had her development. But Doleful just kind of like came out of nowhere as like the introductory residual trace. It's interesting. It's interesting.
Ah. A headless corpse tumbles out of the open elevator. They took his head? I guess that's probably the only way to kill him. Oh, the bomb! The bomb went out. The bomb went off. Who triggered the bomb? Who else has permission? Doleful can't have permission. Surely Doleful doesn't have permission. He's only rank 14. Well, yeah, we got him. We got permission from Ideal. Did Workaholic kill Renegade because he died? It triggered the bomb. No, because Workaholic didn't have permission to detonate the bomb. Like, the only thing I can think of is maybe Doleful stole Ideal's D-pad and like, remotely detonated it through the D-pad, through her D-pad. To check the ceiling. But he was finding a way to get his hand on the bomb, right? He was finding a way to be able to activate it himself. Because he wasn't able to activate it himself. Only people with select permission. Yeah, we don't know where the corpse's D-pads are. That's something that's kind of been left hanging a little bit, I feel. Like, even Senior's D-pad. We don't know where Senior's D-pad is either. Senior might have had access to kill him also. Also, actually, we know from way back when Senior's death was, and that the limbs were quartered. We know from way back then that the culprit used Senior's D-pad to send them all a message around the time that Senior had been tied up, right? Does the culprit still have Senior's D-pad and they've been using it the whole time instead of their own? Welcome back, Hassan. We have a double death. We have a double death. Workaholic and Renegade are gone. Blood flows from the stump of its neck. I know I've seen this body before. That body that was close. Could it be? Renegade detective? What? But Renegade killed Workaholic, did he not? So why is Renegade himself dead as well?
Perhaps it's a decoy. We should thoroughly inspect the body.
Right, it could be a fake corpse, but I don't think it is. It's also possible that entering the elevator itself triggered it. Like, there's some places that he isn't supposed to have access to. And if he enters those areas, it explodes. That's possible as well. Stay back, Bookworm. We'll take a look. We cautiously approach what appears to be Renegade Detective's remains and investigate. I haven't seen a decapitated body in a long time. Nauseating, isn't it? There wasn't a lot of time between now and us losing sight of him. We cut his head off and how? But the explosion, I think, would have been strong enough to explode his whole body, not just his head. I don't know. I don't know. The collar Workaholic mentioned must have gone off. It's also horrible.
What we heard a minute ago was the collar detonating, but what caused it? Oh, right, we did hear an explosion. We heard an explosion in the elevator. I refuse to believe that Renegade Detective could die so easily, the girl said, sharing her candid opinion while covering both eyes with her hands.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It looks like it looks like the Renegade we know so well. But without any head on the corpse, we can't tell if it's really him. Knowing him, it doesn't seem impossible that he'd still be hiding somewhere, alive and well. And then there are further mysteries atop of all this. What? We hear a tremendous boom from above us. It feels closer than the last one, if the shaking floor is any indication. If the first explosion was the collar, then what's the second one?
There are too many peculiarities about all this, don't you think?
Absolutely. Renegade was the only one with an elevator key, so no one other than him could have called for it. But Renegade was killed on an upper level, so maybe it makes sense to assume someone besides us was on the surface. Is Vidocq up there? Vidocq? The #1 detective? The founder? Is he up there? Did he activate it? It might be Vidocq. Someone besides us? But who? Were they in the research facility above ground the whole time, waiting for him to arrive? Because we've been cut off from the outside world for several days now. So someone must have come realizing something was wrong, right? That's a possibility. It could be Vidocq. If that's the case, then who could have murdered Workaholic? To say someone was biding their time up there presents a clear contradiction.
Two of them were simultaneously killed on separate levels, but the conditions for each murder conflict with the other. If we were to name this case, then the case of the Paradox killing would be apt, said the girl, sharing her thoughts.
Paradox killings. Everyone apart from Posh and myself was in the lobby. It's an obvious fact that none of us could have killed Workaholic. Renegade Detective's the only one who had the opportunity to kill him, but he was killed too. Would there be someone else on this floor? Or is there someone like me with superhuman abilities to defy these contradictions? Holmes. What do I do? I ask Holmes, but I don't see her. She hasn't appeared at all since I remembered my past. Does that have something to do with why I haven't seen her since yesterday? Or is she choosing not to appear to me? I don't understand what's going on at all. It might be possible that us remembering slowly that we're the ideal detective is taking that away from her and it's severing her bond from us, which means we don't have her anymore. But I'd be very sad if that was the case. But there's no time to wait. We won't be able to escape this island if we don't unpack this mystery. We're so close to escaping. Our only choice is to solve this case, no matter what it takes. Chapter 5. The Case of the Paradox Murders. Let me save. You think you can reach headquarters?
No, nothing's changed. The comms network is just as unstable as it was when we first arrived on the island. Still, it's already been a week since we lost contact. Assuming they've noticed something's off, help should arrive soon.
There's no way we'll miss a rescue team as long as we're on the surface. Guess our best option is to sit tight and wait for now. Come to think of it, this lobby looks exactly like the one underground.
Yes, I'm sure that's on purpose. The elevator has no button for going down below, and you can't get there without that special key. It was clearly meant to be kept secret. Maybe it's designed like this so that even if pictures were leaked, they could explain it away. It's likely that there were members in the research facility who, like me, didn't know about the underground sector.
So even within the organization, they really didn't want anyone knowing, huh? We all have a look around, and while there are traces of an explosion, there isn't anything too unusual. That is, apart from one thing in particular.
Incompetent. I found Renegade Detective's head.
Ugh, it's horrible. If the head's intact, it must not be the bomb. The bomb's explosion was huge. It's overwhelmingly graphic. By no means can we let Bookworm's photographic memory see it. We keep watch, ensuring the rest don't notice. The area where the collar was implanted is scorched, confirming the noise we had heard was before. The noise we heard before was in fact the collar detonating. I guess. So I guess the cause of death really was the collar exploding then. I still think it's a little bullshit, but we'll see.
Hang on. Gourmet said he was caught between the elevator and floor and died from shock as it tore his head off. There was a gap between the elevator doors, remember? Judging by the scorch marks on them, it was forcibly made by an exploding collar. And then the elevator started moving, with his head still stuck in the gap, which, you know...
Which tore it off. It's hard to imagine anyone doing something so sickening. The plan must have taken into account how old the elevator is, not to mention its lax security measures. Whatever the case, it's horrifying. Wait, there are burn marks on his neck. That doesn't make sense if he wasn't killed by the explosion.
It must have been the second explosion. Renegade Detective took a number of reserve collars with him, right? He probably used one of them to blast the elevator doors open. So maybe the second one was his neck going off.
I don't know, that's bullshit. I think you're giving me bullshit reasoning, Doleful, because you're the culprit. So the collar on his neck detonated after it was already torn off. May have had it coming, but it's hard not to feel for him.
Yeah, it's hard to believe someone could think up a murder like this. The Quarting Duke's far crueler than we thought.
So the culprit detonated a reserve collar to force the elevator open, then stuck Renegade Detective's head between the doors and escaped. When the elevator moved, it tore off Renegade Detective's head, which rolled to the ground, with its collar going off shortly after that. Why go through all that effort? I can't make any sense of it. Why jump through all these hoops to kill Renegade Detective with the elevator specifically? It'd be way quicker and less risky to do away with him by hand.
There's also this, which I'm guessing was made to mock us. It was attached to the elevator's operating panel.
Doleful takes a piece of notepad paper from his pocket. Scribbled upon it are the words, "Warning, this button may cause death." That definitely feels like a Quartering Duke thing. This is definitely directly the Quartering Duke. It really did mean death for Renegade Detective.
Yeah, maybe Renegade Detective knew he was about to die and jotted this down as a joke. I was so tense when I pressed that button.
This is nothing to laugh at, though. Then again, trying to interject humor into such a morbid situation would be so very like him. Doleful has a lot of excuses! We finished examining his corpse and returned below ground.
I found spare collars in his pocket, probably the same model that was implanted on him. Workaholic mentioned before, but these devices can be remotely detonated via transmitters such as a D-pad.
How can it be done on a D-pad?
All you'd have to do is use the messaging function to send a keyword to the target. Keep things simple, let's call this keyword a command. I've analyzed the internal data and confirmed that the detonation requires a command from 3 or more devices.
Oh. Then who was Workaholic needed our help. Did he have Ideal's pad? No, because Ideal's pad would have probably been on her and there was no way to recover it. But if Workaholic, say, maybe had Senior's pad, or if there was someone among us that died, or someone among us currently that has that power, Workaholic probably had one person on the side or an extra D-pad and was looking for us to be the third because we're the only other option left.
Meaning three or more.
Meaning 3 or more D-pads. So basically, 3 or more detectives would have had to send those messages to Renegade Detective. Workaholic said that he needed my help with the detonation. So he planned to have me, himself, and an unknown third party use our D-pads to trigger it.
By the way, there's also a security function that causes it to self-destruct when the back is pried open, preventing you from seeing any internal data.
This is straight out of a spy movie. Couldn't that be used to trigger an explosion?
It'd go off in under 10 seconds. You can't open the back when it's attached, so it's hard to utilize systematically. At best, it could be a small bomb.
So you could use one to bust open the elevator doors, but anything beyond that would be a lot of extra trouble. No. The bomb, the bomb explodes if you try to open it to tamper with it, I believe. It's a security... Or... It might be, actually. No, the D-pads to trigger it. No. There's a security function that causes it to okay, so if you open the D-pad from the back, it'll self-destruct. That's what we're getting. When the back of the D-pad is pried open. You can't open the back when it's attached, so it's hard to utilize systematically. At best, it could be a small bomb. No. It is the bomb. It is the bomb. Did the culprit really sever Renegade Detective's collar, remove it, and then detonate it? When the back of the bomb mechanism is pried open. No, that'd take me too much time and leave even more evidence. It makes sense for it to be detonated the more standard way. Remotely. And if it was detonated remotely, that means anyone who had permission and the D-pads to do it could have done it. If Workaholic had one permission, the unknown third party had another permission, and then they stole, say, Senior Detective's D-pad to give them a third permission, they could kill a Renegade. And the only person who could have done that would be the Quarting Duke, because the Quarting Duke killed Senior Detective. I'm locked in. I got this. I know. I'm the knower. I'm a genius. Can you tell which devices were used to do this?
Unfortunately not. The detonated collar was blown to smithereens, so there's no way to check. What if they used the D-pads of those who already died? The girl asked, presenting a third possibility.
Thank you, Bookworm. That could be a workaround, yes. But then again, they would require each fingerprint recognition, so only their owners could use them, correct?
Why not just cut off a finger from a corpse and take it with you? The girl replied.
Gracious, what a dangerous mind you have, lingering behind that sweet face.
Well, it is a possibility. One could easily carry around a severed finger or two.
If the culprit is a Quarting Duke, it's definitely not out of the question for him. You could easily steal a finger from Quarting Detective. Fuck! I wish I could see the CG of Workaholic. Did he have all his fingers? Wait. Workaholic and Renegade mentioned an alternate method of triggering the detonation, right? Maybe the culprit used that instead.
Good point. That's something we'll need to look into. Thanks for bringing it up.
There's an alternate way. Also, we finished Workaholic's post-mortem report. The cause of death is cardiopulmonary arrest due to prolonged electrocution. The stab wounds on his chest imply that he fought someone, but they don't seem to have anything to do with how he actually died. Also, there's nothing off about the shutter. The underground research facility was totally cut off from the outside ever since we arrived. So that means the culprit is here somewhere. I feel like they'd mention if he was missing a finger. But we've all been moving about together, so our alibis line up perfectly. Though I suppose you could just put the finger on it before he died. Like just open it up and then keep the D-pad open. I am again reminded of Bookworm's remark about these killings being paradoxical. Both of them died at virtually the same time, one above ground and one below. If we fail to address that, then we won't solve this case. Everyone's gazes instinctively turn towards me. I get it. It's become something of a pattern for an investigation to only really get going after I give the word.
I can do this.
やるしかないんだ。
I have to. I speak aloud, trying to encourage myself. Gonna save right before the investigation phase starts. Ooh, Renegade's Lifeless Face, huh? That's a fun title. Actually, what's this one called? No, we're still on Renegade's Lifeless Face. Okay. Ideal Detective isn't here, making this my first time taking charge on my own. I'm nervous, but it's something I must do.
皆さん、
Alright, everyone.
僕たちはもう
We could just head to the surface and call for help, leaving all this behind. But we're detectives. Whenever a case presents itself, our only option is to investigate it. A tragedy has occurred right before our eyes. It's up to us to reverse it. Everything about these two deaths is bizarre. Our investigation begins as we strive to detangle this mystery. Actually, sorry, I'm gonna save like right before the investigation begins. Has it changed? No. Okay. Just checking. There we go. His face was upstairs, May. Hey, mouse viewer. So for context, hey, okay, to be fair, you have only missed like 30 minutes. Because I went back all the way to Downtown's death, in order to S-rank all the cases so I could get the residual memories. So you have barely missed anything. And you're not at work anymore. Hi. I know I said I couldn't stream until Saturday because I needed to get work done, but unfortunately a side effect of taking my ADHD meds means that I cannot get work done because I'm so like hyper focused on this game. And I can't focus on anything else. So I need to finish this game before I can work on my thesis. It's really over for me. How the fuck was I supposed to know you were at work? Was I, like, you literally only missed 2 hours. 2 hours of me going through the rest of the game. Literally nothing. You just missed me getting some residual memories and also 2 deaths. We had a double murder. I was safe scumming so we could get... Well, I forgot. You can't expect me to remember things. I have ADHD. Essentially, I went through, I got residual memories from everyone, so I got their S ranks. And Renegade and Workaholic just had a double death. After fighting Renegade, we left to find, there was a power outage, we left to find Workaholic's body, covered in water, and he was handcuffed to a metal pole that had an electrical wire, like, put to it. So he died due to the electricity constantly coursing through his body. And Renegade, he escaped and went to the elevator, and when he got to the 2nd floor, something happened that caused his head to get stuck between the elevator doors and for the elevator doors to go back down. And his bomb also exploded, so he got decapitated. So his head is on the 2nd floor, and his body came back down in the elevator. And I suspect Doleful did it. There's no one else. You missed that completely. That's what they were talking about. Did you have ads? I'm sorry if so. All right. You're just your ADHD. It's okay. I'm here to recap. You have a high inspect radius. Yeah, you can get that for me. You have also really high inspect radius. I bet you can get that without going inside. No, you'd have to move one back, and that's not ideal. Fine, I'll put you in here. There we go. You can go over there and get that residual trace. Fuck. Your radius is so small. And then Techie can come out.
There's a lot of traps around there, it seems. Techie can just move over here. Or actually, no. Techie can just move a little bit. Because I might want him free to analyze some stuff after the preliminary. Alright. Preliminary, go. Why, if this isn't a rubber wristband for guests, who dropped it here? We need to return it from whence it came. Yep, I knew. Whoever doesn't have their wristband is suspicious. Or maybe they used the rubber wristband so they could deal with the electricity. So they wouldn't get shocked when dealing with the body or something. So the culprit overloaded the breakers, causing a blackout without touching the distribution board. They must have used the AC to pull it off, but how? Alright. This info hasn't been logged. Okay, that's just the default dialogue. Also default dialogue. Does this photo belong to Posh? Alright, photo of happy employees. After dinner, in my infinite wisdom, I reflect upon the day's events and chart our next course, as one would expect from a chief detective. It has been an entire 24 hours since our imprisonment within this manor. A rather precarious situation, to say the least. Although we have access to ample provisions, morale will inevitably crumble in due time. Those with such temperaments as Rowdy's, blunt with a strong sense of justice, could run amok at any moment. I must keep them in check. Though I feel ideal detective, that is Holmes, would have done a finer job of doing so. I recall the face of my eternal competitor. Ultimately, I was never able to best her. A knock sounds at the door, breaking me out of my reverie. Oh, Posh is fine. Posh is like pretty much the only person who's guaranteed to have not done it because she was with us the whole time. The bomb that Renegade put on her wrist, he didn't actually know how to implant it, so he just like loosely wrapped it around and was kind of bluffing about it. Keeping my guard up, I open the door to see Workaholic. In his hands, he holds a teapot that I remember spotting in the dining room. I saw on the security cameras that you were still up. If there's something on your mind, would you like to discuss it over tea? My, aren't you a receptive one? For a commoner, I shall humbly accept your offer. Black tea is mental fuel for the noble woman, after all. Workaholic beckons me to sit on the bed before pouring some into cups on the desk. After adding in my preferred amount of sugar, he prefers the drink with me and meticulously practiced. He prefers the drink to me with meticulously practiced ease. The full-bodied aroma wafting from the cup soothes my weary mind. From the looks of it, you've been overworking yourself since yesterday. Are you doing all right? Overworking myself? Preposterous! Oh, thank you not to think so little of the aristocracy. No need to put on a strong front. Weren't you and the chief on close terms? You'd always go on about how you're going to blossom one day. Holmes said that about me? And in spite of her constant mockery, too, I think she would leave such a sentiment behind upon meeting her demise. The yellow-bellied coward. I nearly speak my vitriol aloud before I realize my words will not reach her, quietly swallowing my vexation. I'm well aware of your circumstances. All the pressure you're under to rebuild your family's standing. Only if you would continue only you would continue to use your legal name in spite of the risk. Ariel Allen Pinkerton. I find your commitment impressive, actually. Is it just me, or when Workaholic's lines start, they're like really loud for some reason? Ariel Allen Pinkerton. Having said that, it's also cause for concern. I fear you'll grind yourself down to nothing, the way our old chief did when she died defending us. He has me pegged. I feel the voice hitch in my throat. However, a proper chief cannot allow such commentary to faze them. Thus, I maintain a cool demeanor and give my reply. Bear in mind, I am of society's upper crust.
Thus it is my duty to suffer on behalf of the common people. As acting chief, I have an obligation to protect those around me, for Holmes' sake as well. Please do not trouble yourself over this.
Got it. You're right. If things were that simple, you wouldn't be struggling like this. I just hope the day comes when you let yourself cooperate with those around you, rather than trying to shoulder everything on your own. It's too late for some folks, like me and the old chief.
With that, Workaholic excuses himself. Left in my own company, I began to ruminate upon his words. It was too late for Holmes and Workaholic, was it? Oh, but to that. I refuse to change either. Since my birth, no other soul has tried in earnest to restore the Pinkerton name. Far from assisting my endeavors, many have taken to mockery instead. But trials by fire are all I know. I am of no mind to alter my methods. Rest assured, Holmes. Even should it claim my life, I shall oust your killer and see this group home safely. Well aware that she cannot hear me, I voice this proclamation to my lifelong rival nonetheless. Aww. Man. Alright, I need Techie to analyze whatever's more difficult. There we go. They're so Yuri. I think everyone else has been checked, so let's investigate. Yep, this wristband glows in the dark, so it was used to find Workaholic during the outage. Plus, it could insulate him from the electrified cuffs. We think this game might be quick. I don't know. I don't know yet. Maybe. I feel like it's been pretty straight so far, given that Watto seems to have fallen for Saika. And Renegade, okay, like Renegade wears heels and stuff, but like, I mean, not that I don't love him for it, but it is a negative stereotype to make queer people or people who act queer and like gender non-conforming into crazy killers. Unfortunately, he does fall into that stereotype, but I like him a lot, so I can forgive it. And also, like, he's definitely, like, queer or bisexual or whatever the fuck he is. I have no doubt about that. However, will that ever explicitly come out in game? Will he ever be like, doleful, you want to get down and dirty? No, because he's dead. They buried him. Unless there's like a residual memory where like he and Doleful kiss, but I doubt that's going to happen. What did you miss last night? When did you leave again? Is Doleful? No, Doleful is not confirmed evil yet. You have decent analyzation. You can't reach anything, so you can analyze something in the meantime. I think you can reach that from outside, can't you? No, you can't. In that case, you can get in here and inspect this. It was around 4 my time. Do you remember the last thing that happened from your point of view? She's so cute. You can do map-wide movement. Pervert ideal? Ooh, okay. Workaholic threatened us. I think, we found out that we were the original ideal detective, and that, we were pronounced dead. And that fucked us up. Yeah, so, it turns out, we found a file that said that Watto Hojo was, a file from 10 years ago, a file from 10 years ago when we were in the torture labyrinth as a child. And it said that Wato Hojo was the ideal detective, and that he died, and the rest of it was blacked out. And we were like, what the fuck does this mean? What could this possibly mean? Yeah, well, I imagine it's because we showed great potential in the detective experiments, right? I realize now, ideal detective doesn't mean, oh, like they're the perfect detective, like they're our ideal detective, like it's not a self-proclaimed thing. It's the ideal detective that they fabricated. They were making the ideal detective. But anyway, let me read this line real quick. A broken USB? That can't be a coincidence. Who did this and why? Interesting. Analysis complete. I read through this, but the only new info I gleaned is about the designer of the manor. It was apparently made by one Meiko Aragi. Meiko Aragi. Bloodstain, but whose blood is this? I need to analyze it quick. Okay, so we discovered all that, right? And then Workaholic came in and threatened Bookworm's life in order to give us the book that we were reading. But we ended up not giving it up and kind of convincing him of our ideals. Workaholic was like, oh, if you were on a plank floating in the ocean and that was the only thing keeping you alive and another survivor came on and the plank is not buoyant enough for the both of you, you would probably kill the person who came onto the plank to further your own survival. And then, you know, Wato was like, I don't know if I would, actually. I think I would sacrifice myself. Or rather, instead of sacrificing myself, I would let him have the plank and then find another way. And he said that, Workaholic said that was, like, an idealization. That it wasn't realistic. And Wato argued that he thinks detectives should be, idealistic. Because if not, then their sense of justice and like their ability to do whatever the fuck they want will lead them down dark paths like Workaholic. Like they should try to strive for idealism, because otherwise they're going to get into dark places because of their ego, right? Because detectives are hella egotistical. So if they're not in a we have to save everyone and like help people mindset, then they're going to end up like hurting people. Because they want to further their own egos and shit. And that caused Workaholic Detective to kind of back off a bit. And he said he wasn't going to back down from his resolve, but like he respected Wato. And then after that, we confided in Posh about everything. And Posh was like, I'll help you. And she was the realest one ever. She was awesome. And she admitted that, you know, like, Wato is probably more fit to be, like, cheap than her. And she really respects him and whatever. And they all look like to him. And you know, like, he encouraged her. They encouraged each other. It was very sweet. It was very good. And then Renegade came over the intercom and was being problematic. As always, and essentially, after a lot of threatening, he took Posh hostage, and said, Wato, I want you to meet with me alone or else, and so we met with him, and, we traded, the key to the elevator that Posh managed to steal from him and give to us. We traded that for, whatchamacallit. The key to Posh's handcuffs for Posh, essentially. It's the AC remote. While seemingly irrelevant, such things can be unexpectedly vital in a crime fiction, the girl said, nudging the fourth wall.
Oh, she's so silly. I love her.
Okay, the memory chip is intact. There's a special method of triggering the color saved on it. I'll do a thorough analysis and report back.
And, anyway, as we were fighting Renegade, Renegade managed to figure out that we have the power to see the future. Which was bad. That's bad for us. So, he ends up, realizing that we can only see the future for lethal attacks, and we find out that he's been trying to figure out what Holmes's power is for super long, and him, like, figuring out that he was able to... No, that's not yet, May. Figuring out that, she was able to sense, like, lethal attacks and stuff got him really excited, and he says that, like, detective work also really gives him a high, and he really loves it. And it's a different high than he gets from killing. And then he had to start attacking us with non-lethal attacks. We pass out from all the attacks, and Watto has a flashback realizing that he does remember the feeling of dying in the past. And we had a flashback to when he was in the torture labyrinth. He was Ideal Detective, and he had gained that title after passing through the maze a few times and managing to survive. And the other kids started calling him Ideal Detective because he would always help the other kids through the maze so they wouldn't die. And he had the future vision back then. He had it. He had Holmes's power back then. And one day he got the future vision that the next time they were put into the torture labyrinth, Psycho was going to die. And so he decided that he wanted to be like Sherlock Holmes and embody him and be the good detective. And so he took Psycho with him to escape. He convinced her to escape with him. And they ran into the Red SPX, and he sacrificed himself to save her. And as he was dying and passing out, and blacking out, we heard Psycho speak out to some unknown party and say, if you're out there, listen to me. Let me take his place. I'll become the Ideal Detective or whatever. And I can only assume it's some supernatural force because the Dayless Night is a religious movement, right? It originally started as like a religious thing with Lucifer. And so I'm just like, as far as I'm concerned right now, Holmes spoke to God. Psycho spoke to God and essentially switched places with Watto and became the Ideal Detective and gained his power. And somehow that managed to cause him to survive. I'm not sure how, but he was marked as dead. But somehow he lived. I imagine due to Psycho. And then she lived on in his place and decided to stop being childish and to become stronger. And I imagine that's why she has the link to us and is a residual memory, because she basically became us. She took our power, she took our ability, she took our role. And so we are like directly linked because of that. And as we have started learning this, she started disappearing. We haven't seen her since that flashback, I don't think. And anyway, Watto wakes up and manages to defeat Renegade by using Shocky Walkie, the taser that Techie made. And Renegade is unable to go down until Watto whispers the final piece of the puzzle to him, which is that he can also detect future tragedies and other people's deaths. Like, like imminent disaster, essentially. And that is enough to satisfy Renegade, and he passes out. We save Posh, and then he wakes up because he can only sleep for 5 minutes. And we talk to him, and he admits that he was Invincible Detective. It's true. He always made it out of the mazes, and he, the reason that he feels like other people should be held responsible for the lives of others is because he kept going through and surviving while all these other kids died around him. And so he believes he should be held responsible for all of those, and he should live, carrying the weight of them on his back. Because no one else was going to take responsibility for them.
And he believes that everyone should be taking responsibility for the lives around him. But Watto says that, you know, his philosophy is still whack, even though he understands where he's coming from. And then the power outage happened, and then he ran away. I don't know if he's committed any murders since then. We haven't, like, heard of many. I don't know. And also, like, the first few murders he committed were pretty justified. So I think he kills for reason. You know, like he doesn't just, like, kill willy-nilly, even though he says he does. I think he does kill. Honestly, I think he just kills in self-defense. Or he kills in order to come to a conclusion. Yeah, but he didn't do it directly. Like I don't think he, like, was 100% sure whether anyone would die or not, you know? Like, they might have all died. But, you know, he also knew how the thing worked. But I don't know if he was like 100% someone was die, you know? And even then, I think, you know, he had his own twisted philosophy. I'm not saying he kills for justified reasons. I'm saying he kills in alignment with his philosophy. So he wouldn't, like, commit a murder that didn't line up with his philosophy. Incompetent aside, only Workaholic was bleeding. He fought somebody prior to being electrocuted and washed his wounds in the shower. I see. The fan speed and temperature are at max, and the timer is set to before the act. No doubt this remote was part of the crime. Alright. Nothing else to do. He did have beef with that 12-year-old like crazy, yeah. The Techie's residual, like, trace memory thing was literally Renegade having beef with him. Again. And, like, scaring Techie into telling him his full name. I think we analyzed everything that needs to be analyzed. Awesome. Do we have any more points that need to be investigated like that? No. Okay. You're gonna go over here to get this for me. Anyway, Workaholic then dies. We find his body after the power outage. Renegade runs away to escape. And then after that, I already summarized what happened with Renegade dying. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Tiff. Big stretch. And a sippy. Does that redeem? It means I stretch and I hydrate myself. A sippy whippy. True. I'm gonna start moving over here. Oh, the biggest one? Yeah, it's to make me go to sleep. Alright. He has enough inference to deal with those on his own. She also has enough inference to deal with them. So I'm gonna, like, get them together so they can start tackling this over here. Because you don't have any analyzing to do, let's back you up and map-wide move you over here for me. Alright, this is kind of just like a setup investigation round. Inspect. Inspect. And then you can... You're gonna inference, and you're going to assist her. And then you can move in here, and you're going to infer about that. Actually, I'm gonna have, her do that. Because I think you have higher movement than she does. Yeah, you have way higher movement, so you would be able to get to the other one. Yeah, okay. So you get over here. You infer about this. And then you get over here and infer about this. I imagine those are the residual bombs? I can only assume. How do you think we'll survive the VN? I don't know. Like, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it was only Watto. I didn't expect a double death. Like, we're dwindling down really fast. So, we'll see. We'll see. I think that if it's not just Watto, the group that we have left will probably survive, except for Doleful, because I think Doleful is the killer. And maybe Doleful will take, like, one or two other people out with him. For some reason, I doubt the children are gonna die, but, like, also Rowdy died, and Rowdy was, like, 14, so we'll see. Workaholic's wrist burns prove he was shocked by the handcuffs. Maybe the electrocution was delayed by keeping the cuffs off the skin. I disarmed the bomb, just like Techie taught me to. Everything should be fine now. Is this the renegade detective's parting gift from the netherworld? The girl asks, petting the stuffed animal and disabling the bomb as Techie instructed. They got my keywords, let's go. Nothing left to do there. You have 3 inference. What's your inference like again, bud? 2. Actually, do I have any more points that need that? No. Okay. So, how about you head over here for me. You also head over here, because you're gonna assist him. I think you could stand to... I don't know what you guys should do. I guess one of you come over here and one of you go over there. Well, we lost all our stuff, I think. Because Ideal took it from us when she became the new Ideal. And you're going to infer this. And then I want you to move a tad up here, and I'm not gonna have you infer quite yet. I want you to get that keyword. Okay, yep. I'm glad you didn't miss it either. How very intriguing, mused the girl, imitating the genius physics professor of a certain TV show. He's cute. Okay. That's all prepped. Investigate, and let's get those last mystery points in. Alright. Assist. And then you're going to infer. She has low inference, you have really high. Move you up here. You can infer there. And then let's get her here to assist you both. Every PC here was forced to shut down. Last time we ensured they were properly turned off. If they were on in every room when the outage hit, then... Compared to Workaholic, there aren't many wounds on Renegade Detective. Perhaps he wasn't simply a victim, the girl said, presenting a new option. Alright. Let me just double check. Alright, there's nothing. Results we go. Saving. What's the new load called? Or just chapter 5, okay. We reconvene in the ground floor lobby after completing our investigation. At long last, we've made it to the surface. Though it's a hollow victory, so long as we're unable to make a distress call.
Still, at least we're above ground now. If a rescue ship appears, we should be able to signal it. We've been cut off from communication for over a week, so help should arrive at any moment. It's good that we're back up here.
There's just one problem. We still don't know how Workaholic and Renegade Detective died. It would be a major problem if the culprit is in fact one of us. We need to find the truth before help arrives. Yeah, you're right. Let's start by getting the facts of this case in order. I suppose the greatest mystery is, who was it that triggered Renegade's collar? It required 3 D-pads to send a command to it, correct? If Workaholic was one, then who were the other 2?
Let's refer to whomever secretly harbors these murderous thoughts towards Renegade Detective as Judases for now. To reiterate, the detonation necessitates 3 commands. If Workaholic sends one, we are left with 2. Meaning there are 2 Judases apart from Workaholic, the girl said, hinting at the possibility she preferred not to consider.
It's okay, Bookworm. I suspected that there were Judases among us too at first, but as I investigated, I realized I was wrong. No one here could have sent a command. Renegade fell for the culprit's scheme, fulfilling the secret conditions to trigger his collar. Secret conditions? What else could there be besides sending those command words? I think, like, he went to somewhere he wasn't supposed to go, right? The rules were hidden on that broken USB. One of us should be able to explain it. Techie! Techie, you can explain it, right?
Yes, that USB was found dropped in the facility, yeah. It contained the files that were taken from the last PC in the lab, the ones regarding the collars. Whoever smashed the USB hoped to destroy it, but its actual storage space is so tiny that the data was still intact after the fact.
Guess what sort of guidelines does Renegade Detective's collar have? The culprit used them to kill the man himself, did they not? Yes, the culprit understood these rules and predicted what steps Renegade would take. In order to kill Renegade, they were prepared to put their own life at stake. Literally. What? You couldn't possibly mean... Workaholic? Obviously, yeah. Renegade Detective's killer was Workaholic. He's both a victim and a culprit in this case. He leveraged the rules by dying to detonate Renegade Detective's collar. Oh! So he did kill himself. Enough with putting on airs. What precisely are these rules?
If a detective designated as an observer died within a 10-meter radius of Renegade's D-pad, that would also trigger a command message.
Oh! That makes sense. That makes sense, yeah. That checks out. So he made it look like Renegade killed him by cutting himself up and handcuffing him to the wall, and then he had the power outage happen. So the power outage happened, he hooked himself up while the power was out, and he did that to himself, and then the power came back on, and he died for it. Killed himself to kill Renegade. I'm sorry for suspecting you, Doleful. You didn't do it. My bad. His haterisms are insane. You gotta respect it.
Observers have a chip implant that connects to their heartbeat. An automatic command is sent if they go into cardiopulmonary arrest.
Oh, positively ghastly. Just what are these observers, anyway? I couldn't answer that, but I can speculate who they are based on all that's happened so far. First, there's Workaholic. There's no doubt he's at the center of all of this. Then there's me. Workaholic made that perfectly clear. You mean to say there's some manner of chip inside you? Yeah, I think. I was unconscious for a few days before waking up on the island. It could have been implanted then. Or actually, Workaholic knew, so it might have been implanted while I was captive 10 years ago. After all, the third person went through the same ordeal.
Which means the third observer is...
Yes, Ideal Detective. He threatened to detonate Renegade Detective's collar when he attacked me the first time we met. That would have been really funny, yeah? He was likely within 10 meters of where Ideal Detective was killed, so one command has already been triggered. Essentially, Renegade was destined to die after 2 more commands. Huh? But I thought Renegade was pretty far away back when Ideal died. Give me... Uno momento. Por favor. Alright, I'm back. Why am I speaking Spanish? I picked it up, like, a lot of my family speaks Spanish. so sometimes it comes into my mannerisms. I'm back though. We get all cozy again. Not to mention, she's been dead for a week now. Does that command remain in effect? From what I recall, he might have just been barely in range, so either the command reached him or she expected him to go rogue and set it in advance. It's plausible for a detective to wind up trapped with a collared individual, just like we were, so once sent, the command probably wouldn't expire.
Detonation requires 3 commands, 1 from each of the observers total, meaning you need consent from all of them to trigger the collar. That would explain why Workaholic pushed so hard to persuade you, incompetent detective, the girl said, recollecting the events thus far.
Huh? Wait a sec. If a command gets sent at the time of death, isn't something still off? Even if Ideal and Workaholic's commands were sent when they died, you still need another person, right? Wasn't that the reason Workaholic was pressuring you so much, incompetent? To try to get you to go along with the plan? Right. That's the tricky part. But the answer's easy, really. A normal command and one sent due to cardiopulmonary arrest are considered distinct from one another. So if you sent a command and then died afterwards, you would essentially be sending 2 commands. He tricked the fucking system! Where did you come across this information? I don't believe Workaholic ever spoke a single word of this, did he? Exactly. That was all part of his trap. Pressing me was part of the plan too, I bet. Him not being able to detonate the collar without my help was just a lie to put Renegade off his guard. He probably had no clue that the collar would go off if Workaholic died nearby. Workaholic would be thrilled so long he slew Renegade. Even if things took a grim turn, you were killed, this would allow him to strike back. It would appear that Workaholic's willingness to stake his life on this was no exaggeration. Okay, so he wouldn't explode for choking us out, but Workaholic still too slow. Yeah, I mean, he never had a place where Workaholic was sitting still for long enough, because Renegade was sitting still for long enough. Bro only sleeps for 5 minutes. He's constantly on the move. Like, he would have to, like, set all this up. Also, there weren't a lot of opportunities to, like, die in the maze nearby Renegade, especially after he was being pursued by the rest of the group. And there was no way to know where Renegade Detective was in this building until he challenged us over the fucking intercoms. I have to wonder, too. Did he intend to die from the very beginning? No, I don't think so. I think he tried to survive to the bitter end. Yeah, I agree. If he'd always planned to give his life, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to commit that murder back in the dungeon. But I think Workaholic was so determined to put an end to Renegade that he was prepared for the slim chance they'd end up going to the grave together. But it'd all be in vain if Renegade knew how the commands work. Workaholic tried to keep him unaware by extracting the PC's data onto the USB. But as Workaholic feared, he was killed by Renegade, causing the latter to die in turn. Their fates remain entwined until the end. Hold on a moment. If Renegade really did kill Workaholic, how did he go about it? Incompetent and I were locked in combat against Renegade right until Workaholic was murdered. Fucking Renegade started the breaker up as he left. We probably saw him there. As he was like setting up his thing. Well, I despise coming to Renegade's defense like this. I'm reluctant to believe he was able to trip the breakers or restrain Workaholic. The electrocution involved a very simple trick, you see. The culprit had a system in place for controlling the timing of the outage. Oh, he used the remote. He probably activated all the electronics with the remote for the air conditioning, or via the timer. Either way, he did that for his escape, and he ran all the way to the elevator and he turned it all off to restart the breaker, the timer reset by the time he got to the elevator, and that's why he died in the elevator. Electrocution only requires an active current. In other words, you won't be shocked so long as electricity isn't flowing. This case appears complex, but it's actually a fairly basic gimmick. The electrocution's timing was controlled by causing a blackout. Right? Yeah. That's right. The culprit controlled the timing of the electrocution by intentionally causing a blackout. The outage was certainly deliberate, but could one truly arrange an electrocution right in the middle of it? When the facility went dark, we were unable to see a thing without a light source. Use the wristband. Such a lowbrow intuition for one so high class, the girl said, despite her vexation. Despite her vexation, she carries on with a benevolence rivaling the Virgin Mary's. Recall the condition Workaholic was found in. With him in handcuffs and doused in water, it would be easy to electrocute him. It would prove difficult to restrain a person in this manner. You would only have a few minutes from the breaker tripping to the light returning. Perhaps so, but the culprit used a simple tool to create a setup that hindered electrocution. You know it was used, right, incompetent detective? Asked the girl, passing the buck as she so often did. The unexpected question startles me. But it's fine, I've been keeping up with our investigation, so a question like this is no problem at all. It was, double checking. A simple tool, yep. It was probably the remote, right? Or... oh, wait, shit. Wait. Hang on. To restrain someone, you'd only have a few minutes. It's gotta be... It's gotta be the rubber wristband, right? Please. Yes! It was a rubber wristband on the floor nearby, wasn't it? Isn't that one of those visitor bands from the lab? Workaholic used one to unlock the doors. It seems strange for it to end up on the floor of the crime scene. Obviously, it's no coincidence. This wristband was instrumental to how the culprit electrocuted Workaholic. Before the outage, Workaholic was restrained while wearing the wristband. That way, it wouldn't matter if the current was on. The band would act as an insulator, stopping electricity from reaching him. Then, while the power was out, the culprit removed the wristband, ensuring electrocution would occur when the power returned. Current flowed for minutes before we arrived. Oh, fuck, I was doing the wrong voice. The current flowed for minutes before we arrived. No amount of struggling would have staved off death, the girl said, contemplating incompetence theory. But there was a blackout, remember? How did they remove the wristband in the dark? The band is phosphorescent, just like that paint in the dungeon. It wouldn't have been hard to locate them, even in the dark. Of course, in fact, tripping the breakers was part of their plans too. Of course. Sorry, fuck. I got a bad line read. Hang on. Of course. In fact, tripping the breaker was part of their plan too. The whole thing was orchestrated from the start. So, whoever shut off the circuits is the culprit. Who was it that touched the distribution board and disrupted the power? thing is, the breakers tripped on their own. I beg your pardon? That couldn't possibly be the case. A noble woman such as myself may be ignorant of the ways of the world, but do not take me for a fool. Actually, it is possible. In fact, the lights in here are about to go out again shortly. Of their own volition? Doleful, can you reset the breakers? On it. After a moment, the room's lights flicker back on. See? You can cut off the power without messing with the breakers. Dispense with your showboating and explain us the fact, and tell us how it works. In nobleman's terms, if you please. Yeah, it looks like Workaholic didn't intend to die, no. I think it's a little weird that we didn't see Workaholic strung up. I mean, were the lights off? I don't think, maybe we took a different path to get there to the room. I know the lights were off in the, they were at least dimmed in the archive. I don't know, I'm just like confused why we didn't see Workaholic's body on the way there, if this was set up beforehand. Urged on by Posh, I began my explanation. When we turned on the lab's AC, the airstream moved the mouse, causing the PC to boot itself up, correct? I recall, the computer was asleep, but when the air conditioning jostled the mouse, it awoke. Your point being? Using the same principle, the culprit turned all the lab's PCs on at the same time. The AC in the lab is powerful. If the computers were all in sleep mode, isn't it possible for them to all wake up at the same time?
For any appliance, it's the startup that consumes the most power. Turning on that many PCs at the same time causes a spike, tripping the breakers.
Also, the AC has a feature where you can set it to switch on at a certain time. Arrange things beforehand, and all you have to do is wait. I see. By using this maneuver, one can trigger a blackout whenever they so wished. Naruhodo. Thus, Renegade Detective laid this trap, murdering Workaholic while fighting us to create an alibi. But not long after, he himself met a cruel end. What happened to Renegade Detective, Incompetent? Tell us the full story. Okay, I'll go over it all from the beginning. Everything that brought about this bizarre case that occurred simultaneously on multiple floors. We presumed these cases were linked, but in truth they were completely separate events, ultimately resulting in two connected deaths. First off, Workaholic, one of the victims, set a command so he could kill Renegade, even in the event of his own death. According to the rules, if I had also set a command, or if Workaholic's heart stopped, Renegade's collar would detonate. Unaware of all this, Renegade Detective started to corral us in Workaholic. Given the state of the body, Renegade clashed with Workaholic and tied him up somewhere before luring us in using an announcement. Once Posh was successfully taken hostage, he began making preparations to set up the breakers and electrocute Workaholic. It was a simple trick. He cuffed the unconscious Workaholic, using the wristband as an insulator. Then he attached wires to the cuffs. I guess it's the archive can't be down a different hall though, because the archive, we walked out and immediately saw Workaholic's body. What? Unless we moved down like further in the hall or something, and it was in a different area, and we were going back to the others, and it was on the way to the others. But then we would have seen them on the way here. Either way.
Remove the band and Workaholic would fry. All he had to do was carry out his scheme. All he had to do to carry out his scheme was lure and fight Incompetent until the breakers tripped.
The appalling actions he directed at Incompetent were merely a gambit with which to divide our ranks. Ultimately, we failed to capitalize on our superior numbers, causing our efforts to be disjointed. Yeah, he had us on a string the whole time. As planned, the breaker shut off and Renegade used that opening to slip away. From there, he hurried to where Workaholic was tied up. He located the glowing band, slipped it off Workaholic's arm, and went to the distribution board, reset the breaker, and then... With no insulation, Workaholic was helplessly electrocuted. At the same moment, the power went to the fire hydrant, triggering the alarm, right? Maybe the alarm going off was a coincidence. Renegade had plenty of colors with him, right? I guess maybe it was out of the way, and the only reason we went there was because the alarm sounded and it alerted us to the location of the body. In that case, it wasn't on the way to the archive. Okay. I accept that. I accept that as an explanation. That's fine. It could be that he originally planned to lead us around by making them explode. Either way, he used that drawn-out murder method as a means of getting our attention, concluded the girl. Exactly. Just like the culprit intended, we were distracted by the alarm and slow to realize that Renegade was riding the elevator to the surface. But Renegade Detective never figured out that killing Workaholic would fulfill the conditions to trigger his caller. As a result, he himself died, creating a case built on chain reactions. Their differing goals aligned, forming a bizarre picture for us to piece together. Still, that doesn't leave the actual manner of Renegade's... Doesn't that leave the actual manner of Renegade's death in question? You said so before our investigation. Renegade's death was not due to the collar's detonation, but by his head getting stuck in the elevator, no? The elevator doors wouldn't budge, probably because it was broken. We had to force them apart when it arrived on this floor too, right? Renegade must have faced the same situation. I see. Having lost an arm, he used his collar to blow it open. Yeah, but he only managed to make a small gap and struggled through it. At the same time, the elevator began to move, and he perished. Utterly foolish final moments for a man like him. I'm sure that even Renegade would panic then. He also left a strange note on the elevator button. Warning, this button may cause death. And unlike us, he didn't know at the time. He didn't know that he had time before his collar exploded. It makes more sense that he would lose control and start acting out. Yeah. Essentially, each of these two deaths was inadvertently caused by the other. It seemed like an unsolvable double murder at first, but the perpetrator unwittingly took their own life when they killed Workaholic. Honestly, I don't think Renegade wrote that note while he was dying to put it on there. I think he wrote that in order to scare them from following after him in the elevator. Like, if he got out and he called it back down, it would be a bluff to make them think that he put a bomb in the elevator, and if they hit the button, the bomb would go off. The culprit is obvious. There's two. Which one do I pick? Renegade. Renegade. Renegade did set this whole thing up. That's right. Renegade Detective is the culprit responsible for both murders. Suddenly, the face Renegade wore in death flashes through my mind. Renegade Detective was smiling. Oh, I don't like that. He should have been panicking as his doom drew near. That explained why he did something so illogical. But his satisfied expression gives me pause. My theory actually right? If Renegade Detective is a culprit, the case is closed. The most suspicious person of all got what was coming to him. Death. Workaholic and Renegade, their bond ended in mutual destruction. You really think Renegade is the type of person to panic? Bro got his arm off and got his arm cut off and was still smiling. I bet he thought it was fucking funny. He was like, oh, I die like this. This is so fucking stupid, lol. It leaves a bitter taste, but from here, all we need to do is wait for help without any further mishaps. It's the best possible outcome for us. So why am I still so uneasy? Doleful did it. Doleful killed him. Easy. Easy. Oh. Right. I realize why my concern lingers.
It's my lack of faith in my own abilities. In the end, I still have no confidence. Till now, Holmes had always been there to keep me afloat. When I was uncertain, she'd smile and tell me it was okay. It was my courage. But now she's nowhere to be found. Not having her here makes it really hit home just how much support she gave me. Being Invincible Renegade should die, by the way. I feel like that's the only way he could have died, is being decapitated, you know? Like, he survived a heck of a lot else. He was so functional after losing so much blood. Holmes, is my line of reasoning correct here? Please, homie, show yourself to me. Holmes, please. Just then, sparks flare past my eyes, and my perfectly clear vision goes white. Hello? God? What am I looking at? Alright, no saving.
If this is the vision at the end of the tunnel, then it would seem you won't be carrying on the ideal detective name after all.
I hear the voice of someone I've longed to see.
Saiko-chan.
That name from so long ago slips past my lips. Holmes offers a sweet smile in reply.
Oh, good. You're finally calling me by that name. You ought to remember now. You were never so professional around me. It always felt off, like someone was constantly poking at my ribs.
Why were you gone for so long? And where is this?
I told you at the beginning, didn't I? My final regrets birthed me as a residual memory. You protected me once, so I took your place, assuming the mantle of ideal detective that was intended to fall on your shoulders. But alas, I lost to the Duke, slain before I could achieve my aims. And now, in spite of all that you lack, you are to become the ideal detective once more. Ultimately, I am a product of my own guilt. As such, your remembering everything has now relieved me of my duty. My downtime has been steadily increasing as you regain your memories. My existence continues to fade as my mission nears completion. Soon my consciousness will be completely gone, and never more will we be able to speak. To put it poetically, I shall suffer a second death.
A second death? Does that mean we'll never meet again?
I wonder.
Wait, but I finally remembered who you are. Unfair. I reach my hand out to touch Saiko-chan. My hands slip through her like I'm grasping at fog. I can see her so clearly, yet I can't even feel her. What? I was able to touch you before, in my dreams.
Don't be sad, Watu-kun. In reality, I died after only sharing a few words with you. I detested the denouement for showing nothing but tragedy. Still, it did let us see each other one last time. So for that, I'm thankful.
No, don't go yet, Saiko-chan. I still have so much to learn as a detective. There's still so much more I want to talk with you about. Stay with me. Keep teaching me.
Oh, Watu-kun. How sly of you. Here I was, prepared to die, but at the last minute, you make me want to linger on.
Saika stretches her hand towards my face, transparent like glass. The scenery beyond us is visible in her tearful eyes.
This is no time for crying. What you are about to see is a potential tragedy waiting to happen.
What? I turn only to be confronted by mountains of corpses, more than I've ever seen before. Sheesh! What the fuck is this? Danganronpa? No, I jest. What kind of vision is this? It's far from any other premonition I've had. This vivid collage of death borders on the fantastical. All these bodies. What happened?
As there is nothing to be gleaned from the bodies, this is likely only a glimpse of the calamity. But if nothing changes,
Many will surely die in time. This is the future I saw while investigating the Quartering Duke. It's precisely why I moved with haste to usher everyone to HQ. The Quartering Duke must have predicted I would make that call.
Who went around piling them up like that? I think the Quartering Duke did. But Renegade's dead. Wasn't he the prime suspect? Incompetent, you fucking dumbass. The serial killer isn't the Quartering Duke. You're fucking stupid. The Quartering Duke should be defeated. So how?
That you can see this vision is answer enough. You feel it too, deep down, don't you? You know the Quartering Duke wouldn't be so easily killed.
I can't argue back. I know it to be true. My hunch became certainty the moment I saw the departed renegade's face. The Quartering Duke lives. The case will continue if he escapes the island. All the tragedies that befell us would be for naught. These bodies are the Quartering Duke's future victims, aren't they?
Yes, I believe so. Each of them may die in different ways, but there's no doubt that a mountain of corpses will be left in his wake. This possible tragedy has been thrust before you, the kind you may rather not even think about. Such is the Denomon's binding curse. Those who possess it can never avert their eyes from the tragedy. They are obligated to reverse it. There may even come a day when you'll wish you had been killed by renegade detective.
Taika chuckles as if to intimidate me.
So, tell me, Watto. What will you do? Like I told you before, I can no longer help you. You'll have to face the tragedies to come on your own. The kinds you've seen on Morgue will become regular events. Each day would be harsh with precious little joy. Even life as Watto Hojo will be challenging. Yet despite all that, are you still prepared to take on the role of ideal detective?
Saika's purple eyes pierce through me. When I first arrived here, I wouldn't have been able to answer. I knew nothing back then. I'd even forgotten my own past. I didn't even realize I was experiencing a reunion 10 years in the making. In fact, for all that time, I believed my false memories. I thought I couldn't save her. I led a carefree life that forced a cruel fate on Saika. Now I remember it all. I can't fathom fleeing from it. I refuse to. Also, I just realized, if Saika was talking to some kind of deity figure, her hair color change and also her outfit that resembles a priest could be alluding to that, I think. Because above all else, there's no way I'm letting you die, Saika. Now I see what Renegade Detective meant. In the end, I failed to protect you, Saika-chan. And now it turns out that I'll have to watch you die again. But I refuse to let you go. I've made up my mind. I'm taking responsibility for your life, including the fate you were made to bear.
Are you sure? It isn't too late to turn back. My words. You remembered your past. The denouement, you could excuse it all as a delusion and return to the life you knew, in all its normality. In the face of all of that, are you truly still committed to being a detective?
Well, I thought it'd be funny to say I'm not, but I can't save, so. I wonder if there's a branch here. I genuinely wonder if there's a branch. I gotta commit. I'll come back here later, maybe. I am. I'll dedicate my life to being a detective. I know it's easier to call it quits, but I'm sick of shielding my eyes from every tragedy. I may still be a rookie, and I may never reach the heights you did, Saika-chan, but I'll use the denouement to play my part as an ideal detective.
Very well. You know everything now, yet you still choose to walk the cruelest path. Nothing's changed in the past 10 years. You're still an utter fool, shouldering it all alone. Someday, surely come to regret this.
God, what a...
Oh, this is a good track.
Though I suppose warning you won't do much good. I've learned long ago how stubborn you are. But that's precisely why I admire you so.
Saika's body grows hazy, like a fine mist.
No. I reach out, but she still escapes my grasp. I finally caught up to her, and yet now I can't even touch her. With this music, this is unfair.
I'll be perfectly frank. Takun. I'd hope you wouldn't remember anything. If you hadn't, my regrets would have lingered, allowing me to stay by your side forever. That way, you'd never have to face your dark past. Though, of course, you would never wish for such a thing.
So that's why you didn't tell me what happened 10 years ago.
Yes, I'm quite the selfish woman, aren't I? Ultimately, I used you for my own purposes, even up to this very moment. I pray that you resent me. From the very start, I was never once the detective you so revered.
Fuck, I'm getting like chills right now. As if I could ever hold that against you. You know better than anyone how hard it is to bear the title of Ideal Detective. That's why you wanted to hide my past as the original Ideal Detective, and the fact you had taken my place. Am I right?
You haven't changed either. Your kind-hearted nature makes you throw yourself in the line of fire for the sake of others.
I'm so sorry I couldn't remember until now. But all the same, you never stopped looking out for me. Not even once. So thank you, Saika-chan. Saika's expression flickers as tears well up in her eyes. Then her face crinkles into a broad smile.
I was being so calculating too. I never hoped for any gratitude. But I'm a right mess after hearing you say all that. The role of Ideal Detective is no ordinary path, it's true. You will encounter far more tragedy than what you've already witnessed. Still, given who you are, you'll be just fine. No matter what adversity befalls you, you'll find a way to reverse it, as the greatest of detectives.
Saika continues to dissipate, seemingly melting into the world around her.
Here's my final word of advice. As one once cast as the ideal detective, the denouement does not merely predict the future. Rather, it sees all. Visit a place you've been before, and you'll likely discover something new. Reflect upon events of this past week and use your powers to find the truth.
And it's elementary. Right, Holmes?
It's been fun playing Legendary Detective with you, Wato.
Fuck. God, that was... Man. I'm a little misty-eyed, I can't lie. I'm a little... I was fine until the that's elementary part. Fuck. Hey, give me a second. That was really good. That was really good. I think it hit me really hard because Psycho is probably one of my, if not my favorite character in this thus far. Mouse viewer can't be doing this shit. I can't summarize it. I can summarize it. Someone in chat can. Fuck. Oh fuck, I'm choking in my water. Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying. Alright. I've hydrated myself. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not a little weenie baby. I'm not a little weenie baby who cries video games. I'm not. Ultimately, I failed to save Saika. By the time I remembered it all, it was far too late. I never got to repay her. That leaves only one thing left for me to do.
Yes, it's time to strike back. It's up to you. Our home is threatened by the most atrocious tragedy yet. You must reverse the case of the Quarting Duke.
Right. Promise. I swear to pave a way and resolve the Quarting Duke incidents. I make this vow to one I cannot see. The one who is everything to me. But, incompetent! Why did you suddenly go catatonic? Oh, sorry. How long have I been out of it? A minute, perhaps? What is the matter? A lack of sleep or the like? Yeah, something along those lines. I'm gonna save now. Fuck, I can't even save! Fuck. Maybe I had one of those waking dreams just now. Then again, whatever it was, it doesn't really matter. It isn't going to change what I have to do. Posh, I need you to trust me. Please. Incompetent? I don't care if that was a dream, an illusion, or even a hallucination. All I know for certain is that it's too early to say we've resolved these paradox killings. I said it was Renegade who killed Workaholic, but I realize now it's too early to draw that conclusion. Pardon? What are you suggesting? By any and all accounts, Renegade Detective simply must be the culprit, no? Yeah, there's a lot of evidence that points to that fact. But there's one part of it that just doesn't make any sense. Something that makes no sense. Renegade was smiling when he died. But you'd think his imminent doom would have been something regrettable for him. He's fixated on taking responsibility for the lives he claims. He should have been in anguish over dying so soon after killing Workaholic. That's true, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility for it. Yeah. That is true, but... I don't, you know, like I was saying, I don't think he tripped the breaker to kill Workaholic. I think he tripped it because the power was out and he needed to ride the elevator. It's because Renegade Detective tried so hard to kill me that I understand his mentality so well. The irony is almost too much. But much like Saika in my dreams just now, the smile on his lifeless face showed not a single sign of regret. Something must have happened right before he died to give him that satisfaction. But there's no actual grounds for that, is there?
One false step and we may just walk into a trap laid by the enemy. You still want us to keep investigating?
You must be pretty convinced about something.
We ask that you show us something concrete, demanded the girl.
Sorry, but Dolful is right. I don't have a solid basis for this. All I can say is that my detective senses are going off. Mystic taught me that there's a reason behind everything. Rowdy encouraged me to never waver once my mind is set. And thanks to armor, I discovered how to find the strength to hold fast. Everything I've learned in Morgue is how I know. Even if it's just a vague inkling for now, there's a hidden mystery behind Renegade's death. So until help arrives, will you aid me in just a bit longer? I need time to think Renegade's death over. No, to think about everything that's happened here on this island. Everyone falls silent at my petition. They're going off a totally unfounded hunch try to disqualify me as a detective. Back when I first arrived, I'm sure they'd have all laughed at me. However,
for you, incompetent, I'll lend my cooperation. I have total faith in your words, the girl said, offering a smile.
I'm liking that look in your eyes, incompetent. So sure, your honorary big assist is here to help. Let's catch that Quarting Duke together.
As a matter of fact, I agree with you, incompetent. Even if there are risks involved, we need to keep investigating to assure no one died in vain.
Whatever you decide, I trust you, incompetent. Just call on me whenever you need my abilities. Need I remind you that I am the chief here? You ragtags and bobtails always forget your place. But very well. It would be inexcusable for a superior to disregard an eager subordinate. And so I shall assist you in my capacity as well, as chief. Know that we will uncover the truth, for the sake of all who have perished. Everyone, thank you. Posh grew on me way more than I thought she was going to. I'm gonna be honest. Like Posh is like slowly like climbing the ranks to like one of my favorites as well. Honestly, I quite like pretty much everyone here. There's no one in this cast I don't like. Honestly. Like I feel like in a lot of killing game visual novels, there's either like one motherfucker that's annoying me the whole time or that I don't want around. And then at least one of them sticks around till the end and I'm like, why the fuck did you survive? Why are you here? I don't want you here. How the fuck did you make it this far? But not here. I mean, I would have been happy with whatever combination of characters ended up here. But I am happy that we have this group. It's a good group. Oh, whoop. I didn't read that. I'm still so inexperienced. I can never call myself an ideal detective. Incompetent is much more appropriate for me. But I'm not alone. I have friends I can trust. We survive through life and death ordeals together, after all. Even if we go up against the most fearsome serial killer of all time, I'm not afraid, so long as they're with me. Alright guys, it's time to reverse every tragedy that's occurred on this island. With that, we make the decision to revisit every case that's happened up till now. And not one moment later, we receive an unexpected transmission. What?
Everyone, it's a message from DA headquarters.
Okay, well, yeah, okay. Game better not freeze on me. Huh? But I thought we had no signal.
There must be a ship equipped with comm system near the island. Thank goodness. We made our way up to the surface. Oh, thank goodness we made our way up to the surface. I'll open the message up right away.
Everyone clusters around Techie, looking at the laptop balanced atop his knees. Aww, this is a good CG. I like that expression on Dolful. He's just a little guy. Surely he would never be the Quarting Duke. Displayed on the screen is a brief, blunt order. There's no further need to investigate the Quarting Duke case. Help us on the way. So we're here to sit here and do nothing? Perhaps we had yet to see how deeply the malice surrounding the Quarting Duke killing swirls. Victim, workaholic detective. Culprit, renegade detective, presumed. Cause of death, electrocution. The culprit caused a blackout, resulting in workaholic being shocked when power returned. Notes. Renegade died in an accident, and his haste to flee after workaholic's death triggered his collar. But something's off. He looked happy. S, baby! Oh, no save? No asking me to save? Thank God. Thank you, Sisyphus. What's this called? Final chapter. Live quartering. Finale. Shit. Alright, we're in it. We're finishing it this stream. Good morning, evening, and day, citizens. 'Tis I, your grace, the Quarting Duke, still without any past felons on my record. Or felonies. I've been livecasting this Quarting corner for days now, but sadly the next installment will be our last. Soon I'll be back to normal dukehood. For our momentous final episode, I'll discuss the talk of the town. Those obsessive stalkers of mine, the Detective Alliance. Oh man, I love you, Quarting Duke. They're seen as heroes online, with folks touting them as defenders of justice. But who are they really? You're dying to know, eh, loyal viewers? To put it simply, they're what shit shits out. Thank you, Quarting Duke. Their criminal organization was formerly another, one sanctioned to investigate the dayless night. It may seem hypocritical, but their evil sickens me. 10 years ago, they kidnapped children for human experiments to artificially create exceptional detectives, such as the famed Ideal Detective. Thanks for the Posh detective. I, too, was subjected to the horrors of the secret police, the DA's precursor, and gained superhuman powers. Then I waited a decade to take revenge. When the opportunity finally came, your grace made a meticulous plan to annihilate them all. Plans which I'm carrying out as we speak.
I'm sure their HQ is the very picture of chaos right about now. Ah, just the thought of it strikes my heart like a breaking vase. It must be doleful unless there is someone hiding powers from us. What, don't buy it? Yeah, fine, I get it. Seeing is believing. Thankfully, your grace resides in reality. So now I'm scrambling around in their HQ. In our next installment, I promise to present you with the emotionally riveting and exceptionally damning evidence I found there. This is the moment where the heroes of justice become the foulest villains this world has ever known. Best entertainment ever! Am I right? So, in secret, the Quartering Duke has been joining us to gather evidence on the evil experiments that were happening down here so he could prove it. To all the ladies and gentlemen of the Alliance tuning in, if you hope to stop your grace, then I do invite you to do so. Not that you'll be able to. We finally received word from headquarters. They urged all detectives still remaining on the island to not investigate any further. Attached to the message is a video of the Quartering Duke's latest irreverent broadcast. Why include this video? Could this mean the Duke's on the island with us right now?
It seems pretty likely. That's the most obvious reason they request us to stop investigating.
Then the question is, how is the Duke sending out these videos? Unless they were pre-recorded? And they were able to predict everything that was going to happen on the island? Because there's no signal here. I guess we'll see.
Either that, or HQ's gotten their hands on some important intel.
What kind of intel exactly? What would make them go out of their way to stop us from investigating like this? Techie! Techie can tell there's no signal. We've been trying to contact the outside for some time. Everyone tested it. I believe this message came directly from founding Detective Vidok, the Alliance's institutor and highest-ranking detective. It's utterly devoid of humanity, as per usual. I think he didn't even include a single word of concern for us, for those of us remaining.
So, what shall we do now? Judging by the live cast, it's possible that the Duke is among us. It may be in our best interest not to be hasty, the girl said sourly.
Yeah, it's serious enough for HQ to contact us, so they must have a good reason. Even so, we can't sit idly by. Let's keep with the search like we planned. Oh, true to form, my #1 subordinate. A most excellent remark. We've no obligation to obey their orders. Come now, let us resume our investigation.
Will that really be okay? The girl asked in full earnest.
Why, of course, naturally. Vidok may be a remarkable detective, but as a person, he's outright heartless. We've lost so many allies, and we're expected to stand by and twiddle our thumbs. Poppycock, I say. I'm with Posh on this. As it stands, our experiences on this island hold far too many unresolved questions. For example, why bother summoning us detectives here to begin with? Why didn't the staff at Snarks resist the attack? And who actually killed Senior Detective? The Alliance can tell us no as many times as they want. We have to keep moving forward, for the sake of all we've lost. Okay, let's cool our heads a bit. Gourmet approaches the group, carrying a tray with enough soup for everyone. Enthusiasm is good, but not when we're running on empty. With the new phase of our investigation underway, why don't we refuel first? Good point. Thanks, Gourmet. Oh my. This is Ryugen brand. I simply adore their matsutake soup. I found some bread too. Let me go toast it. In the meantime, feel free to have a bowl and warm yourselves up. We graciously accept the meal, helping ourselves to the soup as we lounge on the lobby sofas. The mushroom's flavor is pungent, blending in nicely with the bonito flakes and the kombu broth. A pleasant feeling envelops my tired body. My mind starts wandering. Either that, or I really must be spent, the way my eyes start to droop. But then I noticed the others slumped against the sofas, already sound asleep. Gourmet? Did Gourmet drug us with sleeping pills? She's always had medication on her, hasn't she? Fucking poison. Gourmet? The evil Gourmet? No, no fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way. She's evil? What? Don't tell me. An alarm bell goes off in my head, but nonetheless my consciousness remains unaroused as my eyelids grow heavier still. My hazy field of vision, I spot Gourmet in the distance. I can only vaguely make out her expression, but even so, I feel an intensity about her that I've never seen before. You drugged the soup? Sorry, incompetent. This too is for the greater good. No. No. Wait, no. No, you get... It's supposed to be doleful! No, she's not... No, I don't... No, she's not the Quarting. No. No. We're not... No. We are not finding out who the Quartering Duke is before we have our final investigation phase. We're not. We simply are not. This is a red herring. This is throwing me off the track. It's not. She's doing this for the greater good. Oh, thanks for the 25 stream streak. That's fucking awesome, BT. No, no, okay, so either she is in alliance. No, wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Either she's in alliance with the Quartering Duke, but she's not the Quartering Duke, or she believes that she can maybe figure out who the Quartering Duke is if she sleeps us all, and she's going to do her own investigation. Either that, or because she is now the oldest among us, she is tied into Vidok, and maybe she's more more locked in, right? Or she's trying to protect us. Yeah, if the Quartering Duke is among us, if we're all asleep, then what? Then the Quartering Duke can't do shit, and everyone is safe until Vidok arrives, right? She's either QD or she's gonna be the victim. Yeah, I don't know if she's QD. She's either evil or she's gonna be the victim. That's what I think. She's either on the villain side, or she's going to be a victim, and her plan to protect us failed. But I don't think she's a Quartering Duke. I don't think she's part of Dayless Night, I think. She might be one of the friends that Renegade mentioned, like, yeah, how he was like, oh, I hope to like explore this maze again with my own old friends, or I was glad to explore it again with my old friends that I escaped with, because he did escape before everyone else. I mean, not everyone else. He escaped before the time of Saika and Watto, given Watto's deductions. So maybe she was one of the older kids there. I don't know though. I don't know. But also she's from Russia, so I don't know. Oh, thank you, VT. I'm glad you're getting out of your mental thing. And I appreciate the hydrate and the posture check. I really gotta sit up and lock in. Alright. And a chapter of One Piece. What's it? 2 chapters of One Piece. And a stretch. Okay. Alright. Alright. Another little stretch. Another posture check. How straight can I sit? How erect do I need to be in my seat? All right. Those are the last words I hear before my consciousness fades to nothing. Actually. Actually. I'm gonna take a quick break here. So I can grab a little snacky and go pee. Okay, so I was actually kind of hungry, and so I made myself leftover pasta. So I'm gonna be munching on that while we're playing. Anyway, this is fucking crazy. This is fucking insane. Excuse me. Gotta put cheese on my pasta. You know, your guys were talking about, you know, unarchived messages. It's really funny you brought that up because I was thinking about adding an overlay to my break screen like a lot of streamers do where the chat messages show up. So perhaps in the future, my chat messages during break will be archived. You know, if I really wanted to be evil to you guys, I could screenshot all your messages and then show them on stream. Let you be. No, you know what? Sometimes some things are only for us, right? Some things are only for the people who are here live, and if the VOD watchers want to experience it and experience what goes on in chat during my break screens, they have to come here. That's just how it works, right? Well, they don't have everything anyway. They can't interact with me live. Like, the best part of watching a streamer is the streamer reading your chat message and responding to you. I mean, like, am I wrong in that? Is that not the appeal of watching live streams? Come to Lurf's Twitch for the parts when Lurf isn't there. True! That's not the Discord link. It is for small streamers at least, yeah. Yeah. I mean, some big streamers try to make an effort, but the chat moves too fast, yeah. I can't make a custom Discord invite. I think I need more server boost to do that. BT my goat watching my streams and my VODs. You'll love to see it. Or another big bite of my pasta, then I go into it. I made myself a bolognese sauce and I'm digging it. I love bolognese. Alright, and I've sipped. Let's get into this. Time. Those are the last words I hear before my consciousness fades to nothing. Ugh. I awake with my head in agony. Seems I kneeled over and passed out on the sofa. My arm is still numb and asleep. With a start, I immediately recall what had happened just prior. Oh, right, Gourmet! Why did you put us to sleep with that soup? Give me a chance to explain. Gourmet is seated on the sofa opposite from me, wearing her usual gentle smile. She's just still here. The other detectives gradually come to, probably thanks to my yelling. But that's my tuna salad, huh? Where's my sandwich? The pain from the moment she awakens. Give me a break, the girl grumbled as she rubbed her groggy eyes. I love their beef. Like, I love how much Bookworm hates Posh. I think it's really funny. He's like constantly roasting her. It's so good.
What? Did I fall asleep? Why does my chest feel all funny?
Isn't this one of those collars that Renegade was wearing? Oh. She put a collar on all of us. Spot on, Doleful. Such a smart guess. You make your big sis so proud. Following suit, I inspect my own chest and find a device similar to Renegade's clamped onto me. Unlike the one Renegade had used on Posh, this particular device seems harder to remove.
I helped myself to renegade spoils and attached those collars to you while you were dozing away. Then I borrowed Incompetent's D-pad and sent a command, so they'll detonate after 2 more entries. Why are you doing this? Don't tell me you're the Quartering Duke. I don't know what you're thinking, but even if you've followed us, it's pointless when you have no means of issuing the remaining commands. Incompetent is the only authorized observer at present. We never recovered Ideal or her iPad, and the electrocution shortened out workaholics. Without the requisite commands, these collars are mere accessories. An empty threat. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I mean, her D-pad. I'm sorry. You know I can't read. Anyway, to follow up on the earlier topic. Actually, you're wrong. It wasn't Ideal who issued a command to renegade. It was me. Oh! So if you recover Ideal's D-pad, then it's over. Oh, shit. She has authority. I theorized that before! She's the oldest one left. I blurted out in spite of myself. True, we had just assumed Holmes was an observer, but we never had any evidence proving that. I think Gourmet had been one all along. There has to be more than 3 observers. What if something happens to one of them? At that moment, the device on my chest beeps as if to mock my revelation. Hear that? That was your caller receiving a new command. As you can see, I am indeed an observer authorized to issue them as I please. Just one more command, you'll all go boom. If my heart stops and pulls that final trigger, it's curtains for everyone. Why would you do something so?
Being an observer means you hold an executive position in the Alliance, like Workaholic did. Are you here on orders from HQ by chance?
From Alliance headquarters? Don't be ridiculous. Excellent guess, Techie. That's exactly right. Yep. Same as Ideal and Workaholic, I'm involved with the DA's management. I am more or less the coordinator of our anti-Duke conference here. My role was simple. I was to blend into the group, weed out anyone suspicious, and restrain them if needed. No killing involved, unlike Workaholic. But why were you a coordinator? Did you already suspect the Quartering Duke was one of us? Yep, exactly. Barring a few exceptions, each member here possesses special abilities, and would have been below age 10 at the time of the experiments. According to our past data, there was no doubt that Duke was among the group of detectives who was brought to this island.
How can you be so confident that the Quartering Duke is part of the Alliance? The girl asked.
Bookworm was 1 year old. Techie was 2 years old. It's not them, Gourmet. You don't have to do that. If, like, okay, Bookworm would remember if she got experimented on because she has a photographic memory, but Techie wouldn't. It's not Techie. You'd have no fucking idea. You wouldn't remember. Yeah, Techie took his mentor's invite. What if it was Gentleman's Detective that was the Duke? What then? Yeah, Bookworm came with Mystic. If it's Gentleman, we're all yeah, it's true. We're all fucked if it's Gentleman. Gentleman fucking evaded this whole thing because he was like, nah, I gotta go get me some pussy. See you later, kid. Like, God, that'd be so funny. What a funny excuse not to be here. And the pussy was murdered. Getting laid saves lives. Good question. It's because without fail, every location where the Duke's victims were found had previously been investigated by the DA.
What?
Still, there were no commonalities between the members dispatched those areas, leaving us with nothing that linked the Duke directly. Why would you keep such an important fact to yourself the whole time? To avoid causing commotion. Vague and conclusive intel can only lead to unnecessary chaos, right? If you learned without a doubt that the Duke was among us, all hell would break loose. During that shocking first case with Senior, I was terrified by the prospect of the Duke being in our midst, but Ideal's follow-up came to the rescue. That's true enough. We'd already been jumping at our own shadows. If we started pointing fingers, our teamwork would have crumbled. Which is exactly why Saika suggested the Duke could have been still lurking in the manor. I'm grasping the situation now, but what's the deal with these callers? Are you really going to obey HQ's orders and force us to wait here until backup arrives? Don't worry, Incompetent. It's actually just the opposite. Again? We're ignoring HQ's orders. We have one day until backup arrives, so let's root out that quartering Duke. But if we fail, I'm taking you all down with me. I'm not letting the quartering Duke off this island, even if it costs me my life. I knew she was not the quartering Duke. May, we've been knew she's kinda hot. We've known the entire time she's hot. Man, this is fun. This is a fun little twist. Hang on, I'm getting more pasta. This is hot in a new way, yeah. I agree. That is true. Not being suicidal making her hotter. It is Maycore, yeah. It is Maycore.
She intends to detonate these collars if it's the last thing she ever does, the girl says, glaring daggers at Gourmet Detective. I misjudged you before. What reason is there to resort to such drastic measures? It isn't as if we would run or hide. Why not explain the situation rather than threaten us outright? The girl questioned angrily.
Sorry, Bookworm. I didn't feel like that alone would cut it. You taught me something before, Incompetent.
E? What was it?
To never waver with my convictions. Ever since losing Rowdy, I vowed to kill the Duke, no matter the cost. She misses her little sis. Gourmet cracks a smile even colder than ice. The lights left her eyes. Her mouth curls upwards. She seems almost crazed. Truth is, Workaholic contacted me via D-pad on our first night in the underground research facility. He asked me to send a command to Renegade's caller. I complied at once. There was a decent chance Renegade was the Duke. Plus, he was ultimately responsible for Rowdy's death. Oh, and the reason Workaholic was in such a sorry state when he died was because I had to punish the one who actually committed the deed, of course. What? She cut him up? She cut him up? The cuts were unrelated to his death, but she cut him up? She admits these horrific facts like it's nothing. She always seems so serene. I was shocked by the brutality lingering behind the facade. Why are you going to such extremes? Rowdy, she wouldn't have wanted this. Yes, I know, but this is for my own satisfaction. She wasn't a candidate for being the Duke, but when she asked to come, I couldn't say no. I brought her to morgue, so now I've got to repent however I can. More than anything, though, I want to prevent another dayless night incident from occurring. Prevent another dayless night incident? That's right. Renegade didn't mention you were a victim of it yourself, but how is that related? So you knew. Yeah, that's right. I still haven't been able to forget how tragic it all was. Through the terrorist attack that day, I wound up pinned down into rubble for around half a month. I survived by eating dirt, rubber, iron, anything. Everyone else trapped with me had died, and even now my stomach still pangs with constant hunger.
Never again. I won't accept another disaster like that, robbing people of their freedom to eat with relish. We cannot allow the tragedy to repeat itself. So under no circumstances am I letting the Duke off this island. Who cares what HQ says? I'm finding him, and you're all going to help. Gourmet dons a deadly serious expression. Inside of that, Posh approaches her meekly. As I wonder what she means to do. She slapped her! Posh forcefully smacks Gourmet across the face. This is no time to be stating the obvious. Posh. We were already determined to risk our lives in pursuit of the Duke without your orders. Even going so far as to accessorize us so crudely, you busybody, you. That's Posh for you. We'd all been cowed by Gourmet's intimidating aura, but now we can't help ourselves from laughing.
Posh's absolutely right. I said so too, didn't I? From the moment we received HQ's orders, I had no intention of following them. You've made your resolve crystal clear, Gourmet. Let's corner the Duke before our time runs out, by any means necessary.
I get where you're coming from, Gourmet. These callers are dangerous. We don't even know for sure that the Duke is here.
You think it's something else? Or someone else? Could another person still be on this island?
It's possible. Not to mention someone we thought had died could still be alive, right? This is the Quarting Duke we're talking about. We shouldn't be surprised by any unexpected twists.
As doleful detective stated, your actions have been far too risky, the girl said with a sigh of exasperation. But I'm glad you revealed your true nature. Something about you seemed off. Let's continue our search until the end, Gourmet detective.
You guys.
I expected as much, but it seems like we're all in agreement. I'll help too, Gourmet. I won't let you or anyone else die. In light of that, though, will you share whatever you can tell us about the Duke?
You got it. Sorry for tricking you all.
As I said, there's no doubt the Duke was among the detectives called to this meeting. Records from the secret police's experiments confirm this much. Title aside, their gender is unknown. No photos of them remain, and they've likely had cosmetic surgery. Seeing as even Workaholic only recognized Renegade. Unknown gender, and someone who's had surgery. Cosmetic surgery. Now why, Doleful, do you have a little scar on your forehead? Is it perhaps remnants of getting your face changed? Perhaps. I'm just saying. Also unknown gender, following my Doleful, is trans mask theory, or at least concealing his identity and posing as a boy. But I hope he's trans mask and it's normal. I wonder. Yeah, I wonder. Well, now that Gourmet's off the list, it literally can only be Doleful. Unless we're the real culprit and our amnesia is worse than we thought, which would be stupid. Like the only other person that could be the Quarting Duke, realistically, if it's not Doleful, is Posh, and I don't believe that for a fucking second. This girl would never be the Quarting Duke. Never, ever, ever. I believe in her innocence till the end. But Gourmet's resolved of suspicion, and then these two are children, and then we're the protagonists, so it has to be Doleful. There's no way Posh can be the Quarting Duke. Honestly, if Posh was the Quarting Duke, I think it'd be funny enough that I could forgive it not being Doleful. But it's definitely Doleful. Now, if they try to point it on one of the children, then I'm gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But there's literally no way. I suppose there is the option of, oh, someone who already died is still alive, but I doubt it. Their deaths were really gruesome and very final. The only person who could maybe still be alive is Downtown, because we didn't see her corpse. That's it.
And I don't believe it because she passed out from poison gas in the spike room. Like, unless she managed to crawl onto the table and then she didn't die. But like, he fell into a bottomless pit. He fell into a bottomless pit after getting stabbed through the chest. I do think at the very least Dolphal's a crossdresser, yeah. Now, if he's just a crossdresser and it's to hide his identity, I won't be offended. But if they're like, oh, I don't know. Of course, cross-dressing killer is always yet another one of those, like, stereotypes, and I've noticed the VN has already fallen into one queer serial killer stereotype. So, yeah, I won't be mad if he's hiding it, I'll just be a little disappointed. But, like, I've come to expect it from stories like this, you know? He could just be what's on the can, yeah, but given the, like, the constant reference to his androgyny, and the fact that his sprite is shaded as if he has titty, and the fact that his voice actress is not doing, like, anything to, like, give the impression of a young male voice. Like that is just, like, a full-on femme voice. I don't know. So essentially, you know absolutely nothing. Easy now. That was probably the reason this meeting was called to order in the first place. Exactly, incompetent. We have very few leads to go off of, so suffice it to say, I'm also on edge. I don't know why HQ ordered we stop, but I refuse to sit idly by. Even if it meant threatening you all, I had to keep this investigation going. Here's the thing. It'd be different if Dolpha was like, oh, I'm a man and has been presenting as a man the entire time, but says I like dressing as a woman. Same the other way around. It'd be another thing if Dolpha was like, I'm a woman, but I'm dressing as a man, but I'm a woman. You know, like, but like, if it's like, I am a man and I'm dressing as a man, and it turns out that they're not, that feels a little different. It's a narration that's got me sus. And it's also just knowing the tropes of these games and how they handle these things. Because it has already fallen in, like I said, it's already fallen into the crazy queer serial killer trope, given that Renegade wears heels and it is clearly effeminate. Right? And that's always been a very harmful stereotype against queer, because only queer people could be deranged as to be a serial killer. It's kind of like the idea that people used to give out. That's why cross-dressing killers became so popular, because like they could not comprehend the idea of why a man would want to dress like a woman, and so they thought they were crazy, essentially. Like, it's so incomprehensible, so they must be capable of other incomprehensible things like murder. Yeah, it's like it's a very, very long-lasting negative queer stereotype. I mean, like, queer-coded villains have been around for a while, but this is like a specific mystery one where it's always like the cross-dresser is the killer or something or the other. So given Renegade's little thing, Renegade was a fully fleshed out character, so I'm not as upset about Renegade, and we had Downtown, we've had other killers. It's not like Renegade is the main culprit or anything like that, or the only culprit. So I'm kind of giving it a pass. It doesn't like discount a good work for me. I just like, I like to recognize the tropes where I see them, because it would be a disservice to my analysis to ignore them if they came up. Like I can't just be like, oh, I like this work, I'm gonna ignore the like queer-phobic implications of it, you know? But like, I can like accept that they're there, and that like kind of sucks, but like have it not really bother me or affect my enjoyment of the work that much. But I'm not gonna like pretend it doesn't exist. You're just like, I haven't pretended that the slightly misogynistic role of ideal happened. where about like maybe like 70 to 80% of Ideal screen time was just like being the girl who pushes up Watto and supports him and all that. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I'll take another bite of pasta. I like being literate. I mean, really don't know when it's confirmed, yeah. It's one of those things where I'm like, and like, you know, like, oh, I'm like reading a mystery novel and I'm like, oh, I really enjoyed it. And they're like, isn't it transphobic? And I'm like, well, yeah, it's a mystery story. That like that's kind of like the mentality of a mystery fan. Not really. There are plenty of good mystery stories that handle these topics well or just don't really tackle them at all. But it is an unfortunate staple of the genre. Oof, indeed. Anyway, I don't know if it's even going there. Again, little hints, but we'll see. We'll see.
If we're looking for clues, maybe we can start there, said the girl, pointing outside.
What? Outside? I follow her pointer finger and finally come to a vital realization. Yeah. That black SPX near the heliport is gone?
Yes, we should be able to look around outside now, correct?
Yeah, good looking out, Bookworm. Can always count on you.
The girl chuckled, puffing out her chest with pride.
It's still light out, so we shouldn't be caught off guard.
Yeah, I'm not sensing any threats at the moment either. We should be safe if we head out now.
With how massive that SPX is, we should notice it first, but nevertheless, let's keep a close watch on our surroundings, shall we? Where are we headed first? It's not obvious. Posh, let's set aside before continuing. Our first priority is recovering Ideal's body. She's a lady, after all. Leaving her exposed to the elements is unthinkable. Why, pray tell, is your jaw agape? No, it's just that you're not usually so thoughtful. It was a little surprising is all.
You may be a fool, but you're surprisingly empathetic. Though a fool regardless, said the girl, offering Posh her highest praise.
Beg pardon? Who's calling whom a fool, you fool? Totally slipped my mind. Psycho's been out there ever since she was dismembered. Probably in a terrible state, considering that it's been over a week, but I still want to give her a proper burial. Not out of professional obligation, but because she's my friend. Thanks, Posh. I'll lend a hand too. It'd make me happy if we could keep Ideal's body safe until backup arrives. No trouble at all. We'll fetch her at once. Now follow my lead, everyone. With Posh at the forefront, we waste no time exiting the research facility. I made some good allies in the end, Psycho. I'm sorry for being so reckless, but come what may, I swear to avenge you. Actually, I want to hear what honorific she uses for Psycho. Also Psycho-chan. 22 hours remain until our collars detonate. It's been far too long. The blue skies, the warmth of the sun, the cool summer breeze caressing my skin. How wonderfully refreshing. Posh, you might want to keep your voice down.
Going outside excites her this much. She may as well be a dog, the girl quipped, sighing with disgust.
Nevertheless, Posh takes a lead, laughing in high spirits as we walk into the building. It's our first time outside in about a week. While Posh's behavior may seem over the top, I honestly feel like jumping for joy myself. I'm sure the others must feel the same. They've all got some much-needed color on their faces compared to when we were in the facility. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sensing that black SPX. Maybe it's circling the manor like it was when we first got here. Alright, then let's follow the mountain path up ahead and search for Holmes's body. Smells like it rained a bit ago.
That must be why the ground has some give to it. My wheels just keep spinning in place. Would anyone mind giving me a push?
Sure, no problem. Leave it to your big sis. Romeo pushes Techie's chair happily as they continue onward together. Nice. I wonder what will become of our team, but it seems all the commotion with the collars earlier hasn't affected things too much. And so, Romeo is resolute. If backup arrives before we can finish our investigation, I think she's serious about detonating those collars. No matter what it takes, we need to find a clue to deduce her true identity before that time arrives. We keep our eyes peeled as we head towards the mountain path, but to no avail. Before long, we arrive at the fateful path where we fought off the black SPX. 1 week ago in this very spot, Psycho was... Incompetent, you okay there? Stolfel supports me as I begin to stagger. Thanks, Stolfel. I've been psyching myself up, but coming back here really hits hard. Yeah. When I think about what happened that night, my chest feels like it's about to burst. It's already been over a week. Since Ideal was killed by that SPX, I mean. Thinking back, all this turmoil really started with Psycho's sudden demise. I think it started with Senior Detective's sudden demise. Personally speaking, I think that was the event that kicked everything off, but yeah, sure. Sure, Psycho's death is what started it, for sure. And now, here we are, 7 days later. Downtown's phantom killing, workaholic semi-sealed cell, renegade schemes in the maze, the paradox murders in the underground facility. That's 4 mysteries solved. Back then, we didn't know that Black Mech was an SPX entry, nor did we know about the existence of the secret police. But things are different now. We should be able to solve the riddles we couldn't before. Let's find the truth and avenge our friends. Yeah, let's. Incompetent! The strangest thing happened. Oh? Posh, who had gone off ahead, suddenly comes racing back with a fretful expression. I found what appears to be traces of blood, but Ideal's body, the target of a recovery mission, is nowhere to be seen. Holmes's body is gone? Why? Her blood's still there, so how? No scent of rot either. She was likely carried off either before or during the rain.
The body didn't leave any trails when it was moved, so the blood was probably completely dry already. Which means it must have happened after we'd been locked in the manor for 3 days or more. No, with the rain, it would have been 2 at most.
But by whom? For what purpose?
Is there a chance that perhaps Ideal Detective's death was staged?
No fucking way! We've been talking to her ghost! Bookworm, who had been standing a fair distance back so as to avoid seeing the body, now comes striding towards me.
Mysteries, it's not unheard of for the one killed in the prologue to be the mastermind all along, said the girl, slightly colored by bias.
Just one moment, Bookworm. Doesn't say such things so heedlessly. As far as I'm aware, Ideal really was killed. The scent of blood is undeniable. I may have been a ways off, but I don't think I'm wrong. I'm with them. There's no question that Ideal got sliced all over. It's hard to imagine she could survive with wounds like those. Plus, we have Armor's word to go off of. I witnessed the moment she died with my own eyes. Her death was too intense, too vivid to question. There's no way I saw it wrong. It wasn't faked. But one thing's for certain. The body's gone. Just who could have moved it? And to what end? We searched the area around the bloodstains, but nothing sticks out. Though I'd already figured as much. We haven't seen the bodies anywhere nearby. Our investigation has already hit a snag. We've got 21 hours until the rescue team arrives. Let's hurry and find whoever carried off Ideal. If there's a culprit besides us, killing with his colors would be senseless. We'll lend you our aid regardless, so release us already. Sorry, no can do. It's true that the Quarting Duke may not be one of us, but if he is, I'd be letting him go right from under my nose. Unless we discover the Duke's true identity, none of us are leaving this place alive. The fact won't change no matter how much I adore you all.
Aw, she loves us. Why don't we just resume our investigation after leaving the morgue? Sure, we're all suspects, but couldn't we just weed out the culprit among us?
Would that it were so simple. Even after all we've been through, we still haven't learned a thing about the Quarting Duke case, have we? All we know is that Renegade killed Workaholic, then died himself. As it stands, it'll be assumed that Renegade was the Duke. Case closed. Maybe that's for the best. Thinking back, Renegade was the most likely candidate for being the Duke anyway. No one else seems suspicious, so I don't think there's much we can do about him getting pegged as the culprit.
Not so much we can do about him getting pegged. Well, the yaoi returns, actually. I cover up the words. Not much we can do about him getting pegged as the culprit.
He'd also be the easiest to present to the public. A former murderer masterminding a new innocent. But that's exactly my point. Things will end with Renegade branded as the Quarting Duke, all without confirming the actual truth of the matter.
I wonder if if HQ sent that message. The timing is interesting because it was very soon after Renegade died. I wonder if it's because they wanted to pin it on Renegade. What are you talking about? Wouldn't it be irresponsible to do all that without verifying the facts first?
No, I'm afraid it isn't unlikely. The scale of this incident makes it understandable for officials to wave it off and admit they were baffled. It's quite conceivable that they would settle for a passable, if remiss, conclusion, so as to save face as an organization and stem nationwide panic. You're kidding me. What kind of detectives would do something like that? It's what all detectives do, incompetent. You know about the Pinkertons, right? This line of work involves plenty that can't be discussed openly. Obscuring the truth isn't unheard of. Real-life detectives aren't like the characters you read about in novels. They aren't putting on a show with brilliant statements of fact.
But yesterday I was shown a horrific vision of the Quarting Duke's future victims. A half-baked explanation won't be enough to stop him. In fact, he could take advantage of the DA's misinformation to cause further havoc unchecked. Formay's concern is definitely warranted. In short, if we don't find a clue pertaining to the Duke's identity before help arrives, the true mastermind may get away scot-free, said the girl. These collars are our plan B to keep the Duke from leaving the island. You're willing to literally give your life to stop him, huh, Gourmet?
You bet I am. Hate me for it all you want. Try to outsmart or even kill me if you got what it takes. It doesn't matter. I'm dragging you all down with me. I want to fight for the sake of the world, for the sake of everyone we've lost. We won't quit now. Not for anything. I swear we'll uncover the truth of the Quarting Duke, come hell or high water. And come they will. There are only 21 hours left for us to uncover the truth. We need to find the Duke by any means necessary. Save going? What's it called? The decided outcome. Do that. There's one place we should start. For now, let's figure out where Holmes's body disappeared to. The culprit didn't just vanish into thin air, they came here and took her elsewhere. So there must be some clue pointing to their current whereabouts. At my behest, the others began searching our surroundings much more. Whoever took Holmes's body is beyond a doubt our prime candidate for being the Duke. I zero in my senses, doing my best to take in the entire scene, not just the bloodstains. Wait, I sense an investigation coming up. And then... Oh, never mind. What? Hello? He's back! Guys! Armor!
Huh? Where? Where is he?
What? He's right next to you, Techie. Can't you see him? I guess the Denamon, isn't just, like, I guess it allows us to see spirits that, like lingering memories, people who still have regrets. That makes sense. A lot of people who died has regrets. Okay, hang on. I need to finish up my pasta. Give me like 2 seconds. Scarf that shit down. And thank you, BT and Screen Lives. Push May for the double hydrate. I'm stuck in reading mode. A double sippy as a treat. All right, I'm fed. I'm hydrated. Lock in.
How could you say something so wholly unscientific? You're not gonna scare me, okay?
Huh? No, really.
I'll be getting back to my investigation. See you.
Techie puffs his cheeks ever so slightly in apparent annoyance, then returns to the area he'd been inspecting prior. But even though he should be dead, Armor's still there, unmoving and unresponsive. What in the world is going on here? Suddenly, Armor approaches the bloodstains left by Saika and lifts what I can only assume to be her body off the ground. What am I seeing? Could it be... Oh, a residual trace. Is this a vision of the past? I've only seen the future until now, so what am I supposed to make of this? No, wait. I've encountered residual thoughts at a crime scene before. Right, residual thoughts, that's what they are. And those gave me a glimpse of the past. Maybe this is the same? What was it Saika-chan said at the end? That the denouement doesn't predict the future, but rather sees all? She said to reflect back on everything that's happened so far. Could this be what she meant? As I continue to focus my eyes, I notice something in the shadow of the tall grass. The footprint, which has now begun to dry. Judging by the size and shape, it's clearly Armor's. Maybe I saw it subconsciously, and my mind visualized how things played out. It's just like Sherlock Holmes' speciality, deductive reasoning. By reading traces of the past, I can infer what took place. So Armor really did move Saika's body. How is he even here, or alive in the first place? I have millions of questions, but mulling them over in my head won't get us anywhere. I gotta tell the others about my discovery. Come here, guys. I found a footprint.
This print? It doesn't seem like it's been here long. I wonder why there's only one.
Is he alive? Wait, he's either alive or there's someone else and they've taken his armor and they're disguising as him to move bodies around. What? There's no way Armor survived that fall, right? There's no way. Okay. Alright, shit. I guess we just gotta continue. Maybe because the ground's still damp from the rain. It must have stopped when the culprit came to retrieve Idol's body, but once they did, it picked up again, forcing them to seek shelter. As a result, their foot sank into the muddy ground here. Leaving a mark would have been practically unavoidable on damp soil, given they were walking with the weight of 2 people.
Shall we follow these tracks to their owner then? The girl suggested.
Do you have any guesses which way they went, Bookworm? Whoever made them, I mean.
I thought you had already noticed, considering the size of the print. It could have only been Armor, said the girl, her tone somewhat snide.
Oh, yeah, of course I did. That's Bookworm for you. I tried to avoid bringing up the fact myself, but it was plain as day to her.
If Armor created this footprint, we can surmise that he assessed the area by riding the helipad up from the underground maze to the surface. So it stands to reason that our next areas of investigation should be the heliport and the maze in question, the girl stated simply.
Armor.
Could he really be alive?
I'm so happy to hear it, but the elephant in the room is how? And why come back to the surface to take Holmes's body? Gourmet asked what we all been wondering. If he managed to survive, the natural course of action would be to contact us and regroup. What purpose is he acting so secretively? The only way to find out would be to ask him directly. I wonder why Armor moved the body. We should hear it from the man himself. Whatever the case, fretting over it right now won't get us anywhere. Come, let us head for the labyrinth via the heliport. We may be able to follow his trail, or perhaps find a clue as to his destination. We return once more to the heliport, following Posh's orders. I make sure we're all clustered in the center of the circular landing pad. I stand in front of the control panel, initiating the necessary operations. First, I release the lock. Then I just have to flip the switch to make it descend. So easy, I could do it in my sleep. The panels live kind of ways on the platform, though, meaning I've got to book it once I'm done, so everyone doesn't go down without me. It's been nerve-wracking, to say the least.
Oh, wait a second, Competent. It looks like the heliport's controls can actually be operated via D-pad, Posh.
Seriously? Thank goodness. I wasn't feeling too sure about risking it. Not too long after, I see my D-pad notify me of external devices ready to connect, followed by what seems to be the heliport's name. It's probably set to display when the lock is released. I hurry and connect my D-pad to the control panel. I join the others on the landing pad, tap the screen of my device, and watch as the circular floor beneath us tips downward. The ride takes a little under 10 minutes. The helipad stops its descent, arriving in the underground hangar where we spent a night a few days prior. What will we be investigating down at the labyrinth, Incompetent?
Typical, always playing chief and leaving it to others when the going gets rough, the girl said, struck in reverent awe over Posh detective.
Well, excuse me. Frankly, I haven't a clue what to do at this point. This is an order from your chief, Incompetent. Take over and lead the DA in my stead.
It seems you've turned over a new leaf too, the girl said, with a small, exasperated sigh.
Thanks, Posh. I'll do my best to get our investigation off to a good start. I scan the area, deciding where to begin. Our top priority is finding some clue to Armor's current whereabouts, but there are still other questions to look into. For example, how did Armor survive in the first place? Why did he go to the surface to take Psycha's body away? Plus, there's one more thing that bugs me. What did that black SPX use to track us? Each model of SPX has a unique sensor which allows them to chase us relentlessly. Now that I think about it, the black SPX did behave similarly to the red one. Closer examination might reveal something to us.
Just taking a quick glance, it doesn't seem like anything's changed since last time.
I found traces of what seems to be mud, both in the helipad and beyond it, so I think we can say for sure that he came down here. The footprints stop after a while, though. Would tracking the scent of the mud be viable, Gourmet? I tried, but sadly I couldn't pick up any traces. There's not a lot to begin with, so the odor was already pretty faint. Hold on. I'm smelling something unusual over that way. He points in the direction opposite to the research facility, the path leading to the horrific, winding labyrinth. Something unusual? Yes, it smells kind of like my blender just shorted out. Not even a little appetizing. Well, yeah, it definitely isn't food. I start to feel uneasy. What could be awaiting us up ahead? Like a blender shorted out. Could it be the black SPX? Did Armor deal with it? That pit Armor fell into is nearby. Why don't we start our search there? As if retracting our retracing our earlier steps, we returned to a familiar room, but no one could have predicted the sight we would encounter. What's that sound?
Incompetent! It's him!
The red SPX? Following the sound, I see the red SPX repeatedly slamming itself against the wall, its exterior like a crumpled aluminum. I can't believe it can still move after getting crushed by the helipad. It's heavily damaged and doesn't seem to notice us, so it's likely broken. Still going even in that sorry state. What I feel isn't anger but pity. My fate's been deeply intertwined with this machine, yet I'm moved as it soldiers on despite its damages. Nothing short of admirable. Like Saika-chan, this medic is only attempting to fulfill the role it was given. Hey, Techie, is there a way to finish this SPX off?
There is. If you use Shakiwaki, the current should short out all its functions.
This is the second bot I've gotten this stream. Where are they coming from? Removed.
Thanks.
I just want to give it some peace. Right then, incompetent Techie Bookworm, can I trust you three with its deactivation and subsequent inspection? While you're occupied with that, the rest of us will investigate the pit armor fell into. Roger that. You've got it covered. We watched the others exit the room, then began our operation. The red SPX continued slamming itself against the wall. We approach it from the side, slow and careful. Regardless of the damages it sustained, it's still armed with weapons capable of piercing even armor suit. We need to exercise absolute caution. The SPX suddenly turns to face us. We're gonna die, I think, for a moment, but ignores us, heading to the corner of the room instead. There, I see the charging station we had examined previously.
Seems he's just filling up his batteries. Impressive that he can rely on a backup power supply until he reaches a charging station. If we don't do anything, it'll only continue ramming the wall and recharging. A senseless, pitiable cycle, the girl said compassionately.
Yeah, it is. Techie, when it comes back, could you shoot it with Shakiwaki? It's up to us now. Let's put it out of its misery.
This doesn't feel right, but there's no other option.
True to his word, Techie ejects Shakiwaki's spice in the SPX, shorting out its circuitry with an electrical current. We make our way up close, but it gives no sign of aggression. I get mixed feelings seeing its once menacing presence vanish so abruptly.
Is it safe to touch it? The girl asked, arm extended in trepidation. Yes, he's fine. I hit the exposed motherboard directly. He'd truly be a monster if he could still function after that. Talking about exposed motherboards as if I can understand any of that. Make your future comments more accessible, will you? The girl demanded. I essentially set its brain on fire. Does that make more sense?
Seems a little violent when you put it that way.
From an SBX's perspective, that's pretty much what it's like. And as a lover of science myself, it definitely makes my heart ache.
Gingerly, I touched the remains of the red SPX. What had been functioning mere moments ago was now just a pile of steel. It sits there, completely motionless. Our lives were torn from each other by this machine, but now it's finally over. I've gotten my revenge in a sense, but even so, the heavy feeling in my chest won't leave me. Ultimately, all of us, Saika, myself, the SPXs, we're all tools to be used by the secret police. Bookworm, what's got you thinking so hard?
Well, that SPX's behavior reminded me of something, so I'm running it by my recollection, the girl explained.
What? When it was banging against the wall? I don't follow, but Bookworm's memory isn't something to sneeze at. If she has a hunch, there can't be any mistaking it. I quietly give her some space, doing my best not to interrupt her train of thought. At that moment, the other three suddenly returned from inspecting the hole that armor had fallen into. Hey guys, that was quick. Find any clues by the pit? You can credit our speed to Gourmet's fearlessly rappelling into the death on a safety line. I didn't sense any danger, but still, I was practically shaking with fear. I figured making a proper descent would take too much time. Considering I'm the one holding you all hostage, it's only fair I take on a few additional risks. But if you die, we all die! At any rate, no threats to report. That hole goes quite a way down, though. There's even a hot spring at the bottom. Wait, a hot spring? The geothermal activity must be eating the water. It actually goes pretty deep, so you might survive if you fell into the spring. Armor lives! Armor lives! Huh. So that's how Armor made it out okay. That'd also explain why he couldn't contact our T-pads. Falling into the water would have shorted his out. Wait, but incompetent. We all saw him get stabbed in the chest, remember? It clearly hit a vital organ, so how could he possibly be alive after that? Well... I have no idea. Like Doleful said, it definitely appeared that the blade had pierced Armor's heart. Even if he survived the fall, he would have died from the blood loss. A mortal wound like that should have spelled the end for him. At any rate, there are 2 points for us to prioritize in our investigation right now. First is finding a clue as to Armor's whereabouts. After escaping that hole, he must have gone to this room on the way to the surface. So I'll take another look around and see if he might have left some sort of trace behind. Are we gonna investigate now? What's this called? Once more into the maze. Secondly, we need to figure out why the SPX was acting so repetitively. Its behavior followed too much of a pattern to just be a simple error. Remember, it's possible we're overlooking some key information. No detail too small. There's no details too small as far as that mech is concerned. Let's all give this labyrinth a thorough reinvestigation. My theory is that there's a hidden door behind that wall that the SPX can't open up, and there's something bloody behind there. Maybe Saika's body. Alright. First of all... Oh, is this a remix? Nice. Ooh! Hang on. That shit's good. It really is peak. Shame you can't move a little further down. Or maybe you can. Maybe you can hit both. Nope. Damn it. Alright. You don't move very far. How about I do a bit of a map jump for you and get you set up for the next round? Oh, that violin is awesome. This appears to be an SPX component. Maybe worth analyzing to solve the mystery behind that black rust bucket. Is this Holmes's necklace? What's it doing here? The song can't peak right when I'm about to go into a fucking memory. God, this is peak. Like the little like bit of like, I don't know, was it choir back there? That was awesome. All right. Huh? This vision I'm seeing. Could it be of Armor after he climbed out of that pit? My chest throbs as if I myself have become Armor. My head grows dizzy and my vision is blurred. Just walking is enough to make me totter, legs a quiver. Rather than watching the past, it feels as like I'm experiencing it vicariously. I can feel the denouement steadily growing stronger within me. I have been made to suffer tragedy anew. Forgive me, Saika-chan. Or Saika. Oh, Chan. My very being aches with repentance. Forgive me. I beg of you. Just Saika? No Dono on that? Wow. She did want to apologize to Armor for not being able to finish the chat that she had with him. Oh, no, did they have like a really personal connection? He was meant to protect her and he failed? Armor removes something from his pocket and begins speaking to it. It looks exactly like the pendant Saika was wearing. But why would Armor have it? Did he just call her Saika himself?
By my troth, I shall avenge you, even if it should claim my life. I failed to uphold my oath 10 years ago. Thus I swear I shall uphold it now. These two hands of mine shan't falter.
What? 10 years ago? Were you also in the torture labyrinth? How many people were in the torture labyrinth?
Saying this, Armor begins walking towards the heliport hangar. The pendant he had been holding in his hand now dangles from his metal suit. Did Armor have some kind of connection to Saika? If so, what was the point of his actions just now?
Back to the funky groove.
Shit. Shit.
You know, I did think it was weird that Armor died before we got to resolve that shit that was hanging over him. The stuff that he was alluding to and like the little comment that Saika had made.
Shit. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so pumped right now. It's peak. It's peak.
I found the red SPX's ID number. It reads SPX03G0001. It was the first unit built during the third phase of development. The white SPX, which used cameras, was 1C023, the first model. Then came the audio tracking Invisible SPX. They improved with every iteration.
Alright. Let's see. You can get this for me. You can inspect here and get 2 birds with 1 stone for me. You can't reach that over there because you have the worst fucking inspection radius possible. You're able to finish this one up because it's only 4. I'm gonna map wide move you over here for me.
Sorry, the sound it made when she moved so fast was really silly.
And then I'll keep you free to analyze, but I'll move you a little bit. Fuck. Stay up there. Preliminary. This bloodstain was left by Renegade. There's something about how that tomato red SPX was drawn to it.
Oh yeah. Default dialogue.
Getting my keywords.
The symbol on the floor is clearly deliberate. It would only make sense as a message left for Armor, the girl said with absolute certainty.
Wait, did she say for from Armor? Yeah, left for Armor. Interesting. And then you can analyze his blood trace.
I see. The red SPX behaved just like the black one did when he threw himself against the manor door. Though if both models track the same way...
You can start inferring about that. God, this soundtrack's been fire. I keep saying it, but it's because it's true. You head over here. Let's make sure there's nothing else around. Actually, I can do this. No, but just those 2 red points. Alright.
You. You also do a map-wide movement. Get over here. And you can't do shit yet. Yeah, she can stay over there. That's fine. And then these guys. There we go. Get the boost. Nice and easy.
The red SPX's behavior resembled that of the black SPX, meaning the principles that drive their tracking functions are one and the same. The rest goes without saying, the girl said, her chest swelling with pride as she glanced triumphantly at incompetent detective.
Aww. Oh, she's baby. And we got everything. Yeah, I'm saving. I think it's been a while since I checked my keywords, actually. Hang on. First of all, let's go through the rosters, see if anything's updated. Oh! Alright, this one is complete now. As an orphan, he was kidnapped and made to participate in the secret police's experiments 10 years ago. This awakened his powers, granting him the special ability to predict future tragedies. Denouement. He was expected to assume the title of Ideal Detective until his weakness led to disaster, wounding him. Deemed unfit, his memories were altered, and he was subsequently released. Oh, so that's what happened. Interesting. And then, no updates here. No updates here. Alright. Ariel Allen Pinkerton, 21 years old. Despite her classy alias, the Pinkerton Agency is currently in a period of decline, having closed their detective branch in her home country to primarily focus on security guard services. Dissatisfied with the state of things, she and her trusted subordinates moved abroad to establish Pinkerton Japan Incorporated and restore her family name. She now asks with both the face and head of the company, working tirelessly to expand it. Alright. Read this one. This one's not filled out yet. And then we read this. Read this one. Read this one. The new on armor. Read this one. Okay. The lexicon. Secret police. A certain powerful politician used the opportunity presented by the Dayless Night incident 13 years ago to propose creating this detective organization. The organization's goal was to create powerful, ideal detectives whose capability to deter crimes would rival that of the former Pinkerton National Detective Agency. Unlike the present DA, they solved no private civilian cases and had no interest in saving lives. Instead, they forwent ethics to focus on weapon development and human experimentation, going as far as to kidnap and prison children. Ideal Detective incited those unhappy with this direction, dismantling the organization from within and incorporating its personnel and technology to form the current Detective Alliance. Maestro Detective, the leader of the secret police, wound up banished by Ideal Detective and has not been heard of ever since. Quarting Duke. A deranged killer who publicly streamed a live murder on the internet out of the blue. Self-described as an entertainer, his modus operandi is two simultaneous victims. In the 6 months since his first homicide, the death toll has climbed to over 100, a scale unreached by any serial killers that came before. There are a few clues to his identity, as the voice heard on the broadcast is scrambled. Oh, there are a few clues. The police have investigated diligently, but in vain, failing to do so much as uncover the Duke's gender. As if to mock their efforts, there is no consistency to the Duke's ideologies, claims, mannerisms, or even modes of self-address in his regular broadcasts, making him all the more elusive. Superhuman experiments. The true purpose of the human experiments conducted by the secret police underground. After special neurosurgery, the subjects were exposed to lethal danger. This activates regions of their brains far beyond the normal capacity, inspiring new means for survival.
It is said that this has led them to develop sixth senses, though the veracity of this is dubious. If there had been a great detective with this sixth sense, tragedies like the Dayless Night incident could have been avoided. Society's future depends on ideal detectives who prevent these tragedies from occurring altogether, rather than responding after the fact. This was a statement made by Maestro Detective at the time. Employees of the secret police could not object. The Dayless Night incident had only recently claimed numerous lives, and people undoubtedly harbored much fear over the inscrutable atrocities. I see. I'm adjusting so Nigel can come sit in my lap again. He wants to. I see it. Hey, bud. What? No, you do. Ugh. All right. He's here. Let's see. Denouement. Fuck. Denouement. Denouement. I got so used to saying it the other way, which was incorrect. Denouement. A power born of the superhuman experiments. By processing visual data that is usually imperceivable, its user is able to theorize future events, a sort of pseudo precognition. There are, however, reports of past events being seen as residual thoughts, among other experiences unable to be explained by scientific means. Research on this phenomenon continues to this day. Because it causes an inordinate amount of data to be processed by the brain in a single moment, the ability poses an extreme burden on the mind, and sustained use is not recommended. As Ideal Detective is designated as a Q incident, some know of her unusual talents. The specifics, however, are kept confidential. Right, she's a Q incident because of her powers. Also, I think that the pseudo precognition thing, like the ability to quickly theorize about the future events, does lead to the residual thoughts, even though it seems more directly like, oh, past events have been theorized. I think like one could like see a few clues and then like perfectly like understand what happened hypothetically for whatever object ended up there to create the residual thought. But I can't be too entirely sure. Because Incompetent did be like, oh, maybe I subconsciously saw the footprint armor left and then figured out what happened. SPX series. 13 years ago, the Dayless Night incident resulted in horrific crimes across the country. Seeking to counter this, the secret police developed these robots in order to track down criminals. In addition to terrain and obstacle detecting laser sensors, each model boasts a specialized tracking function that engages pursuit mode upon detecting a target. Until their target is no longer detected for a certain amount of time, they will continue the pursuit, neutralizing any obstacles in their way. As a failsafe during their initial development, a soundbite was installed into the machines that, if parsed, would deactivate them. Inspired by this riddle solving, the personnel dubbed their beloved creations Sphinxes, or SPX for short. Maestro Detective, head of the secret police, became increasingly reckless in his pursuit to make SPXs a more powerful deterrent. This ultimately resulted in tragedy, as droves of children wound up dying in his research facility. Sphinx, huh? That's fun. That's fun. Invisible Sphinx. I'm going to call them Sphinxes now because that's way easier to say than SPX. Original designated Sphinx 02H. The second Sphinx model, developed for stealth, it has the ability to camouflage itself by projecting its surroundings back onto its body. However, only means of deduction are its movement sensing lasers and sound sensors. Its only means. As cameras would hinder its stealth functionality. It receives no visual input. The invisible Sphinx sneaks up on human sound sources before using its horn-like spikes to render them helpless. Due to an overemphasis on stealth in its design, both its lethality and tracking capabilities are lacking. White Sphinx. Official designation Sphinx 1C. The first Sphinx ever developed, this model serves as the foundation for the entire series. It has a low lethality rate, utilizing what is essentially a stun gun to shoot electrified spikes that run high voltage currents through their targets, immobilizing them. One of the 3 openings on its exteriors leads directly to its power source. It's possible to power down the machine by launching an attack on this area. While nearly all Sphinx 01Cs have been scrapped, a special prototype model developed by Maestro Detective currently patrols the hidden underground passages, expunging intruders with its lethal voltage and spikes. Invincible Detective. A mysterious individual who successfully fled from the secret police's experiments. Believed to possess unique powers, they were given the alias Invincible Detective after they managed to survive every test imaginable. However, because experiments were always conducted on groups of 5, Invincible's identity remained unclear. As researchers cautiously investigated the true nature of this peculiar ability in a way that would not inadvertently kill the child,
Their oversights allowed Invincible and the rest of the group to escape the facility. Invincible is assumed to have determined that their identity were pinpointed, everyone's lives would end up at risk. Ever since, Invisible Detective has been used as a general term to refer to the escaped child suspects. Though great efforts have been made to track them down, none of them have been found as of yet. Collar. Maestro Detective is said to have developed this compact explosive device during his days as the secret police. His official designation is Gwinnett, named after the Egyptian goddess who was depicted with the head of a rabbit. As this reference is rather obscure, most simply refer to it as a collar. Maestro Detective is really into Egyptian stuff, huh? It attaches itself by biting into the skin and is so slim that it can be mistaken for a tattoo at first glance. Its explosive force, however, is highly lethal. Even within the DA, details about how to detonate the collars are limited to a select few individuals. They are primarily used as a means to rein in dangerous or unpredictable targets. Meicho Araki. An architect of the Gormenghast Manor, Araki designed one building after another with eccentric features, complex mechanics, and unusual facades, his architectural signatures. This won him the staunch support of wealthy magnates. He proceeded to construct an entire generation. Unfortunately, mysterious incidents began to occur in his buildings. In complete reversal, his works began to be viewed as haunted, and in time, Araki vanished. These days, the buildings are sought after by quite a few people who are drawn to their paranormal appeal. An inexplicable number of them, however, wind up getting involved in some disturbance or another. Armor could be invincible, but maybe, I don't know. The DA's headquarters is located on this remote island, which is generally believed to be uninhabited. Morgue features rare twin calderas and is surrounded by sheer cliffs, preventing any passing ships from peeking through them. The central volcano is still active, however, the threat of eruption looms even now. Originally, Morgue had been inhabited by an ostracited religious group, although they were forced to relocate due to volcanic interruptions. Traces of their presence still remains. New cases. Case of the Jujo family treasure. The Ichijo family belongs to the Jujo group, one of the nation's 6 major conglomerates. Yuga Ichijo, the former head of the family, left a will that incited chaos between the remaining family heads. The will stipulated that whoever solved the cipher would receive a massive buried treasure as inheritance. This, of course, gave rise of been reading so much. True. You're so right, BT. Armor would have been really good at not dying. True. This, of course, gave rise to massive tensions within the Jujo group, to the point where even those involved would not even balk at murder. Yeah, there we go. The Rokuju family, which held much power within the group, contacted the DA to solve the riddle quickly, planning to distribute the wealth equally between all the families. The DA was able to deduce that the cipher was based on the literary works beloved by the late Ryuga Ichijo, and thus dispatched Bookworm Detective, who solved the case with flying colors. There was, in fact, an assassin lurking behind the scenes with plans to take out Bookworm. However, Ideal and Mystic were able to foil this scheme in time. Interesting. Who is fucking after Bookworm? The case of Building Number 1. The elusive, eccentric architect Meicho Araki is believed to have constructed a number of so-called enchanted manors. One of them, Building Number 1, became the site of a serial killing case. The case occurred before Senior Detective became a member of the DA. Within the manor, the shape of which was inspired by the kanji for one, Araki discovered a mysterious space that did not appear on his blueprints. In time, he revealed the presence of the secret resident who had remained hidden within the walls for years. The truth behind the case would cause such a stir that it was adapted into a movie and TV show. Senior Detective, unknown at the time, was suddenly thrust into stardom. Senior found the media limelight distasteful, however, and his public appearances steadily decreased. The Alice Castle killings. The elusive, eccentric architect Meicho Araki is believed to have constructed a number of so-called enchanted manors. One of them, Alice Castle, became the site of a homicide. Its whimsical rooms were themed around the books Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, with the lodgers there being murdered one after another through methods that drew from the work's motifs. Senior Detective, who was also a mentor to the victims, arrived on the scene at once. Upon stumbling into one of the culprit's traps, however, it was revealed that he had been the culprit's true target all along. In the manor teeming with trickery, Senior faced off against his own pupil in a battle of life and death. Because he was unable to protect the lives of his own students, Senior stepped away from the front lines of detective work in the later years of his life. Damn. And now we're caught up on our lexicon. Thank goodness.
Let me take a sip. Alright. A sippy whippy, yeah. As Techie might say. That's what he calls his water bottle. 18 hours remain until our collars detonate. Having wrapped up our investigation, we reconvene at the helipad in the hangar. Well then, we spent a considerable amount of time inspecting the area. I trust our efforts have yielded favorable results. Yes, I'll go ahead and share them. Our search has produced 3 major breakthroughs. First, the most important question. Where did Armor go after he fell? As it turns out, we already have the answer. I recall what we found, then reveal where Armor were headed. The underground research facility, or to the dungeon, right? I need to save so I can save scum. To the dungeon. No, that's wrong. Okay. Underground research? Yeah. We returned to the underground research facility. What we found on the floor of the room we were in supports this theory. Okay. The dungeon and research facility kind of mix up in my mind a little bit, I can't lie.
How can you tell? There weren't any prints of mud left behind. There's a good possibility he went to the dungeon instead. The message was left on the ground. It was easy to miss in a hurry, but not for someone as exhausted as Armor would have been at the time, explained the girl.
I'm with Bookworm. At first it was hard to notice from our perspective, but the pattern on the ground forms an arrow. I assumed Armor was exhausted by the time he got there, so his eyes were naturally cast down to the floor. We too made our way back using that very passageway, yet we saw nothing of the sort.
Well, in our case, we had Incompetent and the others waiting for us. We probably weren't very focused on the ground then, you know?
Plus, they look more or less like tire tracks, unless you inspect them closely. It'd be easy not to give them so much as a second thought. Whoever left these marks must have intended to share the location discreetly, without anyone else knowing. So, the purpose behind this message is to allow Armor to reconvene with our group. It seems that way, based on our current info.
Though we can't know what his plan is after meeting back up with us.
It wasn't a highly specific message, so he didn't have much of a choice but to head above ground. He knew we went towards the research facility, but couldn't tell whether we exited to the surface or continued below ground. Though we did the former and checked around. That would make for a consistent story. Only one question remained. Why did he carry Saika's body away? But there's not much that can be done to figure that out right now. Because he had to protect her! We'll just have to ask him the moment we can. He couldn't have gotten to the lower sector of Snarks from the circus himself. To meet up with us, he'd have to come back down the helipad. In which case, his next stop would have been the underground research facility. Yep, exactly. To sum things up, upon escaping the pit, Armor noticed the arrow on the ground. He then trailed after us, but couldn't. That we might have gone up to the surface. He then trailed after us, but couldn't that we might have gone up to the surface. Something's missing there. Something's wrong with that sentence. Alright. After failing to find us up there, his only other option was to head towards the underground research facility. That's about the gist of it. Yeah, I couldn't have known. Or something like that, yeah. Or wasn't able to because we went up to the surface. I don't know. Anyone refutes my theory. Seems I've explained myself pretty well. Details notwithstanding, it sure is a bet that Armor headed towards the underground facility. Oh, it's a sure bet. We mustn't waste any time giving chase. Everyone, make your preparations at once. Hold on, Posh. There's still something we gotta clear up first. Something to clear up? And pray tell what that would be. I gestured to the now defunct SPX. And SPX made me realize something. Something about the black model that killed Holmes. The black model, you say? Really? What is it? Tell us! Posh and Dolph will look at me with eager eyes. The others give inquisitive looks as well. No matter how much time passes, I still can't get used to people awaiting my take on a situation so excitedly. This goes to show how amazing Psycho was for handling it so graciously, for so long, too. But that was then. I can't look up to her that way anymore. I psych myself up, determined to not bend under the pressure. From now on, I have to be ideal detective. With full conviction, I share my theory. Right. So about that red SPX. Or Sphinx. I gotta get used to calling it Sphinx. As I speak, my eyes wander to the remains of the Sphinx, and suddenly my vision flickers. Wait, the Nomon again? Why now? I'm not sure what's going on. My vision whitens like I've been blinded by sunlight. My feet no longer sense the ground, as if I'm sinking. Hey, yo? Huh? I vaguely hear someone call my name as my consciousness slips away. That was baby Psycho, right? When I come to, I find myself alone, standing in a familiar maze. Freezing, even the inside of my chest feels cold, and I shiver when I stand still. It's almost like I'm the last person alive in the whole world. Over here, Psycho-chan. That invisible mech has good ears, but its eyes are weak. If we hide here, I'm sure it'll pass right by us. I hear a voice, one I know very well. In the distance, I see a boy I recognize at once. He feels extremely trustworthy. Just the sight of him makes my frozen chest swell with warmth. Is it Baby Armor? He runs. No, I run to him. Hey, Matsuku, why are you protecting me? The question comes out spontaneously, but the boy in front of me gives me a reassuring smile, as if the answer is given. Or, huh? Because my dream is to become the greatest sleuth in the whole wide world. Of course I'm going to keep you safe. Oh, are we seeing it from Psycho's perspective? I mean, I want to be like the famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock, you mean that guy from the stories? He doesn't actually exist, does he? Of course not. It's just fiction, but that's why I'm aiming to become an even better detective than Sherlock. He doesn't exist, then you... I just gotta become him myself, don't you think? Why do you keep flipping up and saying you? He tries to flash a cool smile at me, and I can't stop myself from bursting into laughter. His dream is childish, absurd even, but for someone as lost and empty as I am, he's like a shining beacon drawing me to him. The other kids only think about themselves. They're solely focused on their own survival. Only this boy here, only Wataku, who tries so desperately to find a way to save all of us himself. I just can't understand why he acts this way. Seriously, you're such a softie. You're calling me that. Keep it up and I won't help you next time you're in trouble. What a liar. Whenever anyone's in trouble, this boy is the first one to spring into action without a second thought. Even for someone as cold and standoffish as me. Not just any old softie. Spending time together like this has pretty much proven that he's a softie to the core. Then, that fateful day arrives. Wait, do we get to see Psycho talk to God? The boy shields me, getting torn apart by a red mech as a result. I run to his side in a panic, scooping up blood and trying to pour it back into his wounds. But there's no way for spilled blood to be returned. I scream in frustration as I splatter red across his body. Why would you do that for me? And Papa told me before that my life was one of huge tragedy. That from the very start, I should have never asked for happiness. Now you're protecting me like this, you just can't. The boy is covered in a cold sweat and clearly suffering, yet still he smiles at me. Tragedy. Up with that. It's your story, but your dad's gonna go ahead and decide it for you. No matter what, you're always the protagonist of your own story. No matter how much tragedy you face, all you gotta do is reverse them. The boy shakily gets to his feet, still smiling through his blood-covered face. Stand up, Psycho-chan. Let's turn this tragedy around. You and me. Together. Yeah. Let's. But ultimately, tragedy is what awaits us. Save this boy, I became a substitute. I take the new name of Sayaka Sheridan Holmes, in my life as a detective. Others believe that I took inspiration from Sherlock himself, but that isn't the case. There's a tragedy. Reverse it. The one I patterned myself after was none other than Wataru Hojo. This day, even as a detective, I keep those words of his close to my heart, always believing that one day our paths will cross again. What is it about the Sphinx that has you spacing out like this? Huh? No. Sorry. I was just thinking about the past a bit.
I just assumed old Humbert's perversions had finally pushed him off the deep end, the girl said, noticeably relieved.
It's not like I'd go insane from that. Besides, I'm not a little girl, okay? The way everyone's eyeing me with concern, I assume I must have just blanked out the way I did yesterday. The memory just now was probably Saika's. It was like when I witnessed armor before, another vision involuntarily triggered by something I saw. My ability to look in the past has only grown stronger. What the heck is going on with me? Your face is looking rather sallow, incompetent. Are you feeling unwell? That red sphinx nearly killed you before, didn't it? Are you certain you're not pushing yourself too hard? I appreciate the concern, Posh, but after what Techie said, I'm not scared anymore. The sphinxes aren't evil, they're just trying to do their jobs, that's all. If that's what you believe, then so be it. At any rate, did examining the sphinx reveal something to you? Let me explain, Posh. When you saw that broken sphinx repeatedly smash itself against the wall, did it make you feel anything? Like deja vu? I found it unsightly in the extreme, but that's about the extent of it. What are you getting at? I'm not too shocked she didn't realize, but someone with sharp memory would've. Alright, get into it. Bookworm! Hey, Bookworm. I bet you noticed, right?
Of course I did, said the girl, confirming that Incompetent's misgivings were not unfounded. The repeated movements, that harsh artificial sound, it was exactly like the black SPX when it initially chased us back to the manor. You recall how it slammed against the door again and again, demanding us to come outside? Said the girl, sharing her thoughts.
Bingo. You hit the nail on the head. That red sphinx behaved exactly like the black one when it attacked us. Well, what does it all mean then? He behaved in similar ways, yes, but explain to me in a simpler manner the significance of this fact. Don't you mean in noble terms?
Good grief. And carefully. Behavior is reminiscent of insects clustered around a lamp at night, don't you agree? Bugs drawn to light exhibit a quality known as positive phototaxis. But what I'm implying is the SPXs share similar behavior patterns. From this, we can surmise the black and red models both use scent-based tracking, the girl explained, such that even the self-styled noble could follow.
That seems consistent with what we know. Even after we hunkered down in the manor and held our breaths, that black sphinx kept hammering against the door. It wouldn't have been able to get up to see or hear us, yet it never moved away from the manor. It always struck me as a bit odd. But things change if it can track by scent. Even a closed door can't seal away an odor. That would account for how it detected us from far away, too. Being the source of the scent ourselves, it makes sense why the black SPX never left the area. Huh? Wait, but remember the first time we arrived at the underground hangar? When we were considering going up to the surface? That black sphinx was there at the time. Just like when Ideal was killed. What was up with that?
If I had to take a guess, I'd say it was there to recharge. In a similar vein, the reason the red model kept operating afterwards because it had a function that allowed it to recharge itself independently. There's a charging station at the heliport too. Being there at the same time was just unlucky timing on our part.
Huh. So if there'd been a window of opportunity, we might have been able to escape the manor. No, it would have been too risky either way. The Sphinx came from the heliport when Holmes was killed, remember? To leave the manor and get off the mountain, we'd have to pass by that heliport. No way we could have avoided engaging the Sphinx.
I agree. In fact, wrongfully assuming it left the manor and making a break for it would have been even more dangerous.
No matter how our cards were played, we still wouldn't be able to escape that Sphinx.
There's not enough proof to say for certain, but the Black Sphinx most likely tracks using scent. Let's assume as much as we continue searching.
Alright then, let's shake a leg and get to the underground facility. There's a chance Armor could already be there.
But we locked the shutter to the entrance, remember? Makes me wonder if he really went that way. What if this is all a trap? I don't want anyone else to die.
Dolfo looks terrified. No surprise that he's wary of unknown threats. We have to consider that Armor, our trusted ally, could be a dangerous foe. But there's no way Saika, or anyone who calls himself an ideal detective, would show any apprehension at a time like this. All we can do is keep going. Just a moment ago, we managed to figure out something new. The only path is forward, even if it's just one step at a time. Let's all go together, Dolfo.
Competent. You're right. Thanks. Sorry I was being such a chicken about it.
Dolfo grabs my outstretched hand, climbing to his feet. I feel like I've managed to invoke a bit of an ideal detective in my speech. What are the Black Sphinx's capabilities? Why is Armor still alive? What is his goal and who's working with him? We have a mountain of questions that need answers, but even so, forward is the only way to go. As it stands, our collars will explode and kill us, making way for the Duke to claim even more victims. It's up to us to prevent that tragedy. Alright everyone, let's head to the underground facility. With that, we set off once again for the lower sector of Snarks. "18 hours remain until our collars detonate."
Oh, Armor. To think he'd break through the shutter to get inside the research facility.
I've had enough of that musclehead, the girl said, feeling uneasy over returning with the man who is her very antithesis. Or reuniting.
Easy now. At least this tells us he's been through here. Let's examine the area and try to find any traces he might have left. We like just missed each other. That's really funny. I felt like we went up the elevator and Armor like came down and is like, where are they?
I have to wonder though, what exactly is he trying to accomplish?
I suppose he could be a member of the Dayless Knight like Renegade was, but...
Could he be Invincible Detective? You know, that person Workaholic mentioned before?
Huh? But Renegade was Invincible Detective, wasn't he? Why bring that up now, anyway?
Well, there's no way an Invincible Detective would actually die, right?
Dolfo is making points. Plus, the first time Renegade heard Invincible Detective, he said he had no idea what was being talked about. He could have just been playing stupid, but who knows? Maybe he only claimed it after the fact.
We all thought Armor was dead, but suddenly he's alive again? Doesn't it feel like he's defying mortality or something?
His motives don't matter to me. Armor's alive. Right now, I just want to celebrate that fact.
You're right. Sorry, Techie. I'm happy about that too, of course.
Sorry, I let my emotions do the talking without any basis. I ought to be decommissioned for this.
No need to apologize. Dolfo wants to believe in Armor, but is afraid. You want to trust your heart over your head. I understand how both of you feel. Still,
I'm Techie Detective. I shouldn't let my personal sentiments get the better of me.
Same would happen to anyone who just learned their dear friend was still kicking.
try not to forget what you're feeling right now, Techie. What you're going through is a valuable lesson for any detective. Picking nits can wait until later. All will be revealed once we locate Armor. Now, allow me to demonstrate to you all the unrivaled elegance of my investigative prowess. Oh. I love when she does her little bounce. It's so cute. Posh has the right attitude. I still can't be sure of the menacing... We still can't be sure of the meaning behind Armor's suspicious behavior. We need to make sense of everything the culprit has done since arriving on the island if we hope to track him down.
While we're sweeping for any traces armor left, I also want to review the Paradox murders where Workaholic and Renegade Detective died. Renegade killed Workaholic, only to fall into a trap that resulted in his death as well. So why was he smiling at the end? Seems off somehow. There must be some hidden truth we have yet to grasp. I want all of you to help me find it. This tragedy was one orchestrated by Renegade Detective. It's up to us to turn it around. Save again. Search for the footprints maker. My fucking investigation senses were on lock. Alright. Let's get investigating. I think that you can probably get all of that. Nope. Maybe you could if you got here. Nope. Alright. You can just suspect from here then. You have pretty good inspection. Oh, but you're fucking slow. That's the problem. Alright, fine. Right. Preliminary? Right. Huh? There's something strange about this house plant. I don't know what exactly, but it feels like it's watching me. Cameras? Hidden cameras?
Huh? Just as everyone suspected, I found a surveillance camera hidden behind the leaves. Why was this secret recording spot set up?
I'm so locked in. Okay. I suspect there must be a place here for me. No? There's no trace memory area around here? I guess we already got a trace from here. Alright, fine. I wanted you to, move all the way over there. You know what? Let's get you up there. Or we're gonna be moving around a bit. Fuck! I keep accidentally undoing the movement. I'm foolish. I really am incompetent. Alright. Confirm the movement. There we go. You are going to move here. And you are going to move up and assist. Oh wait, I forgot to make a U infer. Wait, now she can assist. And then you can head up here. Goalful can do a map-wide movement to get up here. Actually, I'm gonna get a little more just like right by the door. And because this is mostly a setup round, I'll also kind of I'll move Techie across the map to get this little point for me up here. Or no, Doleful can get that. Techie can move here. Awesome. There we go.
The security camera shows Harmon Detective heading towards the surface. It must have made whoever set this camera up quite happy to see it, the girl conjectured, relieved to see her friend safe and sound.
さあ、実験を始めましょうか。ネジ一つだって見逃しません。どうしたの？僕にはこれしか脳がないんだ。
Alright, let's get all these points inspected.
頑張るよ。
And then I'm gonna do a preliminary. These are spare rubber wristbands, like the ones used in Workaholic's murder. There are so many, no one would notice if you took a few. Maybe I should compare these to the one at the crime scene, just to be safe. Is that the knife used to stab Workaholic? What's it doing here, though? Go. Got my keywords. And then you two. Can you analyze stuff? 5, that's a 3. Okay. You can. You have low enough analysis abilities that I'm going to bring you in here to work on the mystery point. Okay. In here. And confirm that movement. There we go. Okay, okay. And we can investigate. Well, I say, I use my firm's saliva detection kit, and voila! I got a reaction from the wristband. There's only one person who would have bitten it. Who's biting wristbands? You have infant 6, you have infant 6, your assistant 4, your assistant 4. Would it be more valuable to do that? Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to go for more than 2 hours if I had. But that would have been funny. What? Well, I'll let you play out. Yeah, we were not very close at all. I mean, we were close, but not that close. Okay, yeah, so it is more valuable for them to do it independently.
My findings include no fingerprints are present. That tends to be the case with murder weapons, but given Renegade's personality, I'm not so sure. Wouldn't he have wielded it with his bare hands for all to see? I'm think.
Did Gourmet not confess to being the one to stab Renegade? Did we not already figure this out? I could have gone to sleep at a reasonable time. There was no need to worry that I missed the ending. Yeah. It was worth it. What's in for here? Move you here. Have you in for there. There's nothing left to analyze. You can come up here. What is this just for? Okay. So if you move here, you can infer. And actually, if we both assist you, that'll be better. It just keeps on going. I think they are. I'm not entirely sure. Upon recalling Incompetent's duel against Renegade, I now realize what seems amiss. The stab wounds on Workaholic's body are perpendicular to his ribs. It's inconceivable that Renegade could have pierced him at such an angle, which means... No one broke the PCs by leaving the heat at its highest temperature. I wonder if there was some info they didn't want us to see. Yeah, that's everything. Case of the Quartering Duke, baby. 10 hours remain till our collars detonate. What's it at now? The research facility revisited. Alright. Give a little stretch. I'm locked in. I'm so locked in right now. We gather in front of Renegade's corpse. I cut right to it and summarize our findings. The forbidden stretch indeed. I kept feeling like something was off during yesterday's investigation. I couldn't put my finger on it then, but I think I finally figured it out. Workaholic was never actually murdered. He planned his death from the start, committing suicide by electrocution. Yeah, that's what I said.
Why the stab wounds on his chest then? Not even Gourmet would go as far as to push him, would she? The girl inquired, honestly.
Those wounds are actually what give him away. Seeing them, anyone would assume he was attacked, but at a closer look, But a closer look reveals a big mistake Renegade would never make. The marks are perpendicular to the ribs.
Are they not meant to be that way? The girl asked, head cocked in confusion. She didn't harbor much interest in graphic literature.
A perpendicular thrust would catch on the ribs and miss his heart. Had Renegade truly been responsible, the wounds would be parallel. Next you tell me you also go to bed without the redeem? That means these stabs were also calculated as to not be fatal. Knowing this makes it very likely that they were Workaholic's own doing. This is all very convincing coming from Incompetent, given his own personal experience with such injuries.
That really something to joke about? The girl asked, testing the waters.
I guess I'd prefer it if you laughed.
Workaholic's own saliva was found in the wristband as well, which would support this same hypothesis. Naturally, you would have already known removing it would electrocute him to death. If he pulled it out with his teeth, then that must have been his goal.
Right. Yesterday we assumed the Renegade detective took off the wristband during the blackout, but that's not what happened. So my initial theory was right. I thought he killed himself. I said it. The power outage, the electrocution, it was all Workaholic's doing. Does that also mean he used the handcuffs to personally restrain himself?
Seems like it. Only his arms were actually bound. That way, he could delay his electrocution and make preparations as needed.
Think it over, and you'll notice the crime scene was also by the distribution board, putting Renegade in its range of command when he came to mess with it. Short, Workaholic wasn't murdered, rather he orchestrated his own suicide, and Renegade unknowingly played right into his scheme. Well, hang on, actually. That's a bit... That's a bit, too spoilery. Does Viz, can you remove that? Okay, wait, did he actually kill himself, though? Why didn't you do that sooner? Because he needed, like, a means to do so, and he needed to do it within a radius of, you know, of Renegade. He needed to die within a certain radius of him. And Renegade was constantly on the move. Renegade was constantly on the move! Besides, he also probably had to strengthen his resolve to actually kill himself. He has a family. I don't want to, like, get too into the nitty-gritty of spoilers of any media.
personally. So we might want to delete that message. Just because, like, there might be people here who haven't played it. But I mean, like, the Junko thing is pretty much, like, everyone fucking knows about Junko Enoshima, I feel like. I didn't play it for years. I only played it within, like, the past few years. The room falls silent. While I may have just uncovered the truth, it's a difficult reality to accept. We had assumed he was a victim of tragedy, taken by Renegade's hand, but in truth he was a madman who used Renegade to kill himself deliberately. It almost makes me wish we never learned what really happened. Why would Workaholic go unwillingly end his own life? Even going as far as to pin the blame on Renegade. I guess he intended to kill Renegade by triggering his collar, even if it meant sacrificing himself in the process. Workaholic would have been treated as a murderer if he made it off the island. That level of infamy would have affected his family, right? So, maybe he figured it'd be better to go out as a murder victim? That was his reasoning? I try to argue against it, but words fail me. There are likely a number of people who do the same out of love for their family. He carries such a dark past, but he raised a family in earnest and did his best to change. Hard to denounce him, knowing all that. Hey, incompetent. How about we just say that Workaholic was killed by Renegade? But that isn't... It wouldn't be fair, huh? I mean, he did kill Rowdy, only to meet a mysterious end himself. But even so, I can't see him as a bad guy. I want to. Would it really be so unacceptable to report Renegade as the culprit to Alliance HQ? No, because if you do that, they're gonna say Renegade was a quartering duke. They're gonna say Renegade is a quartering duke, and then you're gonna get off scot-free, baby. You're gonna be free to go. Huh. Huh. You want them to suspect him. I can't respond. I fully understand Doleful's reasoning, and honestly, thinking about Workaholic makes me want to do the same. Still, I don't think we should do that. What? But why? You really want to pursue his crimes that badly? No, that's not it at all. I don't want to put more blame on Workaholic than necessary, but... For what? I want to express my feelings, but my mouth fails me. We can't go with Doleful's suggestion, that much I know, but oddly enough, I can't put my thought process into words. Why does the prospect stir up such a negative reaction in me? It's not the truth. It's quite enough. We're still in the middle of an investigation. Now is truly the time. It's now truly the time for a class-wide discussion of morals. Your job at a crime scene isn't to hold panels on ethics. Leave that business to the higher-ups. We have far more pressing matters at hand, wouldn't you agree? Posh then points her index finger at Techie, teeth bared in a fierce, aggressive expression.
And you, Techie.
Fuck, wrong person. And you, Techie. Why did you refrain from telling us about Armor being caught on film? It's not my desire to suspect you, but there's a good reason to believe that you're Invincible Detective, or counted among his accomplices.
I'm sorry, I swear I didn't mean any harm by it. I wasn't trying to trick you guys.
Motherfucker knew? Techie bows his head deeply in apology and then shows us an image on his laptop. Armor. Really is Armor. We lived after all. We spontaneously shout for joy upon seeing our friend, but the gaping wound in his chest silences us immediately. Our eyes hadn't deceived us. Right before the fall, Armor had been pierced by that Sphinx, and he's still alive somehow, despite that. It's almost like he actually is invincible.
I'm sorry. When you went to the surface, I secretly installed a surveillance camera so we know if Armor was really still out there. I was also responsible for the arrow in the maze. My head kept telling me to give it up, but I just couldn't bring myself to.
So sure enough, that arrow was your doing.
Sure enough, you already knew?
Not for certain, no, but going by the size and shape, anyone would have stuck out while drawing it. Anyone aside from you, that is. It dawned on me that by dragging your tires in a certain way, you could probably make an arrow on the ground.
Yep, you got me. By moving my wheels with the brakes engaged, I'm able to leave marks like the ones you saw. But why didn't you tell us? Learning that he's alive would have been amazing news. Well, like we noted, it's odd that he's still alive, right? I was positive that if I told you up front, you'd think I was the culprit, so...
So what I'm hearing is Renegade didn't actually kill Armor. And so he's off the hook. You get it, you hate Armor, that's why his design is so mid. That's why he didn't get a wounded sprite. Armor deserves so much better.
I'm really super sorry.
Techie's voice trembles as tears well up in his eyes. He usually keeps such a level head, so it's clear that this really has him shaken up. What'd Psycho have done for me at a time like this?
Renegade didn't intend to get Rowdy killed! Rowdy was the one who insisted on switching. Renegade wanted Doleful to go in the room because Doleful would have survived. And then he was like, well, I suppose Rowdy might survive as well because of her really keen senses. He didn't expect her to die. Blame Workaholic. True.
Hey, I don't think he doesn't need to sleep. I think he can only sleep for 5 minutes at a time. What if Workaholic got him in the 5 minutes? What then? Recalling my fond memories of Psycho, I flashed Techie the most reassuring smile I can muster. It's only natural you'd be upset. Armor protected you only to get hurt himself. But there's no way we'll ever learn the truth unless we ask him directly. So let's find him. Techie nods in silent agreement. I wait for him to calm his breathing. Just like when Psycho did the same for me, watching over me as I struggle with this and that. I do accept my apologies, Techie. I was being so terribly harsh to you. With that, let us collect our bearings and continue this manhunt together, shall we? Come along now. Oh. Posh heads towards the elevator lobby, dragging Techie and me by our arms. The elevator cabin should still be above, but oddly enough, the outer gate has been forced open, revealing an endless, yawning abyss from below. It would appear that Armor accessed the lift using nothing but pure brawn. What an astounding feat.
I see. Without the elevator key, I suppose that would be the only other option. Quite the inventive solution.
Please, as if a brute should be considered inventive. As if brute force. At any rate, let's call the elevator down and give chase. We must have just missed each other as you went up. I bet we can still catch him. Using the elevator, we head above ground and quickly hurry outside the research facility. We nearly cried in surprise at what confronts us. Is Armor in there? Oh shit! The Black Sphinx! I thought it went somewhere else! The Sphinx in question is guarding the outside of the heliport, just as it had been the day Psycho was killed. We almost attempt to rush back inside, but then we notice something peculiar.
He's not responding to us at all. It seems like he's recharging using that mechanism by the heliport. Maybe he's programmed to stay put while he's filling up his batteries?
According to Incompetence theory, this one tracks via smell, right? We've worked up a sweat climbing around, so I'd say we're fairly pungent right now. Isn't it strange that it's not even phased? Yeah, definitely. That first time this thing reacted to us before we could even see it. The Red Sphinx's sensors had a wide range, too. If my theory is correct, there's no way this one shouldn't be picking up our scents right now. But I've gotten it wrong? You good, girl? What? Why are you smacking it, Posh? That's dangerous! Consider it payback for earlier. Now that we've confirmed not even physical touch will arouse it, while it may be charging, does it seem a bit too defenseless here? Its power is connected, so there must be some other condition it needs to meet before it can begin tracking. What kind of condition, though? My scent tracking theory should be correct, more likely than not. The red sphinx tracks using blood, so I wonder if this model also has a specific scent it responds to. Just as I ponder this, its treads let out a squeak and start to rotate. It's moving! It's back, Doleful. The situation calls for the traditional Kigatin Baritsu technique. All of us ready our stances, but the Sphinx ignores us, starting off in the direction of neither the research facility nor the manor, but the woods. The woods where I was first found? Why would it be going there?
Take a closer look at the ground. There's a trail of tread marks, like the SBX has passed through this area before. Sphinx. This may be the route he's been programmed to follow under standard conditions.
So normally, it's programmed to patrol around the woods?
The black SBX model was originally designed as a sentry unit. Seeing that he's still being used as a guard here on Warg, wouldn't his current behavior make sense?
Oh, I see. If the idea was to cover areas with low visibility, a machine like that would definitely be the way to go. It's able to charge itself up automatically, and as long as there are no targets to pursue, it would be totally harmless the way it is now. That robot was probably a handy invention for people working at HQ. Still, it's kind of a hard pill to swallow, given how great a danger those things have been to us. I'd pass out if I ran into one of these guys in the woods. They make an excellent defense against anyone trying to infiltrate the island, that's for sure.
Going off what we know, they repeat the same route over and over again, but will pursue any identified targets without end. Maybe he left the manor's premises and returned to his standard programming because a rain cleansed the air of any residual scent particles. He uses the same tech as Sniffy Whiffy. He probably has issues maintaining proper cleanliness and ventilation.
What scent would we have had on us to activate it? Any traces it could have used to detect us disappeared with the rain. If we're in an enclosed space like a maze or the manor, that'd be a different story, but it's not so lucky with the outdoors. If it only rained while it was trapping us inside. Oh fuck, if only it rained while it was trapping us inside. But there's no use complaining about how things could have been at this point.
I attached a transmitter to that Sphinx in case he strays from his route. Let's keep looking for armor now.
At that moment, we hear a tremendous crash from the mountaintop manor. That sound... That must have been armor. During not even a single moment, we sprint towards Gormenghast. 9 hours remain until our collars detonate. It feels like we haven't been to the manor's entrance hall in ages. In the center of the room is... No! They can't do this to us again! He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He'll be fine. Armor pinned beneath the chandelier. Armor. No! Just when we thought he was alive. Just when I thought I could talk to him again. Too much to bear. With shriveling legs, I approach him and touch his metal suit. Suddenly... Oh, he's fine. Huh? He's alive? So incompetent and company! Armor hugs me with all his might. Summer's day, 'tis good to see you all well. Search as I may, high and low, I was unable to find you. Oh, how wrought with worry I was. I get it. Let me go. Nay, I say, nay. Let us revel in this moment, for we are alive and unharmed. We shan't be for much longer if you keep embracing him so. Unhand him, you oaf. Oh shit. We're seeing fucking ghosts. My apologies. I'm simply overcome with joy. I narrowly avoid passing away as Armor finally releases me from his death grip. That was a close one. I could have sworn I saw Mystic and the others waving me over. That chandelier fell directly on you. Are you alright?
Plus, you were already wounded when you fell into that pit. You sure your body's doing okay?
Aha!
A bobbling chandelier is no match for my carapace of steel. What's more, there was a hot spring situated at the bottom of my dissension. My wounds were mended by dint of its curative properties.
Yeah, we discovered that ourselves a bit ago. You're really lucky to survive all that.
Why, was that gulf thrice deep? It took me a considerable amount of time to clamber up. Your vitality is remarkable. I see grieving your loss was a complete waste of tears, the girl said with a sigh.
But wait, you were stabbed in the chest by the Red Sphinx. Seemed like it struck your heart. Are you sure you're alright?
This preserved me.
Is that your D-pad? Armor produces a heavily damaged D-pad from his pocket. Its state is a testament to how lethal a Sphinx's attack can be, even for armor and his defenses. It wasn't even its target, but the thought makes me shudder all the same. Or I wasn't.
In sooth, this D-pad belonged to Lady Ideal. I mentioned that I went to confirm whether she was alive or not, yes. I humbly took a device at the time, so as to bear it as a good luck charm. Lo and behold, it obstructed the Sphinx's blade immaculately.
Man, he held her close and dear to his big fat tits. So touching. Oh, and his heart as well, I assume.
With it, I narrowly escaped mine own demise. I cannot express my gratitude to Lady Ideal enough. As a token of thanks, I buried her at a spot where she could almost peer the ocean. Once this ordeal is over, I ask that you pay her respects.
Wait, so that's why you went above ground and moved Ideal's body?
What other motive would there be?
We all look at one another, an awkward smile plastered on each of our faces. He really isn't much of a thinker, but despite it all, doing what he did is just part of his nature. Really moving bodies around a crime scene is inconceivable for a detective, but it's hard to be upset about it. All I can really do is laugh.
Whatever's the matter? I've committed yet another grievous blunder.
It's fine. I'm already over it. I can't help but chuckle as I respond. Giving it some thought, there's no way someone as kind as Armor could be invisible detective. Believe it or not, we were looking for you because we suspected you might be the mastermind, Armor.
Mary, come up! 'Twould be impossible to concoct a murderous scheme with such mental faculties as mine. Not to boast, but they are quite poor.
Yes, that much is patently obvious, to a painful degree. Now, moving on from this lummox here, we're back at square one, are we not? Moreover, we circled all the way around to Gormenghast, the very place this all began. Oh, the bitter irony. Two, yeah. We can check, actually. One inference, one analyzation. And only 3 inspection. He's only good at moving around and assisting people. Oh, what a delightful little lad. I'm surprised his thing didn't update when we saw the, stuff. No one else has updated as well. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, no kidding. But I think this is a good opportunity. Let's all investigate the manor again. We still don't know who murdered Senior Detective, after all.
Wait, that reminds me.
Oh, wait, that reminds me. Didn't downtown fill the building with toxic gas?
I checked in. There isn't enough on the first floor to harm us. I topped off my decontaminants in the lab, so we can neutralize any danger zones. It looks like the second floor still has toxic fumes, though, so it'd be better not to go up. Let's keep our search here at the ground level.
Though I fail to grasp our current situation, I shall lend you my aid. If there is any way I may service you, your wish is in my command.
For now, try not to activate any more traps. And that isn't a setup for some gag, alright? The girl said, wary of incoming punchlines.
Why don't we disarm the falling chandelier? It'll be bad news if it gets triggered again and lands on anyone other than Armor.
A content, as most excellent idea. I may get raw breath, but were anyone else who gets ensnared by this knavery, it could be decidedly lethal. You narrowly escaped it, so incompetent. Your luck is unmatched. Although I suppose fortune similarly favored Lady Downtown.
Downtown was lucky too? What do you mean?
Have I neglected to mention this? Lady Downtown was the first of our company to arrive. I had attempted to keep pace, but I could only trail behind her, arriving second. Had you not opened the door first, Lady Downtown would have been met with a crushing end. Mayhaps that was the reason behind her favor to you?
Or she set it up. Though Downtown was the actual target? Oh. Oh. Betrayal. That's right. Why hadn't I noticed it before? Just as Saika theorized, there were meant to be 2 victims in the case of the dismembered detective before I disrupted the plan. Which means that he would have had an intended first victim. But to think it was her, the Duke's very own ally. Ordering Duke attempted to dispose of Downtown alongside Senior Detective? But why? Because okay, they were both his allies. They both had to be his allies because Senior was like, oh, you're going to the detective elimination thing, right? Right before we passed out, he said detective elimination. We still haven't addressed that. This was a planned scheme from the higher-ups of the DA to get rid of all the detectives because they're in line with the Quarting Duke. I'm locked in. I'm so locked in right now. This, that, and so much else. It was all quite an ordeal.
What? Both a renegade and so workaholic at once? That means it must have been the work of the Duke, does it not?
While I mull over the facts in my head, Armor yelps in shock as Posh quickly fills him in on the events of the past few days.
By my troth, you will find no mercy from me. Yet again, he slays 2 in one fell swoop. It's utterly reprehensible. Good people, lend me your ears. I shall give unto you mine armor, mine flesh. I shall bar nothing in the name of your safety.
No, I don't think Gourmet is gonna be evil. I think she's not high up enough to know. Like, she may be, like a more senior detective to us. However, she's only number 9. Well, she isn't top 10, but I feel like this is maybe a top 5 thing. But then again, she's number 22. I feel like it has to do with connection to the Duke more than rank, though. And I think... I don't know. I guess we'll see. Actually, Armor, we figured out just a bit ago that Renegade's death was Workaholic's doing. He staged the whole thing and put on a show of... Wait. Put on a show. Suddenly it hits me like a bolt from the blue. Common thread among the Quarting Duke's cases is that there was always 2 simultaneous victims. Yeah! I fucking knew it was Doleful. I knew it was him. I knew. I'd been so fixated on solving the case I didn't notice, but Armor's right. The Paradox murders for the same pattern. Yeah, honestly, I can't believe I forgot about the 2 simultaneous murders things. That's a really fun little clue. I should have picked up on that sooner. Is it just a coincidence? Or was it premeditated by Workaholic, who had hoped to pin the blame on Renegade Detective? I get the feeling we're missing some crucial detail here. The method of which Senior was killed was clearly meant to invoke the Quarting Duke. So why was there only 1 victim? Maybe you were meant to be the victim all along, Incompetent, and you just avoided it through sheer luck? No, the Duke wouldn't have known about my presence to begin with. There must have been some reason he would sacrifice Downtown. Maybe he thought Downtown and Senior would spill the beans. Huh? Trust in yourself. I recall Saika's final message to me. I get the sense that I'm close to the heart of this case. I just know it. I say, looking at Doleful Detective. Well, seeing as we're already here, let's review our first case. The dismembered detective. According to our D-pads, it took place 9 days ago, around 9. Wait, did I read that right?
Fuck. I didn't mean to skip. Hang on. Yeah, 9 days ago. Aside from incompetent, we all gathered on Nanaze Island, the one close to Morgue. About 3 hours later, we arrived on Morgue and discovered the corpses in the research lab. We then spent some time examining and IDing the bodies. I woke up and arrived at the manor about an hour before that, at probably around 11 or so. I set off the entrance hall trap and lost consciousness.
During that time, the following people were sent to the manor by Ideal. Workaholic, Doleful, Techie, Downtown, Rowdy, and Armor, recalled the girl. Yep, we got to the manor at 1300. Then we found Incompetent passed out there. We spoke for a bit before deciding to work together. After that, Rowdy sniffed out the knife in this room, and then we used Sniffy Whippy to follow the trace scent, leading us towards the hidden passages.
And here's where we discovered how to open up the passage. I remember it so clearly. Workaholic used his experience to locate it, and Doleful risked his life to discover the trap inside. I was so impressed by how amazing the TA was. Oh no, I didn't do anything. I mean, Armor was the one who actually cut the wire saws.
Nonsense! I witnessed you press on even while wounded. My heart would not halt its quaking for you, Sir Doleful.
Once we made it through the passage, we discovered the dismembered corpse of Senior Detective. This body has since been removed, but the massive bloodstains it left behind serve as a grim reminder of the horrific crime. Now that I think about it, this is where everything had been set in motion. Senior Detective brought me to this island, yet we barely even spoke before his death. There's no question that the chandelier killed him, but given the nature of the trap, anyone could be the culprit. We still don't know who did it. The trick itself was simple, but there hasn't been a more difficult case to solve. Let's scan the manor one last time, everyone. We might notice something that we previously overlooked. It's now or ever. We're going to solve the mystery of Senior Detective's death. The Deathless Detective. Oh. Wait, huh? Armor, those bodies, are they?
Indeed. There's Lady Downtown and Sir Mystic. We had simply left them where they lay before. Techie agreed to sanitize them and permitted their relocation to the first floor. Although they may be departed, they still deserve proper rest.
It's really rare we see incompetent sprite.
As had been done with Sir Senior, I thought to situate them in these private chambers.
I appreciate it, Armor. I'd love to help, but with all the poison, it'd be dangerous to handle them without any protection. No, I love his sprites. They're really good, all of them.
Verily. I would have you entrust this to me. I've been idle for some time, but henceforth my duty shall recommence.
We're happy to have you. Welcome back, Armor. Oh my god, the cutest sprite ever! Oh my god, look at him! Look at him! That's baby boy right there! Oh, I've never seen him so joyous! Oh, little baby.
Oh, glad I am to be back, Sir Incompetent.
Alright. Let's see. Oh, let's get that trace. Interesting, that trace is in the exact same spot that Doleful's trace was. What could this mean? We do have the high assist back. Thank God. Alright. We need to get everyone moving around. Alright, I'm gonna
prepare you in front of this thing for when it gets unlocked. Doleful can go into here because there's 2 things to inspect. You can go here. Also, you're right. We should put a fucking incompetent in a dress. Watto was made to be put in a dress. Someone get on that. Honestly. Alright, yeah. Default info. Okay. You disagree? You're wrong. His current fit is good. However, someone needs to also put him in a dress. And you also. This downtown smartphone. The photo booth sticker on the case shows her having a good time with her friend. Fate can be so cruel. Just as the person who killed her friend. I'm on to you. I'm on to him.
I glanced at the study before we escaped the manor, but no books were left out then. This must be a hint for us, said the girl knowingly. This is all that remains from us clearing out that wire trap from the underground passage. I hear Doleful really struggled when he cut his leg on it. There's so much dried blood on the wire. It hurts to even look at.
Oh, broken glasses. They don't belong to Renegade. Whose are they? Interesting. Oh, wait, this is a flashback to the first residual thought that we have, but whose perspective are we? I know Workaholic was the first person to pick up that band-aid. Just given how that investigation was set up. Workaholic comments on the band-aid before moving elsewhere. I'm gonna keep it neutral until I figure out who it is. After escaping from the trap room, we eat dinner. While we're cleaning up, I notice Incompetent talking with Doleful. Looks like he's desperately trying to cheer up that sad sack while they wash the silverware. Aw, that's another cute sprite of it. We finally get to see more sprites of him. They should use them more often. I don't know why they do. Maybe just such a wide cast, he can't fit on the screen super often, or we're just meant to be his POV, but I don't know. I think we should see him more often. I love his little cape. He looks like he's dead. Yeah, there we go. And despite the fact that Doleful tops him in rank and skill... Ayo? Doleful tops him? That's crazy. I never would have expected that. Maybe it's because Incompetent's older? Or whatever. He really is an easy mark. Even the Merciless Duke mentioned wanting to spare him to... Even the Merciless Duke mentioned wanting to spare him to leave him as a living witness. I'll admit, he's got a weird way of moving people. Downtown, eh?
Yeah, really are the same. He's so empathetic and sincere. May have been a wuss, but he'll bungle his way through anything. He'll even trust gutter trash like me 100%. His looks, gender, and everything might be different, but he really does remind me of Miyuki, best friend I lost to the Duke. I'm worried that he's too gullible for his own good, so I find a spot away from Doleful to chat him up a bit.
Away from Doleful, eh? I wonder why.
Hey, what's up, dude? What were you and Doleful talking about just now?
Definitely not his real name. I didn't even hear it, I swear.
Real smooth there, dude. Could you be any more obvious? No lie, this guy's got me stressing. Like, will he really be able to suss out a bunch of liars? He's even getting tricked by me, and I'm Garbo. That honestly is gonna get you killed, bro. You gotta learn to be less trusting, Kay? Not everyone out there is as kind as you.
Don't freak me out like that. At least all the people on Morgue seem okay. Well, except for Renegade Detective.
Get a clue, Dingus. You're legit standing next to a crazed killer right now. What a drag. Someone who wants to be a detective so bad, he's way too gentle. He'd be crushed if he found out the truth about me. Wait, this dude's literally after my ass. Why am I worried about him again? But he doesn't really give off bad vibes. I can find that hidden passage myself, and maybe we can dig up some evidence to use against the DA. Then go back to the mainland and, I don't know, work together or something? Lol, get real. In make-believe time. I might even indulged myself like that just now. Oh, I know. Oh, we tell each other our real names too. And I'll keep the fact that you know Doleful's in the down low.
Why?
Detective's real name is their weak point. So if we know each other's, that basically keeps both our lips sipped. Feel me? It'll help us keep our secrets. If you leak mine, I'll leak yours. Well, it's like a truth, except, you know, kind of twisted. As if you can just trust people at their word. It won't work unless they benefit from keeping their promise. I'm gonna be jazzed if he realizes that.
That makes sense. Okay, then, my name is...
Hold up. You tell me first, you'll just risk me piecing out and blabbering about it right after. Okay, so my name? It's Inumi Sanai. Sanai? Yeah. I like super hate it, so if you ever call me that, we're donezo.
Inumi Sanai.
There. Now each of us has some dirt on the other, so tell me your name once we make it out alive, okay?
Aww. Aww. Can't I tell you now?
Nah, it's cool. This way you can't die before me, so don't start slipping so much that it gets you killed, got it?
Got it. I won't let you down.
He says with the most earnest face ever. Guy is so serious, it's actually funny. Still, that's exactly how I know he'll keep his end of the deal. He should watch out for himself a little better now. But most importantly, I'd have to actually survive this first. I kind of want to keep living too now. But reality sucks. Things aren't going to go my way, and karma's definitely going to smack me in the face one of these days. I mean, come on. There's no such thing as tragedy-reversing heroes in the real world. Yet, it makes me want to live. My BFF was such a softie, she died for it. This dude's so much like her. I just gotta see the sleuth he becomes.
Ah, that was really good. That was really good. Downtown, I miss you, girl. You're dealing with that over there. You can deal with that there. So you can help with this when it opens up. Oh man. Let's see. You have 5, so you can do one of the more difficult ones. And so can you. Feel free to inspect here. You get up here. And you should be able to
Analyze the last thing. Difficulty 1. New preliminary. I think she kind of had an idea that she wouldn't survive, yeah. But I don't know if she knew for certain, but I think she just had a vibe. I believe I recognize this recent picture of the author. Could the architect, Meicho Aragi, have been a detective all along?
Downtown left incompetent a hint about the Quarting Duke case. Let's begin by figuring it out, suggested the girl. There's a high probability that Black Sphinx tracks a certain scent. Doleful was wounded and still bleeding at the time, which means...
Ah, it also tracks blood. Which means Doleful's the reason that Sphinx came after us in the first place. I wonder if constantly injuring himself was... I don't know. It seems that maybe Doleful causes his own misfortunes sometimes. Alright. Three hours remain, eh? Let's get over here. I think Renegade plagiarized him. Copyright strike incoming? Perhaps. Let's start getting everyone over here. You can go there. They're both at 20. I need armor to move into a place where he can assist. She needs more assistance. And you can move right up next to this thing, so you have really high inference. Your extremely high inference, and your inference and assistance are the same. Alright. Alright. Got my keyword. Investigate. Alright. You're the only one needed to investigate that any further. You can start moving to work on the big stuff with people, if you so please. And as can you. Alright. You're going to infer this. And you're going to assist. And then both of you are going to infer this. It's gonna be a close one. Oh.
That's it. I finally figured out that thing Incompetent shared with me. Differentiating between killing and dying, she betrayed the Quarting Duke at the very end by trying to reveal the truth behind each case.
Oh. Okay, you have 3. Your assistance is quite high. Alright. We just must believe that this will be enough. The chandelier trap seems different from the floor plans in the book, no? All these new parts and so forth. Could the architect have modified it? Hmm. Alright, we're good.
There's a blood stain on the entrance. This is why the Black Sphinx repeatedly threw itself against the door when we hid inside, the girl asked.
Whoa. We did it. Interesting that the round broken glasses were... Oh no. Were the brown broken glasses Downtown's friends? Wait, was it like her last like little memento of her friend? Is that it? Man. Rip Miyuki. The case of the dismembered detective. 1 hour remains until our collars detonate. Yeah. I mean, that's how long we had left in the case, so yeah. Woo! Alright. I gathered the group in the living room, just as Ideal Detective did when she first presented her hypothesis to us. My heartbeat gradually quickens. I finally hit upon the truth. Hard one to swallow. I'm a bit hesitant to tell the others, to be honest. Saika. It wasn't experienced as I thought. Competent really is a better fitting alias for me. I chuckle at my own shortcomings before shifting my gaze forward. Everyone's here. I can't back down now. The only option is to trust myself and share my theory. Thank you for coming, everyone. I discovered the culprit behind the case of the dismembered detective. Allow me to explain. Let's to conclusion first. It'll spell trouble should the culprit escape. Better to inform us all at once if they're on our minds. Actually, I'm going to stall out. Because we probably have some more completed intelligence reports to look at. Numi Sanai, age 16 years old. Sometime after the Quarting Duke's appearance, Downtown's close childhood friend became one of his victims. From that day on, she has solved case after case with remarkable speed, shooting up the ranks of the DA. However, it's evident that deep down, she is far from at peace. Due caution will need to be exercised when she is sent to investigate the Quarting Duke incident. Eesh. And we have our new terms as well in the lexicon. We have all of them now. Ooh. I'm surprised there aren't residual thoughts for everyone, though. No, her Downtown's friend wasn't the bully. Downtown's friend was literally nice. No, that was an entirely different case. That was an entirely different thing. That was like the first Quarting Duke broadcast. It had nothing to do with Downtown. Narc's research facility. A facility located within DA headquarters. It was originally built when the secret police was established, and vestiges of that time are reflected in how in the structure's general layout. The personnel that inhabit the island are highly skilled, many of them unable to live on the mainland for any number of reasons. Such is the role of the DA, however, to take in those who possess talent, yet ample reason to avoid the public. Such is the role of DA, however, to take in those who possess talent, yet ample reason to avoid the public eye. The facility's name itself refers to the eponymous creatures that don't exist from Lewis Carroll's The Hunting of the Snark. Oh, that's why. Underground maze. A facility located beneath the Detective Alliance headquarters. The religious order that had originally inhabited the island built these tunnels to hide inside during emergencies. They have been reported on by the secret police, who purportedly installed lighting, hidden doors, and secret passages. Irksomely enough, the traps and sentry robots from those days are still active. It was determined that decommissioning them was not necessary, and thus they were simply left as they were. Dungeon. In the past, victims of the secret police's human experiments were confined in the subterranean dungeon. It was constructed before the secret police erected the manor above it, and is believed to have originally been some kind of facility built by the religious order that had been exiled to the island in the past.
Due to its location, temperatures within the dungeon tend to be low. Wall beds were installed to prevent subjects from succumbing to the cold. Color command. Collar command. Investigation has revealed 2 conditions that can trigger the collar detonation. 1. A detonation command is entered by a designated observer via D-pad. 2. An observer goes into cardiac arrest within 10-meter radius of the target. If these conditions are met 3 times total, the collar detonates the following warning period. Detonates following a set warning period. To prevent potential disassembly and theft, the collar will explode if dismantled through any unsanctioned methods. Black Sphinx. The final model of the series, characterized by its black exterior. Just before the secret police were abolished, Maestro Detective, out of fear of reprisal from Invincible Detective, developed this model for the express purpose of fending them off. Its treads, laser sensors, and stabilizers have all been enhanced, allowing it to traverse anything from open spaces to grassy terrains. Its defining feature is its sturdiness. While its lethality is lower than that of the red model, it is durable enough to face off against the ideal detective, endure the strikes of rubble and logs, and even withstand an explosion. It tracks down targets using the designated blood records stored in its database. When Ideal Detective ordered the Sphinx series to be scrapped, a faction still sympathetic towards the vision of Maestro Detective's technology rebelled by placing this model in a permanent storage within the underground hangar. Red Sphinx. Characterized by its bright red exterior, this model indiscriminately attacks any target it detects. Unlike other models, it lacks an emergency shutdown feature, making it a pure killing machine. On top of heightened tracking abilities, it sports enhanced laser sensors that aid its movement. Upon losing its balance, it uses internally stored wire hooks to perform evasive maneuvers. In short, there are no openings in this model's defenses. The repulsive power of its engine can eject blades from its apertures with enough force to damage even armor suit. Because it specializes in lethality, however, its defenses are extremely brittle, to the point where Invincible Detective managed to destroy one in the past. Its demise resulted in the development of the Black Sphinx, which is able to withstand any and all attacks. Ooh. Right? Gormenghast Manor. Adjusting my seating position. Hi, Joel. You want to sit in my lap again? Being a little weirdo right now. He likes to come and go. Hey, bud. You want to lay down? Get comfy cozy? Gormenghast bears the name of a fictional castle from a well-known fantasy series by the same name. It appears to be an elegant manor at first glance, but due to the architect's particular inclinations, all manner of tricks, traps, and pitfalls are hidden within its walls. Many of these features were deemed to be in poor taste to remove later on, but others, due to the complex nature of their construction, were left untouched for fear an unskilled removal could result in the manor's collapse. Additionally, back when the secret police used the building, Maestro Detective added underground facilities beyond the architect's original vision. Because of this, although the manor functions as a lodging for DA members, most opt to sleep in the research facility instead. The Case of the Quarting Duke. Otherwise known as the Quarting Duke Incident, these names are used to refer to the numerous murders committed by the notorious serial killer, the Quarting Duke. Each occurrence is divided by 2 key aspects: 2 simultaneous corpses and the presence of the Duke's logo on their possessions. After half a year, over 100 lives have been claimed. The victims have been discovered nationwide, with a stark lack of evidence left behind at the crime scenes. This led some to believe the killings to be the work of an organization. The truth, however, remains uncertain. Due to these happenings, the number of people too afraid to go out increases by the day, with some companies even allowing their employees to work remotely. Upon being designated as a Q incident, a crime capable of throwing the country into chaos, the National Police Agency contacted the DA for their assistance in the investigation. Case of the VR Killer. This particular incident involved the use of a virtual reality software known as VR Communication, a popular tool for online socialization. A player using this program, typically referred to as VRCM, was murdered in real life, with the crime scene recreated in the virtual space, resulting in the most unusual homicide. Techie Detective, who was well versed in the world of VR, was assigned to the case. As investigations on VRCM got underway, something strange came to light. Users had seen the victim's account active after the time of the murder. Another person was thought to have gained unauthorized access to the account, but they could not be pinned down. The mystery only thickened. Techie made a vital observation, however. The culprit's goal hadn't been to kill the actual individual, but rather the VR model they were using. The Minamijuji kidnapping incident. A child was abducted in Minamijuji, a suburb of Tokyo.
Rowdy detective happened to be on the scene and, using her keen sense of smell and brute strength, tracked down the culprit, solving the case without even accepting a reward. A group involved in illicit drug trades was linked to the incident, which soon developed into an intense fight. Once the dust settled, however, Rowdy didn't have a single scratch on her. In the days that followed, culprits allegedly tried to exact their vengeance on Rowdy with the help of a local gang, but a mysterious woman crushed their plans before they could act. To this day, the full truth of the case remains unclear. The Nanase Conference Case. During a conference with the Nanase Group, one of the nation's 6 major conglomerates, an announcement broke that a murderer had infiltrated the premises. By direct order of the culprit in question, Renegade was dispatched to the Nanase estate, where the meeting was being held. While there, he delighted in the Nanase's strange family customs as he searched for the perpetrator. However, upon the provocative murder of a female client, the culprit incurred Renegade's wrath. This prompted Renegade to hound them relentlessly, ultimately forcing a confession out of them. As they awaited the police's arrival on the scene, Renegade tortured the culprit using unfathomably horrific methods. Since they had been taken in by authorities, they are physically secure, albeit certain never to leave the hospital, which they are held. There was nowhere to run in a closed circle of people. The culprit should have considered that the same applied to them as well. Interesting. Renegade said, respect women? That's all of it. Now, I'm gonna say real quick, another note of why, narratively, it can only be Doleful Detective. Senior is dead. We still have mysteries to solve with Senior, but Senior can't be the Quarting Duke because he was not a child experimented in the time. I'm gonna go over the ones that can't be as well. Can't be you. Can't be you. Can't be you. Posh, it can't be, for we have gone into her reasoning and her family past. We've had a lot of focus on her as a character. It can't be Mystic. Gourmet, we just got her motives. We just got to see her little twist moment. She had a spotlight moment, and she's revealed herself to us. Workaholic, can't be him, and also he revealed his true self to us. Techie has had an arc. Bookworm has had an arc. Every single one of these people, sans Senior and Doleful, have had a character arc. Like, they've gone through something. They've socialized with others. They've shown the bonds they've had with others. But Doleful has not grown a single bit since we met him. Armor's had his arc. And, like, he still might be in the midst of it, but we saw, like, his like, relationship with Saika and, like, his will to protect others, and he had his moment where he was like, yeah, I couldn't protect people and, like, allow me this chance to, like, do what I could not in the past, you know? Like, they've all had their moments. Doleful's the only one who hasn't had his moment. Yeah, he has had absolutely zero hype moments or aura or any moment of character depth or reflection. I mean, I guess he's had a little bit of character depth and reflection, but not to, like, the degree of, oh, Doleful is growing and changing, just to the degree of Doleful is always like this, you know, like, oh, I don't want people to die because of me, blah, 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 you know? Like, it's nothing. It's nothing. So, narratively speaking, it must be Doleful. It is the only way for the narrative to wrap together in a satisfying way. Tell us your conclusion first. It spells trouble should the culprit escape. Better to inform us at once if they're in our midst. I'm gonna save. What if the writing is bad? Then I'm gonna be sad. Unless they really pull off something like Posh Detective is the killer, and it goes like really hard and it's awesome, and then I can forgive it. It depends how well they handle it. Using meta readers to find out the own culprit, it's fun. It is. No, I don't believe that. He's wrong. He's wrong. The culprit's not already dead. He's going to say it's Senior Detective. And I think Senior Detective may have had a part in things and might have been evil, but I don't think Senior Detective is the mastermind by any means. Yeah, not only do I have meta reasons, but I have, like, in-text, like, evidence reasons to believe that Doleful is the Quartering Duke. Relax, Posh. The culprit isn't here, because they're already dead. Also, we're talking about Senior Detective's murderer, not the Quartering Duke. We're just assuming that the Quartering Duke is Senior Detective's murderer. So take that. The culprit is someone who already died? There was a traitor amongst the research facility staff? I see. That was an oversight on my part. With their corpses mingled with the rest of Snarks, they'd have practically disappeared. Senior's killer was a maniac uncaring of their own demise. No, that's not what happened. Beg pardon? Everyone in the research facility at the time said that Ideal had been contacted via D-pad by a voice resembling Senior's, right? That means whoever did so was undoubtedly still alive during the time of the crime. In short, the true culprit was one of the people you were working alongside with. Pardon? It isn't actually that mind-blowing. Maybe your abilities as a detective are just that inferior to his, said the girl, hitting the bullseye. I will not be called inferior to an incompetent, and there are no bullseyes to speak of. In fact, your shot missed by a mile, do you hear me? Why don't we disregard Clown Detective and continue with our discussion? So you're saying that someone in our group murdered Senior Detective? The girl asked, prompting Incompetent to elaborate. Before I reveal who the culprit is, let me first explain some special characteristics regarding this case. What would those be? Was there something different about this one compared to the others? Yeah, but it goes beyond what just happened here. Every incident linked to the Quartering Duke shares something in common. The common thread is that there were always two simultaneous victims, right? Although in Senior's case, he was the only casualty. Was there something else? No, Senior Detective's death didn't have any of those commonalities, because the culprit attempted and failed to pattern it based off the Quartering Duke's killings. A remark Armor said clued me in on this. Me? What was it I said? I've not even an inkling. It was something you mentioned just a bit ago. Yeah, his comment was the piece I needed to put all this together. What he said was that, I mean, he said that we nearly died, right? I'm save scumming because I need it to be perfect. I was lucky to escape, just as Armor said. Anyone got caught in the chandelier trap shouldn't have lived to tell the tale. That means there were supposed to be two victims, the same pattern seen in the Quartering Duke cases.
So, whoever set up this trap intended to indiscriminately kill another person in addition to Senior Detective? They didn't care who it was, so long as someone else died. How awful.
No, the crime wasn't that random. That's the most disturbing part. Had I not shown up as an unexpected factor, there wouldn't be even more chaos than we already experienced. The Duke had clearly planned for one individual in particular to be killed alongside Senior Detective. One sec. There isn't any way to just lead someone into opening the door and dying in the trap, is there? He probably told... No, I think that he... Because Armor said that Downtown was probably going to do it. But because we triggered the trap first, I think the Quartering Duke, or whoever Senior's killer was, told Downtown, you're gonna sacrifice yourself. And that's why she's so willing to die. Like, that's why she's like, oh, I kind of feel like I want to live now, when she was talking to Watto. Because she had come here prepared to die. That's my thought process, at least. There isn't any way to just lead someone to open the door and dying to the trap, is there? How did the Duke arrange to kill another person so purposefully? Simple. He told that person in advance to open the manor door before anyone else. Stand right in the chandelier's path, feigning ignorance. Just a moment. You're suggesting that someone was willing to die merely because the Quartering Duke bade them to? That's impossible!
But someone already was, remember? Someone died right in front of us, all for the sake of the Quartering Duke. You mean... That's right. They were part of the group that was heading towards the manor at the time. The initial plan was to fall victim to the lethal chandelier that I wound up setting off instead. And that person was... Hey, downtown. Yeah, downtown detective. Originally, it was she, not I, who was meant to trigger that trap and die on the spot. Doleful, Techie, you remember, don't you? I bet she rushed to open the door first when you reached the manor, right? Yeah, you're right, she did. It took a bit longer to get from point A to point B, so she offered to go run ahead and turn on the AC before rushing off. She was just being her usual bubbly self, so I didn't think anything of it. It felt a little dangerous to me, but to think she was acting like that while gearing up to die. So the burnt remains of the gloves used to handle the wire saw were hers as well, correct? The girl inquired. That part has me curious. If she planned to die anyway, keeping those gloves on her as evidence wouldn't make much sense. You should have had some extra time after rigging everything up, so why didn't she just dispose of them outside? We found those hastily burned gloves in the fireplace while investigating the case of this member detective. It's no overstatement to say that it was thanks to those gloves that we came to the conclusion the culprit was still inside the manor. Even if she was prepared to lay down her life, downtown would have been needlessly walking around with evidence that implicated her. Which means there was a simple reason why she kept holding onto those gloves. It would make her a suspect, I think. What if her goal was to die with the evidence on her, so she'd wind up being suspected? Being a suspect was her goal? But why? So they could think that she was responsible and then died in her own trap so the Quartering Duke could get off and be free, and they think they solved the case, but they didn't. Think back to what happened with Renegade. If you left behind something suspicious when you died, what do you think would happen? You'd be labeled the culprit, no question. Right. So if Downtown died at that time with the evidence on her person, she would have been likely deemed the Quartering Duke. I can imagine the headlines already. Pitiable serial killer ends murder spree via suicide, the girl said with a wry chuckle. So the true motive behind killing Senior was to pin the blame on Downtown Detective and have her die as the Duke. Hold on, even in her final moments, Downtown never once claimed to be the Duke, right? Doesn't that seem odd if taking credit was her goal? Well said, Sir Incompetent has deepened his bond with Lady Downtown just the same as I. It is unconscionable to think that she would sink so low as to claim to be the Quartering Duke. Yeah, I get the feeling she ended up going against the Duke's orders there. I didn't realize it at the time, but true to form, her final words were actually a message to us. True to form? How so? Right at the end, Downtown showed her pride as a detective by using her signature ability. Social deduction. Remember what she said at the very end. You're such a bleeding heart. Like, legit, it makes me want to cry. Downtown. You poor, sweet summer children. It's all just a walk in the park for me. You're no match for the complete whack job you're up against. But still, you tried. So, there's a little hint. The Duke's the real reason my friend died. The Duke is the reason my friend died. And me killing Mystic and the folks on this island. It's like, all connected. Senior Detective died because of the Duke. I killed Mystic, and now I'm gonna die too. Not because of anyone else, but out of my own free will. She's ending her life here of her own free will. Because she's defying the Duke in this. Just chew on that for a second. What do those words really mean? I didn't get what she was trying to say back then, but her encoded message was definitely still on brand with her communication skills. It's all connected? In what sense? Was this all one overarching crime? I see. Her method was to be expected. She was quite adept at manipulating others with her words, actions, and demeanor. She used die when referring to Senior and herself, while Mystic and the others were killed. The difference in verbs is key.
Oh, yeah. Wait, hang on. Senior detective died because of the Duke. So, so he wasn't killed. He died because of the Duke. I killed Mystic. Now I'm gonna die too. Exactly, Bookworm. So she differentiated between verbs? What end would she do such a thing? Oh, very like you, clown detective. You missed the point entirely, the girl sighed, too frustrated to speak. Senior killed himself, right? She killed Mystic, and she's going to die too, she said, killing herself. Senior died because of the Duke. Senior ended his life because the Duke. And she clarified that she's not dying because of anyone else, because of her own free will. But Senior died because he was following the Duke's orders, I bet. Or it was at least, like, manipulated by him. No, I think her friend was murdered. Because Quarting Duke had a whole thing. The Duke is the reason my friend died. The Duke, it's been stated multiple times the Duke killed her friend. Because, like, the Duke was like, oh, she learned, like, a secret that day. She learned the secret of the color of her friend's insides. I guess, No, you're right. The Duke is the reason my friend died. And me killing Mystics and the folks on the island, it's all connected. No, you're right. You're right. Interesting. You're speaking right now, are you not? Yes, surely the fault is all mine for being too slow on the uptake. Die is intransitive verb, while kill is intransitive. Intransitive verbs don't have an object. And that's significant how, exactly? Well, Downtown said that both her friend and Senior Detective died, meaning they weren't killed by someone. The person who killed Senior Detective was in fact Senior himself. The reality is that this case was a suicide, which he committed. I beg your pardon, mimicked the girl, deftly snatching the words out of Posh's mouth. No snatching, you thief, you! What do you mean Senior Detective committed suicide? It threw me for a loop too, but considering a possibility, by considering a possibility, however, everything suddenly falls into place. Senior was the traitor working with the Quarting Duke, assuming he's behind the massacre at the research facility, that is. That's why he told us not to enter the facility he knew. True, all the other personnel was killed, so I did find it odd that only one survived. It would have been too risky to go through all that trouble just to kill Senior Detective. But if Senior himself was behind the trap, then there wouldn't be any risk. Plus, no one would ever think he committed suicide using a trick like that. One moment. Is it truly possible to lay so complex an artifice all by oneself? I shall speak plainly. Such a task would be far beyond the means of an oaf like myself. You're as honest as ever. But no worries. It'd be an impossible feat for most people. I'm sure Downtown helped out with setting things up, as well as wiping out the staff. I see. One can envision the success of this stratagem, were both to be involved. So that means Downtown not only assisted Senior with his death, but also had to anticipate her own down the line. What a heartless scheme. But is there any concrete evidence that Senior was really a traitor? I'd like to believe Downtown's message, but I just can't see him double-crossing us. He was the most tenured vet in the DA. I've got proof. Something that clearly points to Senior Detective's involvement in this scheme. However, it also reveals that this case is even more morbid than we realized. There's more? Downtown assisted in laying a trap to kill Senior before becoming a victim to it herself. And now you're saying there's more? Some alterations were made to the chandelier trap for this plan. You see, Renegade Detective left a book open at the perfect section. Were it not for that, I wouldn't have realized the other truth of this case. Only a truly crafty individual could throw this case a curveball post-mortem. But right now, Renegade Detective has my thanks. True, he was hanging out in the library during the investigation of Mystic's murder. He was just hanging out in there, like, the whole time. Or, yeah, it was. I remember that. Oh, that's really fun. That's really fun. Take a sip, take a sippy. The one who designed the chandelier trap was none other than... Was it? It was the architect. Must be Senior, right? I'm scared. Well, there's no trust meter, so I think it's fine. Tell me, do you recognize this recent photo of the author of this book? I'm a genius. I'm so smart. I opened the book in question and showed them an article on the author, causing everyone's jaws to drop in unison. That mustache! That's Senior Detective without a doubt! This manor's architect, Meisho Araki, was mentioned by the book in the underground research lab too. That was Senior Detective. The one who fell victim to the manor was the very man who designed it. No way it was pure coincidence, so I checked the chandelier again. What I learned was that the trap had been modified. Its brakes were disabled so that it could descend at lethal speed. Pardon? It was the obvious explanation. It was obvious upon examination. One specific section had more up-to-date parts than all the others. The chandelier's construction was altered for this crime. I believe the only one able to do such a thing would be its creator, Senior. Techie's got it. Senior clearly adjusted the trap so whoever got caught in it would be guaranteed to die. In other words, Senior wasn't simply a victim, but the perpetrator behind the entire scheme. A victim and perpetrator at the same time. Then this wasn't a homicide, but rather... That's the most horrific part. Finally, I share my conclusion with the group. Who was intended to kill Senior Detective? Who was intended to kill him? Downtown, right? Because Downtown was supposed to open the door. The one who was supposed to kill Senior Detective was Downtown, but I suspect he also helped with the arrangements to end his own life. At the same time, he collaborated with her so that she would die by the trap as well. Who was intended to kill Downtown Detective? Herself, right? She was gonna open the door and let herself die. No, that's not right. Fuck. Okay, then Senior then. By killing one another, they would both become victims and culprits, resulting in a truly bizarre scenario. First, Downtown arrived at the manor first so she could open the door and trigger the trap, killing both herself and Senior, so the plan went. It turned out an unfamiliar boy had already set it off. Even worse, the murder weapon was still on the chandelier, and the gloves were in her pocket. As it stood, she would be pointlessly outed as a traitor, and the DA wouldn't fall into disarray. He must have been really panicking. So, in an attempt to cover her tracks as much as possible before armor arrived, she slipped on the gloves and took the wire saw off the chandelier. Oh, it's supposed to quarter her as well, with the wire saw. With the evidence still on her person, she joined up with us, quietly tossing the wire on the ground as she went through the underground passage. Then, once Saika directed us to split up, she hurried to the living room, lit the fireplace, and burnt the gloves. While things hadn't gone according to plan, she did manage to dispose of the evidence. These were surely the facts behind this case. Everyone else is dead silent. That's no surprise, though. Not only have I outed Senior as a traitor, I've also revealed that two allies of the Duke had plotted to kill one another. It's unfathomable. There's still one more truth left to reveal. Yeah. Time to tell them the Quarting Duke's true identity. We decided to leave the manor and head to the heliport. I'm sitting up. I'm sitting up. As always, that black SPX is standing guard outside. Although his intimidating presence has me daunted, I begin discussing the next part of my investigation. Shit, alright, I'm adjusting. It has to be doleful. I'm saving, I'm scared. What's this called right now? The Case of the Quarting Duke. Final chapter resolution, baby. Sorry to bring you guys out, but there's actually something we've got to do here. I haven't a clue what you're intending. Would you mind finishing this up sooner rather than later? I don't care that machine is merely sitting there like a scarecrow. It's quite unpleasant for one of my gentility to be in such close proximity to it. I wonder if this is really a good idea. Couldn't we, you know, head back to the research facility? Yeah. Okay, crack theory. One last little thing. One last little idea. This thing is meant to sniff out blood, right? Like, it's scent-based, right? It sniffs out blood? Right? We're all in agreement there? Why didn't it stick around Saika's body then? Why didn't it stick around there? Why didn't it follow Armor when he picked up her body? There was still blood. There would still be the scent, and also Armor was wounded. Yeah, I know he might not have been bleeding anymore, but still. And that leaves the thing. What is the Black Sphinx made to do? It's made to combat the invincible detective. So if they say maybe had like DNA samples of those 5 kids that escaped, perhaps it could scent them down? Doleful was the only one bleeding when we came out here. Which means it was probably after Doleful. That's my last nail in the coffin. This won't take long. Just give me a second. Don't worry, I promise the Sphinx won't attack us.
You figured out what the Black Sphinx tracks, haven't you?
I give a nod, continuing my explanation. So first, now we know the truth behind the case of the dismembered detective. I'll explain how another one parallels it. The one where Workaholic and Renegade died, the case of the Paradox murders. You said a bit ago that Workaholic had also committed suicide, right? Workaholic, like Senior, prepped in advance, rigging a trap where he get electrocuted when Renegade was at the breakers. I understand that much. But what method did Workaholic use to kill Renegade? The fact that his death resulted in 3 total commands is circumstantial, no? Also, this is another case of double suicide, in a way. Because Renegade is also responsible for his own death by flipping the breakers on. They both killed themselves. Simply dying as an observer would generate enough commands to detonate Renegade's collar. So in this situation, the act itself is tantamount to homicide. The most wicked facet of Workaholic's scheme was that it required Renegade to throw the breaker, practically making it a double suicide. Renegade was fixated on making people shoulder the heavy weight of the lives they took, but his actions forced him to bear his own death by explosion, with no way to impose it on another. Worse yet, the true guilty party was already dead. This all would have been the ultimate disgrace from Renegade Detective's point of view. I see now. That would indeed be a nightmare scenario in his mind. Going by his general demeanor, he undoubtedly was frantic, hoping to make someone kill him before he died. That's true, he wouldn't want to be killed by a bomb, he would want to be killed by someone else's hands. So that means Renegade getting trapped and dying in the elevator was definitely premeditated. If he was going to die from the bomb, anyone getting... Anyway. Another typo. If he's going to die from the bomb anyway, getting killed by someone operating the elevator would be more preferable. Till the very end, he was possessed by a fervent desire to make someone bear the burden of his life. How utterly mad. You said it. But he did stick to his principles, I'll give him that. Which is precisely why he died wearing such a satisfied grin. The smile on his dead face truly seemed to be one of contentment. We don't know who or what did Renegade in, but he somehow managed to get himself killed by another, flooding him with total euphoria. Not that I can empathize or have any interest in doing so, but in an odd sense, he really lucked out with this one. I follow your logic, but why would Workaholic want to take his own life? Said the girl, posing yet another question. And why would Senior, for that matter? They're both veteran sleuths, you know. No, he wouldn't be happy with the elevator. He wanted to be killed by someone else's hands. Someone who could take responsibility for his life. He would also be really upset to die by an elevator. Someone decapitated him. This goes beyond mere manipulation. They were led to kill themselves. No way was it the work of an ordinary person. Most likely the Duke did this.
He was able to draw a number of seasoned detectives to his side. Maybe his true ability is his charisma.
Why are you looking like that? Huh? Sweaty ass. But then, who actually is the Duke?
When we crossed paths with Workaholic in the maze, he didn't seem suicidal. He probably had an encounter while in the research facility. And that meeting must have involved a member of our group. Just who is the Quarting Duke, I wonder? Asked the girl, speaking for everyone.
Enough idle prattle. Tell us the Duke's identity this instant. Right. Allow me to remove the Quarting Duke's mask. Right before your eyes. I take out the knife I brought from the manor and give my palm a shallow cut. Alarmed by the action, everyone scrambles to intervene, but I stop them and continue my explanation. What'd I say? What did I say? Please stay calm. As I've said, the Duke is exceptionally talented at guiding others to their deaths. That very skill was on full display when he used it to get Ideal Detective killed. So the Duke was behind Ideal Detective's demise, after all? That's right. The Quarting Duke brazenly operated the Sphinx right in front of us all, and not a single person noticed.
How was he able to control it? The girl asked, keeping a lid on her excitement.
He controlled it, using blood. Blood? Come to think of it, Renegade used the scent of his blood to lure the Red Sphinx, did he not? Wait! If that's what the Sphinx is drawn to, won't your injury place us in peril? Stem the bleeding! Someone! Anyone! My blood is fine, actually. All of ours is. Aside from a certain someone's.
What are you getting at? Said the girl, cocking her head in utter confusion.
The Red Sphinx proved that models without any clues on how to disarm them are put to use as sentries, right? This black one was likely created with a more specific purpose in mind. A specific purpose, you say? And just what would that be? I can explain that later. Right now, I'm going to pass the knife around. Everyone make a cut just deep enough to shed blood. Don't worry, my projections tell me that Sphinx won't move an inch. And if something does happen, we can use the helipad to escape underground. Please, trust me. A heavy silence hangs in the air, but then... Nothing for it! As your chief, I shall carve off half the head! Posh snatches the knife from me and cuts her palm open. Blood wells in the center of her hand, but the Sphinx shows no sign of stirring. Posh. Your theories have saved us countless times by now. But should this not pan out, you'll be charged with marring the pristine skin of a young maiden. Understood? Be prepared for that.
You're not really of the age to be considered a young maiden anymore, said the girl, grabbing the knife from MILF Detective.
She's only 21! MILF Detective is crazy. She's 21! Bookworm, you're being entirely too disrespectful toward me. What's more, I'm only 21, a young woman, the prime of her youth.
The prime of her youth. Only an old crone would say that, the girl retorted, literally laughing out loud as she admired her soft, pre-adolescent skin.
Girl, calm down. As she banters casually, Bookworm glides the blade across her palm, drawing a thin line of blood. Thanks, you two. Sorry it came to this. I'll go next, but if anyone's afraid of cutting too deeply, just ask me to do it for you. One after another, the remaining detectives cut themselves to prove their innocence. As I watch, I expound my train of thought. If the Black Sphinx is used as a sentry, the way the red one was, it should have a target that it's supposed to track, right? Judging by Workaholic's attitude, there's only one person the Sphinx would be so vigilant. The secret police would be so vigilant of. Invincible Detective, the subject who fled the maze. Workaholic had believed that Invincible Detective's true identity was Renegade, but he was actually mistaken. Renegade told us that he escaped morgue alongside a number of children. Among them was the true Invincible Detective, the future Quarting Duke. Given this organization developed the Sphinxes out of fear of Invincible Detective, they use the same blood tracking functions as Sniffy Whiffy. You can change your face and name, but not your DNA. By tracking the set of their nemesis's blood, they could rest easy if Invincible came for revenge. This is just a hypothesis, but it could be that the Black Sphinx was stationed at the heliport to intercept Invincible Detective upon their arrival at morgue. Either way, Invincible Detective was already aware of this Sphinx's unique detection method prior to infiltrating the island. And in an ironic twist, it didn't simply target Invincible Detective, but was manipulated by the scent of their blood to attack Ideal instead. I haven't forgotten, but I know for a fact you were beating the hidden passage. Pretended you were putting yourself on the line for your allies, which resulted in a premeditated accident. What's wrong? Hands are shaking. Shouldn't you be used to pain already? Doleful Detective? Or should I say Invincible Detective? Bleed for us again, just like you did back then. I fucking knew it. I'm a fucking genius. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah! If you do, it'll prove your innocence, and I'll apologize from the bottom of my heart. I'll grovel as many times as it takes. Please, Doleful. Make me owe you that apology. Laugh at me. Tell me I'm wrong. What's in? Doleful's expression twists as he holds the knife in one. No matter how much I call to him, he refuses to reply. Silence is far more telling than words could ever be. He really is the Quarting Duke. Invincible Detective is Doleful Detective? Everyone exclaims at once. The whole group's gaze shifts to Doleful. His entire body is trembling as he still clutches the knife, his legs glued in place. Come on! Come on! I want to see you fucking cackle. I want to see your villain face, buddy. Come on. Come on. You examine it closely. You'll find blood on the manor door, too. Techie helped me analyze it. It was a perfect match with yours, Doleful. You had your own blood on the door, so the Black Sphinx wouldn't leave the premises. I hadn't noticed it all until now. Got it all wrong, incompetent. Doleful finally breaks his silence with a plea of denial. Think of all the dangers we've been through so far. The trials we overcame together. You're really suspecting me after all that? I've always been putting my life on the line. I've always been ready to die. You still suspect me? How could you? Leave me incompetent. I'm not an Invincible Detective or anything else. Those are fair points. I've always been on the front lines when everything got precarious. You endured it all, even when I meant pulling all the danger your way. I really admired you. But if we look at it from another angle, you survived every single threat, right? That's Invincible Detective's exact ability, the one Workaholic explained. You were confident you could live through anything. It's only natural you put yourself on the front lines, because you knew you couldn't possibly die. Stay away from me! I start to advance as I speak, but Doleful shrieks, turning the knife towards me. His legs are quivering and his face is fraught with terror. No way this is just an act. How long have you suspected me? Or I thought we trusted each other this entire time. I always trusted you. I still want to, even now.
When I noticed the blood on the front door, I recalled why you'd been bleeding in the first place. And then it all clicked. Please, Doleful. Be honest with me. Are you really the Quartering Duke? Don't come any closer. You're awful incompetent. Unbelievably awful. While screaming to keep me at bay, Doleful hunches down, cowering where he stands. The sight makes me want to cry. But I push through the overwhelming guilt and attempt to speak with him once more. Get back, incompetent. He hasn't shed a single tear this whole performance. Are you done with the theatrics, Doleful? I can smell when someone's lying through their teeth, you know. You've hidden it so well this whole time, but right now it's overwhelming. That delectably delicious, delightful scent I can't resist. Delectable? Doleful? He's so pathetic. Snap out of it. I want to see you be evil. The noise, almost like a hiss of leaking air, mixes with Doleful's wailing. The strange sound grows steadily louder. Come on. Come on. Then. Let's go! Let's fucking go! Oh, he's so cute. He's so cutesy with it. What the Let's go! He shifts into a chillingly familiar laugh. Let's go! But of course it's delectable. Oh, look at that. Let's soak it in. Let's soak it in. Oh, I fucking called it. I called it minute fucking one. I saw this man's face and I was like, you're evil. I knew it. Oh, I've been waiting. I've been waiting for this to pay off. There were some times I doubted it. I'm not gonna lie. There were some times where Doleful was kind of getting me. But every time I looked at the evidence and like all the stuff was stacking up, I was like, Doleful could literally, it could literally only be Doleful. There was no fucking way. I am competent detective. I am competent detective. Damn right I can sniff out evil twinks. That's my talent. That's what I'm good at. When I see a twink, I know if they're evil. I know. I know it in my bones. I don't think this was a cover. I just read him. I speed read him. I looked at him, I flipped through the pages, and I saw everything. I knew. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, I feel so great. I feel awesome. I'm scum, yet you trusted me from the bottom of your hearts. Nothing could be more delicious. No doubt. This is the best entertainment ever. Oh boy. I'm just gonna give, 'cause I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm seeing a here we go. Alright, the trigger warning. Yep, I was gonna say, triggering content ahead, I don't know what it is. But, we're getting into it, gang, so... Take care of yourself? Doleful? Unconsciously, I speak his name aloud. Person possessed by maniacal laughter is far removed from the Dolefuls I known. The others are stock still, similarly dumbstruck. I'll take that as an affirmative. Posh opens her mouth again. Resolute, she faces Doleful and addresses him once more. The fools we were to place our faith in you. We have the evidence. As soon as backup from the DA arrives, you'll be restrained at once. Evidence? What evidence? Hmm? Why, everything Incompetent just told us. But just because some of my blood's on the front door, I'm the mastermind? As if that theory holds any water.
Of course, my blood got on the door. I was running in a panic, so a few injuries are only to be expected. Including that I'm the culprit on that alone is a bit of a stretch, don't you think?
You're the only one who refused to cut their palm. The rest of us already have. At this point, no one else could be the Quartering Duke.
Hey, that blood tracking mech is right next to us, okay? Of course I can't cut myself. I'm scared. Are you gonna force me? On what authority? It's well within my rights to refuse. To call me a criminal for exercising that right would be pretty unprofessional.
I don't think he's gaslighting us. I think he's trying to convince us that we don't have a convincing case. Posh and I are at a loss for words. By now, it's obvious that Doleful is an invincible detective, but we still have no physical proof. In light of his rebuttal, we can't actually condemn him of anything.
Ooh, we can't connect you to any of the crimes that took place on this island,
including Ideal's murder. Look at his little smile. Look at his little smile.
What about all the previous Quartering Duke cases? No matter how much you protest, we'll still take into account your actions as the perpetrator.
No, because we saw a live killing. The Quartering Duke can't be forcing everyone to commit suicide. Probably not.
Over 100 lives have been lost. Something pointing to you is bound to turn up, so we'll just see how long you can keep laughing. You're gonna reveal the truth to the Quartering Duke?
Alrighty, feel free to try. Oh, look at him! Look at him! Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so fucking happy right now. I'm like beaming right now. I'm like grinning from ear to ear. I'm so fucking excited about this.
I'd be happy to defer to your zeal and play along as the Quartering Duke, but personally, I'd feel like it'd be better if the public never learns the facts. Maybe you guys just haven't noticed it yet? What'll happen if you reveal the truth of the Quartering Duke incident? I mean.
The truth of the Quartering Duke incident?
It can't be.
May takes a step back, seemingly struck by a revelation.
You're the foulest homicidal maniac to ever watch this earth, the girl said with a rancorous expression.
You figured it out too, Bookworm? What's this truth he's talking about? I accidentally hit the wrong button. What? Hang on. Wait, what the fuck is going on? Hang on. One second. Is stream working okay, or is there an error? I'm getting the chat is frozen. On my overlay? Oh, it'd be good. I mean, I can reset my overlay. Is anyone able to send a message in chat just to check real quick? Wait. Your pleas for help? I wasn't getting any pleas for help. We're back? Okay. We're back. May was calling me like crazy. I wasn't getting any of it. I wasn't getting any of it. I was like, why the fuck is May calling me? What happened? I literally I wasn't getting any of your messages. All right. Are we good? Can we all see the stream? Can we hear the music? Are we okay? The overlay just froze? Strange. Okay, we're back now. It's weird because not only did the overlay freeze, I wasn't getting any of your messages. I think it was a Twitch thing. I don't think it was an overlay thing. I think Twitch just stopped registering chat messages at the very worst time. Damn, I can't believe the Quartering Duke got you guys. Damn. It's working fine, alright. That's so weird. Yeah, it wasn't working on my end, and I guess because it wasn't working on my end, my overlay wasn't picking it up. Fascinating. Alright, let's get back into it. Thank you, May, for alerting us. I like ended the call. I was like, why is May calling me? It must have been an accident. And I like casually tried to end it, and I got like 14 messages spammed in my DMs. You're lucky that Discord bounces on the bottom for me to see. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to tell.
I'm sure you can figure it out for yourself, recalling the details of the first and last cases, the girl explained.
The first and last cases? The first, the case of the dismembered detective, utilized mechanisms built in the chandelier to kill remotely. In reality, that had been a self-orchestrated suicide, one that the senior staged in collusion with downtown. If you draw a Smug May emote, then I can upload it to the Discord. The actual plan had been for both of them to die simultaneously, each killing the other. The last, the case of the Paradox murders, was an odd one. Two deaths occurred in quick succession thanks to Workaholic's efforts. When Renegade reset the breakers, Workaholic was electrocuted by his own trap, triggering the countdown for Renegade's collar to explode. Aw, thank you, Sisyphus, for gifting a sub to May. The Renegade had resisted. He ultimately died by someone else's hand, not Workaholic. This case, too, was originally meant to have two individuals responsible for one another's death. What the dismembered detective and the Paradox murders have in common is they were meant to have two dead, each of them a victim and a killer. If the Duke was behind both incidents, what does that mean for all the other cases tied to the Duke so far? In the other Quartering Duke cases, there were always two people who died. Though if the same holds true for the killings here on Morgue, that would mean two people dead, each a victim and a perpetrator, with a notable lack of evidence tying them to the Quartering Duke. My heart jumps. Could it be? No, there's no way. The thought alone sent the chill down my spine.
Seems you still don't understand why Vidocq launched this investigation to begin with.
Doleful laughs, apparently sensing my unease.
You've been treating me like some sort of murderer, but what if the Quartering Duke cases don't even have a culprit?
Ooh.
What if the two victims had always just killed each other? What then?
I don't give a whit either way. My only concern is announcing you and your crimes. It may not be so simple, Posh. Pardon? Whatever do you mean? The Duke is ultimately to blame. Can we not disclose the truth to the public? You're not nervous? You're not scared? You're fine? For some reason, your repetition, makes me nervous.
The issue lies in whether we can convince convict the Quartering Duke for any of it, the girl said, her voice swelling with fervor.
Exactly. You and your downtown Workaholic all created elaborate schemes to die in accordance with the Quartering Duke's instructions. We could find some evidence supporting this. We could charge him for instigating suicide. But as long as we don't have proof.
You can't accuse the Duke of anything, am I right? That's not your only problem. All the people you consider to be victims of the Duke, turns out they're perpetrators too. Seriously, what a pickle! You put in so much legwork to pin down the Quartering Duke, only to learn he didn't kill us even a single one of them!
Innocent. He did nothing wrong, actually.
Thanks to you fine folks from the DA, over 100 tragic victims will be transformed into a pack of deranged killers. As you're so fond of saying, you'll reverse those tragedies, won't you? But ultimately, can you really call any of that justice? Exposing the truth will make anyone happy. Nobody wants to learn about a reality like this, don't you think?
Even still, we're detectives. There's no way you could obscure the truth like that.
My, such impressive words. How titillating. Your goal is to enact that level of justice, so I just hope you're prepared. Prepared to deal with those already mourning the loss of their loved ones. Prepared to deal those already mourning the loss of their loved ones, another blow while they're down, that is.
The femboy is yours? I also want him. What the hell? We gotta rock, paper, scissors it.
Those poor, hapless victims become the perpetrators of such a mind-blowingly horrific crime, their dignity would be stripped away. By revealing the truth, you'll invite the ire of hundreds, no, thousands of individuals. Are you sure you're prepared for that?
I swore I'd become an ideal detective. Someone capable of saving others. I swore I wouldn't hesitate anymore, but now my heart is swimming in doubt. Solving this case actually save anyone? Maybe revealing the truth of the Quarting Duke would result in the greatest tragedy of all. What should I do? Someone tell me. Need your help. Chun? No matter how hard I think, I can't arrive at an answer. I don't know what choice a detective like me should make.
Because you finally get it. I'm not the Quarting Duke, so I couldn't say for sure, but I bet every detective would make the same face after hearing this. Downtown was committed to catching her friend's killer, but when she realized her actions would sully her friend's name, she had to side with the Duke. Both Senior and Workaholic have a long history of misdeeds. Maybe they preferred being victims of tragedy like the rest, without digging up the past. Workaholic would have been especially worried since he left behind a family. Reveal the Duke's crime and you'll do the same to his. What's more, he wrongly suspected Renegade and killed a fellow Alliance member. His only way of atoning was to blame Renegade and die himself.
And who killed Renegade? Renegade had to die by someone's hand, right?
Of course, this is all my own speculation.
How inhumane can you be?
Who's the inhumane one, really? Taking a life while having yours taken?
That's just a place people's worries and anguish lead them to.
And some meddling gumshoe barges in like he owns the place, hoping to reveal the truth?
Oh, idiotic. Won't allow that to happen. In fact, can't. That's exactly why the Quarting Duke created these cases that don't need anyone to solve them. The Detective Elimination Project. What's that? Why is something like that even necessary?
Sounds like you don't understand the feeling of those who died in the Quarting Duke's incidents.
Doleful gives a disgusted sigh, and continues.
I get it, though. How it feels to suffer, to struggle in life, to want to die. But they lack the courage. For them, every day is a night without dawn.
Jelly, we're at the fucking... Jelly! We cannot summarize this! You must watch the VOD! We're about to go to Trigger Warning Central, so I hear. We're in the thick of it, Jelly. We know everything. No, we can't. Jelly, go to bed. Why are you up? Why are you up? Doleful didn't do shit. Everyone killed themselves. I know you work nights. Jelly, shit is crazy. Shit is crazy right now. Like a double murder happened. It turned out to also be a double suicide. All the Quartering Duke's cases are double suicides. They're all killing themselves. He wants to get rid of detectives. He wants to create cases that can't be solved by anyone. Not because they can't be solved, but because they shouldn't be solved. Because it'll make everyone grieving the loss of their loved ones learn that they're not just victims, but also perpetrators who killed other people while killing themselves. Oh my god. No. Gourmet Detective is alive. Posh Detective's alive. Bookworm Detective is alive. Techie Detective is alive. Armor came back to life. Armor's alive, it turns out. Armor's alive. However, Psycha Holmes' Ideal Detective did have to fade into the ether. She finished her unfinished business. Oh my god. So much happened. I'm going through it. No, it was good for her. It was very sweet. I almost cried. I got misty-eyed. It was a really good scene. Oh man, I'm in the thick of it right now. We can't just fucking stop. Jelly, you got about as much recap as I'm capable of giving. If you have questions, chat can fill you in. We're in the thick of it. You can pick it up as we go.
The only one who could possibly understand them is someone like me. Someone who desperately wants to die but can't.
What do you mean by that? You want to die but can't? Haven't you been saved by good luck all this time?
The proof's in the pudding, I guess. Let me show you something fun and competent.
Dolful abruptly turns the knife around his hand and raises it high. What are you? He plunges the blade down towards his chest. Shit, he really is invincible. Shit. It's carefully angled parallel to his ribs. As it stands, it'll pierce his heart and kill him instantly. However... Halt! Armor catches the arm holding a blade, leaving Dolful unscathed. I know this is the Quartering Duke we're up against, but still, I'm relieved. See? I just can't die. Remember how you saved me from the trap in the man of incompetent? No matter what, someone interferes every time. What? Of course someone would interfere. Honestly, you should be thanking Armor.
Why is that exactly? Isn't it up to me to choose what I do with my life?
But you stepped in all because you felt like it. Don't like I should be grateful. So doleful.
Either way, the plan's been carried out, so I'll tell you everything. For years, people around me have died, even my mom and dad. Around the time I was old enough to understand, I was imprisoned here on Morgue. That's when I learned about my power, the ability I had to unconsciously sense danger and avoid it.
Thanks for the hydrate. It sucks, but that's like thousands of people who will also probably refuse to believe it due to the lack of evidence. So it's just causing like a stir and like causing people to be upset at the detectives for sullying their loved ones, I think. You'll see? Oh boy. And a chapter of One Piece. Awesome. Awesome.
Traps, traitors, sphinxes, I evaded them all. The staff, having witnessed me survive every trial imaginable, dubbed me Invincible Detective. But of all the survivors, I was especially puny. Apparently, they didn't notice I had the power of invincibility until the very end. Guess Workaholic never put two and two together. His face was so priceless when I told him in the underground research lab.
So you admit it. You really are Invincible Detective, which means you're also the Quartering
Does it though? Maybe Invincible Detective being the dupe was just Workaholic's delusion. If anything, I'm a victim myself. I spent this entire time trying to find proof of the DA's past offenses. I can never get my hands on any. Even Senior, the manor's architect, was lost on how to open the hidden passage post-renovation. But as the elevator key was down there, I had to know. And when you guys found it yourselves, while you just so happened to be locked in the manor, that was a huge help. You really did me a favor there.
I love him. So, that's why you didn't kill us. You intended to use us as pawns all along.
Once I discovered the secret to opening the passage, it wouldn't have mattered much if you all died. But I didn't mix well with Renegade. Plus, he caused an unnecessary murder and set the Red Sphinx loose. No way I could have handled him alone. That's why I played nice and worked alongside everyone. Thanks! Love you guys!
Does all the death you caused mean nothing to you? You brute, you ought to be ashamed!
Ashamed? Why? You should know by now that Senior, Downtown Workaholic, and all the rest of them willingly chose to die. So what's the issue? What about it can't you allow?
Pardon? It's not my own sense of justice, but society as a whole that won't abide it.
Society? Define that for me. Is it something to prioritize above one's own self? You're spewing words more insipid than a roadside campaign flyer, Posh. This goes to show you never truly wanted to die.
Is the audio quality of the game kind of low? I mean, it sounds fine on my end. Do I need to raise the volume? Has it been low this whole time? The VA is kind of low quality. Oh yeah, the voice actors have like a weird mic thing going on sometimes, yeah. Yeah. I noticed that especially with Posh Detective sometimes, when it's like a little bit crunchy. I can't tell if it's because I'm emulating it or if it's the game itself. But the music sounds good, so I think it's probably just like the voice actor's audio is crunchy for some reason. Yeah, okay. For those who do, looking on is a real tragedy. You long for a swift release, for peace. You're always, always, always thinking about it. You've always wanted to die? Yep. I spent my whole life wishing that death would take me. Accidents are a constant with me. My family, friends, foster father, anyone I interacted with. They all died, one after another. Only I survived. If I'm cursed to suffer this much, I'd rather be dead. But every time, every single time, I always survive. You're telling me I've got to say it, no one's saying it? That I should smile and carry on, even as I raid death around me? That I should just be happy? That's precisely my point. What good will dying do you? People must press on with the cause they've been dealt. Take myself, for instance. I lamented the fall of my house, but I still resist, fighting with tooth and nail. People can change and grow. Sure, abilities can be honed, but some things just can't be changed. For example, the fate you're born into, Posh. You possess talent and the means to nurture it, but I'm the total opposite. Truthfully, we've all grown during the events of this island, but luck is the one thing you can't ever change. As long as I keep living, misfortune will befall those in my presence. That's been the plague of my existence ever since I came into being. You truly say there's value in living? For someone as miserable as me? But if you work hard enough... You're saying to work hard until things pan out? Spend enough days trying and trying with nothing to show for it and you'll eventually break down. Those who work tirelessly and struggle endlessly, they're the ones who opt for death. They try too hard for too long, or they give in to despair.
Therefore, there are some things blood, sweat, and tears will never change. You can't even realize how entitled you are, then shut the hell up!
I understand how it feels to hate the circumstances you were born with. My legs being the way they are. But aren't there things that can be achieved thanks to those unique challenges? You've been a successful detective, haven't you?
True enough. Having life as an investigator was fun. It really was. There was actually a point where I thought I'd like to stay one, being as this line of work and accommodate the use of my strange abilities. If I encountered tragedies as a detective, I realized something. There are those born into tragedy, and those who can't bear it. Is not being able to handle it really so wrong? Is dying not an acceptable option for someone to have?
Of course not. Their families would be devastated, wouldn't they?
Huh? I see. So people without families are free to die then?
But what? No, that's not...
I've experienced every hardship under the sun, so I know. There are plenty of people who aren't loved by their families, or who don't love them back. My first family loved me, only to end up killed in a car accident. I saw them ground to meat right before my very eyes. I was wasting away, so my second family tried desperately to cheer me up. As a reward for their love, they were flattened by a mountain of rubble. My third family feared me. They tried to kill me, called me an angel of death. And now they're together forever, bedridden in a hospital. Bonds of family are as tenuous as mist.
There must be those outside your kin who value you. The yearn for death is the height of folly. I have a long-lost sister whom I can no longer call family, yet my love for her prevails. Whether or not you're aware, someone surely feels the same of you.
Like how the situation has progressed from you're the culprit, Doleful, you're evil, to Doleful, don't kill yourself, man, please, you have so much to live for. It really has. It really has. The fucking joke we had at the start was right, where Doleful just, like, took credit for it, but, like, people were just dying around him. Like, Doleful wasn't doing jack shit. It was just tragedies occurring near him. Room of detectives just can't help but see the heart, yeah. Evil twink to suicidal twink pipeline.
And what if I don't have a single person in the world who does?
If not today, then in time you shall. Believing as much is the only way.
How can you say that with so much certainty? I could never be so confident someone would care for me no matter how hard I tried. It's amazing how much faith you can have in yourself, Armor.
Nay, that is not what I...
What do you mean then? You want to make the peaceable claim that everyone on this planet is destined to be cherished by someone someday? For a wretch like me, shunned by all for just being around, that idea is unfathomable. Must be nice. Lovable people like you have it so good.
Humans are social creatures. We need to be for our survival. As long as you exist, your death will inevitably impact someone you've interacted with. That's why you've got to live. Live for all those people with whom you've made a connection.
There it is. That's the exact way of thinking that strips people of their rightful choice to die.
What are you getting at?
If all you're seeing is yourself, you'll limit your perspective, and your life will become that much more empty. By accepting yourself as part of this world, you can expand your point of view and walk down a brighter path. There you go again. That carefree attitude is so typical of those privileged enough to take that route. I'm part of this world. Expand my point of view? What does that even mean? Wake up and realize how many people this totalitarian mindset hurts.
Well, totalitarian?
Hey, incompetent. Didn't you know? Apparently 70% of those with suicidal thoughts in this country never mention it to anyone. But they're driven to the brink of ending it all, but unable to express themselves out of fear of being a burden, so they die without telling a soul. Don't you think that's odd? Shouldn't you be your own highest priority? And yet these people would rather prioritize the convenience of others. Why? Well, gourmet detective, Isn't the fact that you're trying to slit your throat right now another one of those baffling contradictions? Gourmet freezes, knife in hand, the blade pointed at her neck. Gourmet, are you seriously? Yes, I've made up my mind. He's too much of a menace to this world. Anyone who doesn't want to get caught in this, stand back. My death will detonate his collar. Her eyes tell me she's serious. She really intends to kill Doleful here and now. Normally, I would have stopped her immediately, but right now I can't find the courage. The Quarting Duke's existence is even a greater atrocity than I realized. I'm keenly aware of the societal rot he's caused. I don't think killing is acceptable, but in this case... At that moment, my vision flickers. The next thing I see is Gourmet collapse, covered in blood, and there stands Doleful without so much as a scratch. Pointless, Gourmet. Even if you die, it won't make a difference. Huh? What are you saying? It's just like Doleful said earlier. Even if you sacrifice yourself to detonate the collar, you still won't be able to kill him. I'm guessing the collar will misfire. I was able to simulate that outcome. Misfire? That's impossible. Posh may be a little old, but what are the odds that he'd be the only defective one? Just when I thought I'd finally find my release. That's a shame, Gourmet. But incompetent is right. Even if you die, my collar won't explode. I'll survive and your death will be meaningless. You get it now, right? I won't die. I can't. I'm not allowed to. This is who I am. Then I'll stab you myself, even if it costs me my life. Gourmet readies her knife. Her hand trembles ever so slightly. You're shaking, you know. You weren't able to act on your do-or-die resolve. That's a blow to your pride, I bet. Why are you so set on this anyway? You really think becoming some kind of martyr will mean a thing for society? Of course it would. Stopping you here means if you were casualties who have to endure what I have, or worse. That's why That's why you're going to make a casualty out of yourself? The world is full of people like you, Gourmet. Folks who care too much about society at large. The most important thing is yourself, but you're out here thinking of others you can't even name. That's why this modern world needs the Quarting Duke now more than ever. Consider why there's a bit over 100 victims. You mean why the death toll has climbed so high? I've been wondering how the Duke was able to find so many obedient pairs willing to kill each other. Then, as if sensing my confusion, Doleful shoots me a grin and continues his speech. The victims were the ones who contacted the Quarting Duke in the first place. All of them were people desperately wishing to die. Damn. That can't be. Contacting the Duke just to die? That's absurd. How did they even get in touch with him without leaving any traces? It's not that hard. If the Duke were a detective, he'd just have to build an affinity with Death Seekers wherever he gets deployed. And with a gal like Downtown and all her followers online, it'd be simple to create an invisible network with the Duke at its center. It's the fine thread linking all the victims. He doesn't even need to meet them in person, so he wouldn't be able to ferret anything out. How could someone be so intent on dying that they'd reach out to him like that? Is it really so enigmatic? It seems pretty sensible to me. Like I said, when people want to die, they end up thinking about the impact. They worry about causing others trouble or leaving family behind. Our lives should be our own, yet their thoughts are poisoned by the rampant totalitarianism in this world. They end up paralyzed. But what about the victims of the Quarting Duke incidents? Has anyone ever blamed them as opposed to the Duke himself? Thinking back on it, I've seen comments from the Duke's followers praising him, but never anyone who derided the ones who died. Not a soul, right? Of course not. The only people who mock the poor, hapless target of an unjust murder are those who live to put others down. Get it now? If they were killed by the Duke, no one would blame them. People all over would sympathize with their untimely end. Quarting Duke is a free pass to death. 100 victims attest to the vast number of people yearning to escape modern society. The Duke doesn't kill, he simply offers salvation to those who suffer in life. Everyone falls silent, at a loss for words of the reality of this case. Doble's argument is a strong one. No one speaks up to counter him. We've all gone through so much together, and now we understand just how much pain his abilities caused him. For some, life is such agony that death would be salvation. And the Quarting Duke is a free pass to get there. In the face of this unspeakable truth, someone as ordinary as me couldn't possibly muster a reply. Hey, I'm competent. You're always going on about reversing tragedies and all that, yeah? Why don't you try to turn this one around too? Though I doubt you'd be able to do that for over 100 people, no matter how hard you try. Doleful. No, the Quarting Duke erupts into raucous laughter. Raucous. I clench my fists and stand there uselessly, unable to do a thing. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Maybe becoming a great detective really is beyond my capacity. I realize I'm on a familiar street. It's the town that I call home. I lived a normal life in this average, peaceful place back then. Back then, I didn't know the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Even though it's only been a week, I can't help but feel a strong sense of nostalgia. See a familiar boy pass me. It's me? But his complexion is sickly. His gait is unsteady. He looks like he could keel over at any second. Hey! You alright? I can't stop myself from calling out. And his voice is identical to mine, but he doesn't seem fazed as he responds to me. What's up? I'm gonna be late to cram school, so if it's not important, I'm going. Huh? Oh, sorry. Your face looked a bit pale, so I was worried. Worried? For what? Next moment, the face of my look-alike turns angry and shouting, his tone growing hoarse. You're going to help? You're gonna study for me, raise my grades even though they'll never go up? No matter what? I mean, in my dream school? Everyone's always asking if I'm alright, but did they ever do anything about it? No! Not alright! No one ever tries to help me! Yeah. The only one who can save me now is the Quarting Duke. I'm over it. Not alright. Just done. Wait! The version of me consumed by its academics starts off somewhere. But then another me appears. Again, when I try to speak to them. You gotta take over my job for me? How would you even help? Giving me money? Raising my family? Ridding me of all my anxieties about the future? You can't save me, then don't you dare tell me how I have to live. I just want life to be easier. In the end, living won't ever make me happy. I stand there, berated by my own self. Nothing. Nothing just doesn't interest me. Must be nice having stuff you enjoy. Jealous. What about my dull existence? What's your life? And why is your life so fun, huh? Another version of myself confronts me, exasperated. You're gonna sweep it all under the rug and help me? Think of my debts my parents left me. Why me? Why does this only happen to me? And another, sobbing in frustration. As my awareness fades, my various cells continue to cry out at me, lamenting their lot in life. Yeah, we'll have to see.
We'll have to see. Soon my vision and the entire expanse of my mind turns pure white. I remain still in an empty void, enveloped by a slight floating sensation. I only understand now. For the sort would cling to a figure like the Quarting Duke. Ones who will give up their lives to him in the future. There was certainly nothing remarkable about them. And in truth, the world is full of individuals like that. Sure enough, life isn't always fun and games. In fact, it's full of constant challenges. No guarantee I wouldn't have ended up as one of those versions of me. Not if I hadn't been summoned to Morgue to reunite with Saika. It's like Doleful says. We truly inhabit a world where anyone might call upon the Duke. Maybe we're in the wrong for trying. After all, maybe detective realities aren't necessary. Maybe it's preferable to tell a palatable lie. Dying is easier than living. Maybe just give up? I feel my resolve crumble as I second guess my ability to continue following in Saika's footsteps. I've walked the path of a detective for so long that I've lost the road ahead of me. My willpower gone, the weariness take over. Get it? I should just leave things as they are. So easy. I noticed something fall from my pocket. Pick it up. I realize it's a Hanafuda deck. Nigel, were you worried because I was passionately voice acting? Are you worried because I was yelling a little bit? Come up on my lap, baby. Okay. Here. Yeah, I'm here. Picking it up, I realize it's a Hanafuda deck. As I examine the cards decorated in cherry blossoms, vision flickers.
What the? My chest. Sorry, sis.
Rowdy? I think I hear Rowdy's devastated voice. Burning pain lingers within me, as if I've been pierced to the chest. Seeing it.
This is how it feels like to get poisoned. I feel like my brain's gonna melt. Sucks major ass. Dick, Worm, and everyone else. Sorry I got you all caught up in this. Dude, better not lose to Doleful. Not when you finally figure it out. Dying, you like, really think about all the stuff you wish you could have done.
I'm telling you. Struck by a sudden chill, as though my mind is dissolving. Hurts, dizzy, nauseous. Unable to stay on my feet, I topple over, tears stream freely from my eyes. And it isn't because I'm in pain, because I finally grasp the purpose of this vision. The denouement is showing me the past. Final memories of the detectives who perished here on the morgue. Like a trap. Oh, inhumane. But I should not fall so easily. I cannot leave Bookie on her own. I must live. I had to go on ahead without the rest of you. Yes, demons are demons right until the end. Either way, love for you. Probably won't ever know it. In my final moments. My thoughts are with you all. Oh, good about your papa. Live a happy life. You'll always be in my heart. Bye.
Hey, are we seriously gonna do this? There's still time to back out, you know.
-1. The moment is here at last when you were hesitating, downtown detective.
We've already taken 22 lives. Far be it from us to cling pathetically to our own lives.
Why'd you bring some random kid to the island then? I don't tattle on you to the Duke or anything, but it's like totally against the rules, right?
I'm not sure myself. Until now, I've always lived with the feeling that I'd miss my chance to. Perhaps it's thanks to my encounter with that promising lad that I got the idea. To entrust him with a fulfilling life that I was never able to leave myself.
What? What is all this? Memory after memory plays in my head. Yeah, Downtown did say that. I remember that. I pointed it out. Everyone has differing thoughts as they die, but all of them think about living, right until the bitter end. Not one of them was truly hoping for death.
It's been too long since I've heard you call me by that name. I was prepared to die from the moment I arrived on board. After all, in a way, I already had on my fate 10 years ago. And so, people's hearts are insatiable. I swore I was prepared, but as I lay dying, my earthly attachments yet lingered. Watto, knowing you, I have little doubt that you'll once again endeavor to step into my shoes and continue onward as ideal detective. I'm afraid I've been entirely selfish, from beginning to end. Though until you can accept the title of ideal detective as your own, won't you allow me to stay by your side?
I'll stretch now. It was not a time to react to redeems. My loud ass chair. The floating sensation that consumed me soon disappears, and I finally feel my feet on the ground. Yeah, I was I was tearing up in that as well. I was getting a little choked. Amidst the blinding whiteness, familiar figures loom. Those who have since passed now can't be real. Must be a vision created by the denouement, or be they're all delusions born from my mind.
Last, grasp your true power. Oh, I previously explained how the core essence of the denouement isn't predicting future deaths, but seeing all the world has to show, yes?
And then, as if addressing my doubt, Psycha materializes before me.
Right now, you're witnessing the residual thoughts, but your connection to them is weakened, though I doubt you'll be able to interact. Tell me, do you know what they all regret?
What they regret? I look again, but their faces have gone dark. What worldly repentance could they long for? I have no idea. What do they regret?
I have no idea either.
What's that supposed to mean?
Normally, there's no way to know what regrets the dead may have. The Quarting Duke has simply assumed he's brought them salvation. However, you have the ability to perceive much more. In time, you'll even be able to understand that which the departed think and feel. Until that time comes, think long and hard, consider if dying is truly the correct choice for them.
At first, I really felt the Duke had a point with his idea of salvation. But after encountering so many different visions of death through the denouement, I believe the Quarting Duke is actually mistaken. Dying won't make things easier, nor will bring deliverance to anybody.
Insensibly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories, instead of theories to suit facts.
Wise words from Sherlock himself.
You mustn't let the sophistry fool you, what? You believe those who died by the Duke's hands truly wished for such a salvation? Use your mind to challenge those ideas. It's a duel against the Duke himself.
Thanks, Saika-chan. They should all be dead. Here they are, looking at me with happiness on their faces. I don't know what their smiles are supposed to mean. How am I supposed to understand what the dead are feeling? But whatever the case, I want to believe they placed their hopes in me. Don't worry. Handle those regrets of yours. Seeing this here and now is all I need. When I think about how I'm taking on the hopes and dreams of those who've passed, I feel as if a ray of light is shining upon me. I feel as if I realize the full truth behind the case of the... My consciousness comes back to reality. I wipe the tears that have spilled from my eyes and face the Duke once more. I'm not going to hesitate. Even if the reality is a tragic one, there's only one thing a detective can do in a situation like this. Ordering Duke, the methods are all wrong. These incidents don't bring salvation. They're undeniable murders. Where my pride as a detective, I will bring you to justice.
Here I thought you had zoned out. Now you're babbling about all this nonsense. Someone hasn't got enough sleep. You want to bring me to justice? Does that mean you're set on painting all those victims as perpetrators now?
You lucky duck, you. At least you got to live a relatively happy life beforehand.
So, you ready? Be hated and despised by untold masses? Ready as I'll ever be.
Bookworm steps in front of the quartering Duke and begins to speak.
Obviously, the truth isn't always a happy one. When I learned how my father had died, it felt like my heart had been torn to shreds. Now I'm glad I know the facts. Because as long as I refused to come to terms with them, I would have never been able to move forward. You're a tough one, Bookworm. I'm almost jealous. You're the pinnacle of fortitude, and I really look up to that. But not everyone can be as strong as you. You reveal the truth, I'm certain that even a greater tragedy will spawn from it.
True. Sweet lie may be easier to stomach than the bitter truth. It only makes sense to do what will save you, regardless of what the world says. But victims of the quartering Duke aren't being saved. Just being murdered, plain and simple.
Murdered? And by whom exactly? They're simply entrusting their lives to the quartering Duke's free pass.
Don't try to brush it off by calling it a free pass. Say what you will. Even if it was suicide, that doesn't change the fact people involved in the quarting Duke incidents were killed. What? Just because they chose to die of their own free will? Well, that body count is now over 100. And all without a shred of evidence.
And I won't repeat myself again. Even if the Duke never contacted them, their spirits were already dead. Living on would only make them suffer more.
Wrong. All you did was convince them that dying was their only option. They feel so cornered that it narrows their outlook. But the truth is, they're desperate to find an alternative to death. The problem is that they can't see any, or assume everyone can pave a new path through hard work alone. They're too burnt out to make the effort. But they can still put in the effort to die? Or you decide they're at their limit, that no other options exist. Didn't you say there was no connection between the Duke and his victims? You're just projecting, seeing their deaths the way you want to see them. How could you possibly know they had no other choice?
Well, what do we have here? Can't make a fair argument, so you're muddling the narrative with trick questions? But it's true. I can't say if dying in a quartering Duke incident really makes them happy. But you can't know if living would make them better off. At least the Duke's victims decide for themselves that dying will bring them joy. What reason could anyone have to dispute their actions?
結論付けたんだ
Coming to that conclusion is the real crime.
結論付けること自体
Conclusion is the crime?
The research facility. Workaholic asked me if I would rather sacrifice myself to rescue someone else, or forsake them to save myself.
カルネアデスの船
The
板だ
plank
ね
of Carneades. Workaholic's actions prove he chose the option to sacrifice himself.
自分を犠牲にそ
So,
れで
what about you,
無能君
incompetent?
ならど
Maybe
ちら
you
を選ぶ
sacrifice yourself to rescue others?
やっぱり
Just like
テキ
him,
さ
you're
んの
always
ように
worrying about other
自分を
people.
犠牲に命を救うのか
No, I wouldn't.
へえ
Mhm.
意
Now
外
there's a
だな
surprise. You're the type who thinks you can save even more lives by surviving, huh?
考えるタイプかな
Wrong again. Actually, I won't choose either option.
どちらも選ばない。気づいたんだ。
See, I realized the flaw in this question.
何を言い出す
I
か
was
と思っ
wondering
た
what
ら
you were about to say.
興ざ
And
め
you
ね
go and spoil the fun.
どう
Let me
せ
guess.
どちら
Try
も
to find a way to
その
save
道を探すとか
everyone?
言うんだろいざその現場に
Push come
立
to
ち会っ
shove.
た時には
Naive
そんな
sentiments
綺
like
麗
that
事
won't
じゃ
help
誰
anyone.
も救えな
Don't
いよ
forget, detectives exist to
探偵
reveal
なん
the
て
truth.
所詮真実を暴くだけの存在なんだからね
分かってるさ。
I'm aware.
だから
But I don't want to talk about saving
状
people in
況も知らないまま
hypotheticals.
救うなんて言う気もな。カルネアデスの
Flank of
船板も
Carnitas
八
and the
つ咲きも
Quartering Duke share the same
どちらも
failing.
同じ結果を
Both
抱え
force
て
a
いる。
choice between one of two options.
二択の中から答えを選ぶよう。
カルネアデスの
Seriously think there's anything
が
alike?
一緒だって
You seriously think they're anything alike?
そんな詭弁で
Slandering the
八つ咲き
Quartering
と
Duke with your fallacies!
八つ咲き
The
公は
savior,
救いなき
mercilessly
死を
ending
終わら
lives
せ
that will
る
never attain earthly salvation!
死にたくても死ねない人々にとっての希望だ
Man, thinking about how Renegade was a murderer who valued life more than anything else and knew what he was doing was cruel compared to Dolfo, who doesn't value life at all, and convinces others to kill themselves while hiding behind an alias. As a way of experiencing a suicide he can't have by proxy. Yeah, that's really good. It's a really good parallel. The toxic yaoi just keeps getting more toxic. You love to see it.
同じだよ。
There's no difference.
君は花から
From the
悩
outside,
みながら生きて
you
いくか
forced others to
死んで
choose
楽に
between
な
a
るか
miserable existence
その
or
ど
an
ちら
easy
かしか
death.
選べでも現実は
That
問
isn't
答と違う
reality. By choosing to die, it's all
死を選んだ
over.
らそれまでだけど
Choosing to live
生
may
きるこ
eventually
とを
lead to
選んだ
something
場合は
better.
死を選ばな
Unless
い
someone
限
opts
り
for death, their future
その選
prospects
択
are
肢は無
infinite.
限に増えていく
黙れ
Shut up.
黙
Shut
れ
up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Only those who win the lottery of life will ever get those opportunities.
生まれつき恵まれ
Anyone
ない
born
人
with
た
that
ちに
luck is
それはな
doomed.
い
There's no
死ん
question.
だ方が楽
For
に
them,
決まっ
death
て
will
る
only make things better.
死ね
I
ない
can't
僕
die.
だからこそ
That's
分
why I
かるんだよ
understand. Truly understand the people of this station who wish to erase the burden of life by
そこに住
dying.
む人たちの願いがさっき
Can
も
I
言っ
just
た
tell you? Over 100 people
の元に
volunteered themselves to the
100人以上の
Duke.
志願者が
There's
集
your
まった
clear
こと
cut
が
answer.
何より
All
の
of them
答え
opened their
み
eyes.
んなも気づい死んで楽
They
に
each
なる方
realized
が
that
ず
the
っ
ease
と
of comfort
ずっ
and
と
death would make them so much happier.
楽になることと
Making
幸
things
せに
easier
なる
and
ことは
finding
同義
happiness
じゃ
aren't
な
the
い
same thing.
船板の問題を出され
Workaholic
た
got
時に
frustrated when he asked me about the plank
叱
too.
られたよ
Told me I should stop idealizing things by trying to save everybody.
綺麗事は言うなこの問いかけの
But that's
厄
what
介な
bugged me
ところ
about it. In real life, it's never a simple choice between two options.
本当はそれ
It's
ほど
always more
簡単な
complex
二択
than
じゃ
that.
ないそれなの
Even
に
still,
二択を迫れ
You're pushed to go one way or the other.
可能性を極端に絞られ
The
てしまう
possibilities seriously reduced.
そんな状況じゃ
Anyone would pick the path of least
逆の道の
resistance.
楽な方に流れて当然だ
似た問題に
Rowdy problem
トロッ
presents
コ
a
問
similar
題という
issue.
のが一人を
By
トロ
throwing
ッコ
one
のレー
person
ル
onto
に
the
投げ込
rails,
め
you
ば
can save 5
5
lives.
人の命を
But apparently,
救
over
える
80%
状
of the
況
respondents said they wouldn't
それ
do
で
it,
もそして
and only 30%
自
of
分
them
の
can
選
affirm
択
their
を肯定
choice.
できる人はわ
When
ず
faced
か
with
3
two
割
unforgivable options, people
正解の
inevitably
ない二
gravitate
択
to
を
the
迫れ
easier
ば
one.
楽ヤマトちゃんみたい
It's
に
one thing
強い
if you're
子なら
strong
いい
like
けれど
Rowdy, but you can't expect everybody to hold that much conviction in their
強固な意
decisions.
志で決断することは
Yeah, I
その
agree
通りだと思い
completely.
ます
Especially when you're at a low point. Your perception can become warped and restricted.
僕
During our time here on Morgue, I often found myself wrestling with those thoughts
考え込む
alone.
ことが多かった
I couldn't have solved a single case on my own.
悩
The
み
Duke
ながら
offers only two options.
楽に
live
死
and
ぬか
suffer or
二択を
die in
提示して
comfort.
選ばせるやつ
In that
その
sense, his
やり
method
口
is
も
no
同じだ
different.
楽して
Dying
死
to
ぬ
make
こと
things
が
easier
幸
isn't
せ
the
だな
only
って
way.
限らない
Even if it's hard,
たとえ
even if you're struggling, you might still get a chance to choose a happy life.
幸せに生きられる選択肢だって
あるとも限ら
And
ない
what if you don't?
僕だ
I also thought I could be saved if I
諦めな
didn't
け
give
れば
up.
救われる
Everyone who
って
died
信じ
probably
ていた
felt
ん
the
だ
same. The way all children believe babies come from
その
storks.
選択肢を信じて
Yet-
それでも
Yet,
それ
yet,
でもそれでも
everyone gets brought back to reality at some
誰
point.
しもどこか
They
に
realize
現実に
deliverance
打ちの
doesn't
めされる
exist. Their very life is a
そんなこと
tragedy.
はしない
You have saved them? You think one detective could have done anything to help? Couldn't rescue anyone. You have no right to criticize the Duke. It's wrong about seeking salvation through death.
Everything. After all, that's so yourself. What people truly yearn for isn't death. Salvation itself, right? For the first time, the quartering Duke is at a loss for words. Without hesitation, I speak my thoughts to him from my point home. Settling for death is just a compromise. They truly want salvation. Surely there must be some other way of finding it. You bemoan totalitarianism. But is dying without rocking the boat any different? Why should they even care if they're only thinking of themselves?
Huh? No, you've got it wrong. Just wanted to make a world where there's a hope of salvation for anyone and everyone. Grant liberation for those who don't want to cause problems for others.
It's better to live and cause problems than to die without causing any. Even if it's inconveniences others. For the whole world. Living is still your top priority, isn't it? That's when you can start looking for salvation. Finding it by dying with a whimper is a tragic demise, and I refuse to accept it. You've created countless tragedies, but I'm going to turn them around myself.
Do you realize how arrogant you sound? Your student can't reach the finish line alone. You can't see any salvation. That's why the Duke is needed, to usher them to a comfortable end. Would you rather force them to continue dancing pathetically as their tragedy plays out, Detective? You're the crueler one by far.
I like how, in this, right, when Dolfo is talking, you can see the lines of spit, like, connecting the mouth, like, seeing, like, how passionate he is. Yep. I am. What? Hate me, call me cruel, it's fine. Either way, I won't pull anyone off the stage, no matter how tragic it is. Once you die, the show's over. But stay alive, and any tragedy can be reversed. With the curtain up, there's always a chance to turn things around.
Yeah, maybe for someone with talent.
I knew from the start how incompetent I was. If I hadn't come to this island, I'd probably stay the same bumbling self forever, unable to do a thing. Maybe I would have given up on making an effort and offered myself to the Duke to make things easier. Instead, but everyone here learned and got stronger. No matter who you are, you may get an opportunity to turn things around.
Maybe you won't.
But isn't it a 0% chance? Dying will make it impossible for sure. Death robs you of your future and all its possibilities. That isn't a sacrilege upon anyone other than yourself. Everyone views themselves as the protagonist of their tragedy, but even as they brood and suffer, they're still fighting to turn the tide. Don't let someone like you rob them of their will to resist. No one is getting eliminated. I'll take Audiel's place and vow to reveal the truth. Incompetent detective! I promise you'll be sorry about this. You won't be lauded as some big hero. You'll be cursed as a fiend who dragged the names of countless people through the mud. An egotistical fool blinded by his own morals. It's as if it's unblocked that term right now. Prepared for that. Pretty fitting for a guy called a competent detective, isn't it? Even if no one agrees. But if I don't have a single ally, I'll... Don't go assuming such things without consulting a superior first. You truly intend to accept this undertaking all by yourself? Incompetent as your chief, I shall bear the blame alongside you. Let us indict the Duke, for the sake of all those we've lost. Posh.
I too shall share your burden, good sir. At times one can indeed find succor in oblivion. But as one who has both brushed with death and failed to save those dear to me, I've this to say. No matter the reason, one mustn't flee from their mortal coil. By hook or by crook, I, armored detective, shall protect you, sir incompetent.
Making up her mind, the girl steps forward. But this is no time to be speaking in third person, is it? My father, downtown detective. All those we've lost on this island desperately tried to live. I know for certain that other people are the same. Regardless of its ugly cruelty, I, too, refuse to avert my gaze from the world. I'll survive along with you. Wrongly, earnestly, desperately. As Renegade said, I unwittingly took advantage of my circumstances, assuming others would protect me. I saw myself as a tragic hero. But after all I've experienced here on Morag, I've realized something. Facing yourself is the most important thing you can do. No Quarting, Duke. No, Doleful. You face yourself properly, too. Don't sugarcoat things with lofty words. Acknowledge the lives you've taken.
I was prepared to give my life for the sake of the world, but you know, incompetent. Doleful's words helped me realize something. First and foremost, being part of this world isn't for others, it's for yourself. So I'll do my part by bringing you in, Doleful. Not for the sake of the world or anything, because the way you live ticks me off.
Based. Oh, look at that CG. Look at them. My goats. So look at them all. Why would they cut Armor out of this? That's so mean to Armor. Armor's like fucking Mike Wazowski in Monsters, Inc. It's over. The morning sun pierces through a world shrouded in the darkness of night. Its rays shine on those gathered around me, casting long shadows upon the ground. Thank you, all of you, for shouldering this responsibility with me. Are you insane? What are you thinking? Would the DA stop you? You guys don't have a single ally on the planet. Why are you so committed to... Because that's a detective's duty. They're always needed in the wake of any tragedy. Their job to face the challenges that no one else can. Even if the whole world shields its eyes, detectives must still face reality. And that's why we'll say it as many times as it takes. Over to the Quarting Duke case is you, Doleful Detective. Everyone faces Doleful. No, the Quarting Duke directly. No one's flinching. No one's looking away. Just as the Duke says, it's hard to tout our efforts to reveal the truth as justice. But no matter how many names get dragged through the mud, no matter who criticizes us, no matter what hardship we may face, we will reverse this tragedy, firmly believing that once we do, the brightest future awaits us. I almost forgot. The Quarting Duke chortles as he raises his knife. Order me all you want. I'm still invincible. There's no way I can die. If this fakes attacks now, I'm sure someone as dutiful as Ideal Detective will come and take a hit for me. The Quarting Duke slashes his wrist, splaying blood every which way. In an instant, that dreadful mechanical whirring erupts from close by. Shit. Reacting to the Quarting Duke's blood, Black Sphinx springs to life. Good. If this keeps up, he's going to get killed. Shit! Is there any sense in saving a maniacal killer? Either way, there's no time for internal debates. Stick to ideals, baby! I jump in front of the Quarting Duke, guarding him with my body.
It's just like when Ideal Detective died. You acted on the spur of the moment, didn't you? How pitiable. You have to die with regret for your decisions.
I'm not regretting a thing. Because I'm committed to keeping you alive, no matter what. The Quarting Duke's words reach my ears, my vision goes white. Armor! Just as I'm about to be attacked, Armor leaps forward to shield me.
Lack a day. The Psycho, now you, my good sir? Oh, my beloved, sally forth without me. Evidently, I must needs become swifter and mightier.
You're always looking out for me. Thank you.
Is not I alone.
Nice! It detonated! It was a good call having Gourmet remove our collars. There's more where that came from, so get ready, guys! I'll buy us time. Everyone, get off the helipad! Right now!
moves away from the Black Sphinx at Techie's command. He must have a strategy in mind. I follow after the others without question.
Well, according to plan, said the girl, pressing the button to lower the helipad.
Before I can grasp the situation, Bookworm dashes the control panel and operates it, causing the platform to descend with the Sphinx still on top. When did you come up with all this?
On the fly, thanks to you. Our group has become a lot more cohesive, the girl said, a content smile upon her face.
Hold it right there! I heard a voice call out from behind. I knew you'd look for an opportunity to flee. You cannot escape my keen eye. Out of my way. I'm still armed, remember? Really think a woman like you can do a thing to me? The sexist, doleful detective? How unbecoming of you to underestimate my prowess. Posh catches the Quarting Duke in the collarbone with a knife hand strike. Unable to react, the Duke topples over from the sudden assault. Behold, the Pinkerton family in its card, Baritsu. At last it gets its moment to shine. Oh. You still don't have any conclusive evidence. You won't be able to keep me behind bars. You'll never reveal the truth of this case to the world. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Gorme stands before the Quarting Duke and produces a slip of paper from her pocket that reads, "This button may cause death." You remember this, I wonder? It was stuck to the elevator panel when Renegade died. You were worried about this little note, so you pushed the button, right? What are you getting at? Ignoring a warning which resulted in death? That's a potential involuntary manslaughter charge. Well, we'll just find out how involuntarily it was. That's the reason that Renegade was smiling? He left the note to incriminate the Quarting Duke to take him down. Because he knew he wouldn't be able to resist pressing a death button. Let's fucking go! There's reason to believe you intentionally caused a fatality. I'll be sure to really dig in and see what I discover about this and your other offenses. What right do you have? Same rights as any FBI operative, of course. In addition to my role at the DA, I'm also one of their active agents. What? Me and the others are just shocked. The news did say the FBI had joined the investigation, but to think Gorme was with them. My mission was to secure the individual known as Invincible Detective. I hid my identity all this time for the sake of my duty, but it's finally paid off. You babbled away of your own accord, revealing the whole enchilada. No, they did say early on the FBI had joined the investigation. They did plant that seed. I remember. It's left me no option but to assert that you were the cause of the Renegade's death. You completely fell for his trap. That bastard. He's a very Yankee. You're under arrest, Quarting Duke. We'll get the full story out of you back at the station. That's the line I'm supposed to say here, right? Handcuffs click as the Duke's wrists are bound. Robbed of his freedom and the will to resist, he plants his face in the grass and lies motionless. I get the sense we finally brought this long, twisting case to a close, with the sun coming in. We all look towards the bright light of dawn. In the distance, I hear a steam whistle. The DA's rescue ship has finally arrived. They certainly dragged their feet.
Maybe they're actually right on time. Just apprehended the Quarting Duke, after all. Famished, the girl said, clutching her stomach as she sank to the floor.
Seems the boat will take a bit. How about I fix up some breakfast? We can think of it as a little victory banquet.
A wondrous proposal. So incompetent, let us make haste to the research facility.
Yeah, come on, Doleful. Go together. After all, we're gonna be spending a lot of time with each other from here on out. The Duke. No, Doleful's head hangs low. I offer a shoulder, but stumble when he puts his full weight on me, his leaden body drained of all strength. But I keep on taking one step after another, courting him all the while. Who knows what the future has in store? No doubt a tragedy unlike any we've seen before lies in our fate. Even so, there's no way I'll stop walking forward. For the lives of those I called my allies, those who died for the Duke's sake, for her, one who supported me to the very end, I resolved to shoulder all those lives so I can... Bye. Quietly to myself. As I do, I feel a fond, familiar presence, warm as the morning sun. Thank you, Wata-kun. Too somber? Really? Or... Damn, too somber. My mic showed was picking up. That was awesome. I had a great time. That was just good. That was just good. None of the worries I had about the narrative came to be. I guess I was wrong about transgender Doleful. I mean, I can still headcanon, I suppose, but I'm glad that wasn't the case, honestly. He really was just a guy. Posting again? Very inspiring to see a genre built on the concept of how we can kill people in intriguing and fucked ways, champion the message of never kill yourself, life can always get better, nothing more valuable than a human life. I agree. Yeah. Like, Danganronpa 2, I think, has a somewhat similar message. But, honestly, I think this one hit me harder, for sure. And I really like Danganronpa 2. But this did it phenomenally better. Diversity win. The personification of suicidal ideation was agender all this time. This is just a good visual novel. There were some like audio issues with the dialogue. I think like the audio mixing was a little off. Sometimes it was too loud and it like got crunchy, and sometimes it was way too quiet and you couldn't hear the voice line at all. But all of it was great. The little criticisms I have are not anything that like ruin my enjoyment of the story. Like overall, I'd say this is a really good end. I would recommend it to people. I think more people should play it. This thing seems pretty niche, honestly. Here's my thoughts. I think the ending was kind of cliche, but it was very sweet and very hype, so I'll allow it. Yeah, it was cliche, but like, I feel like it's hard not to be cliche when you're tackling this kind of subject, right? Like of course we're going for life is valuable and you should live and you should like, you know, hold people who have perished dearly in your heart, you know? Nothing wrong with cliche. They exist for a reason. After receiving minor medical attention, we're all ushered onto the boat owned by the DA. I'll read some thoughts before you do the little epilogue. I never heard of this before, so thank you very much for streaming. I'm glad I decided to stream it. It was completely a whim. Honestly, with what the Duke was saying, I was ready for them to talk more about the societal aspect of it. That's fair. That's fair. I think they could have gone a little bit more into the societal aspect, but I don't think Doleful really genuinely thinks about the societal aspect. I think he's using that as an excuse, because he's just projecting his feelings onto other people. He's not like like he knows, like, oh, like, society is flawed and blah, 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 and these are the reasons people kill themselves. But that's not the reason that, like, he wants to die. Like, he's just coming up with reasons to take down other people's arguments, essentially. I think generalizing terms into stuff like hope and despair makes it come across as less impactful and serious. Point blank saying wanting to kill yourself is a fleeting feeling, and it is by no means a solution to any of your problems, no matter how hard it can be. Yeah, I mean, they don't necessarily boil it down to hope and despair in Danganronpa 2. Like, keeping it spoiler light, they choose neither. It's like a different thing. They choose to live, essentially, is the message of Danganronpa 2. That's why I compared it. Yeah, cliche in a way that highlights the overall message of the story. This point was simple, was personal, but talk about it. I feel like it undermines the Duke, though. I feel like the philosophy behind the Duke's belief. If I'll just excuse himself, I'd be mad, to be honest. I think it really depends on your interpretation. I don't think the Duke doesn't believe in that. Like, I do think the Duke believes that, like, society is inherently flawed and these are, you know, like I think he was giving arguments he believed in. But I think this was a very personal thing for him. You know? Like it was selfish, and he was putting himself up as a savior and, like, basically, like, vicariously living, or I guess vicariously dying through other people's suicides. But no, I think it would have been interesting to go more into the societal aspects, especially because of like the little flashes that Watto had of, like, the different versions of himself being burdened by life. The person who wrote this wasn't a social worker, I must remember. I think it's really funny to see Lur's reactions to the deaths and all, the deaths and all the times they blame Doleful, because, like, that was his entire goal. The entire goal was to help people kill themselves without burdening others. He is here to absorb the blame. That was what he was trying to achieve with the Quarting Duke in the first place. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah, that's right. I also think that Doleful taking on the blame is feeding into his suicidal ideation, essentially. All these people are blaming him for deaths, and he's giving people the means for suicide, and I think that fuels his worldview. Where he's like, yeah, I'm scum of the earth, I help people kill themselves, but I'm also helping, like, getting their salvation, but the whole world hates me, you know? Like it's like a vicious cycle where, like, it boosts his ego, but it also, like, keeps him where he is, and he's unable to get out of that mental state. I see less of an excuse and more so an extension of his philosophy of grief and yearning for death. I'm sure he thinks society does have problems, which it does, and I'm sure he views it as a boon, providing for others what he cannot do himself, but it's largely a means for him to die vicariously through others. Yeah. A lot of media talking about depression, mental illness, and, like, the malaises of life, and not one of them talks about how society contributes, and I think this game falls into that. I think it, like, touches upon it just a little. Like, it skims the top. It skims the top. If I want to be extremely harsh about it, I could say this game contends suicide as a selfish thing, which I have feelings about. Yeah, like... Yeah, I can see that, but I don't... They don't really explicitly say... Like, they don't call Doleful selfish for doing this, and they don't call anyone in the game selfish for killing themselves. They just say, you know, in their final moments, they were still thinking about life. I don't think... Like I, honestly, with, like, Workaholic, like, even, like, his, like, suicidal message is being like, even in my final moments, I'm with you guys. I'm doing this for you guys. And in that sense, his suicide was very selfless. And also, the attempted suicide that Gourmet was going to do was going to kill Doleful to stop the Quarting Duke. And that was also an act of suicide that could be deemed as selfless. So I think... rather, I don't think it falls into that trap. He calls himself selfish Posh when talking about his desire to kill himself. No, I think he says, like, you. I mean, like, we have this message of, like, you know, you're the protagonist of your own tragedy, and, like, you should, you know, like, be focusing on yourself and such. But really, I don't. Or at least refers to it, thinking about only what he wants. Yeah. But, like, that's Doleful. You know, like, that's not everyone. Letting people kill themselves without being seen as selfish. Yeah. Like that's QD's entire deal. Yeah. QD's entire deal is letting people kill themselves so people don't, like, perceive them as, like, selfish, terrible people for wanting to die. Yeah, you can't blame people for wanting to kill themselves. Suicide is understandable. And the others, I believe, go like, yeah, we understand life is hard, but because you give them this life or death message, like, either you keep suffering as you live, or you die and you don't have to suffer anymore, you're locking them into a choice when you're not allowing them to open up their mind and realize there's an option next to live, where it's like, live and keep going, live and things get better, right? Like, it's basically saying, like, because you're locking them in this idea, they don't realize there is an option where they can live and get better. And even if it may be nearly impossible, there's always a chance so long as you keep living. I don't think it's framing anyone's suicide as selfish, necessarily. Yeah, the protagonist stance basically boils down to there's nuance. Like even if living is hard, yeah, but at least there's always the opportunity. Death just takes away your opportunity. I don't think this game is saying suicide is bad. I think it's basically saying suicide is final. Suicide is the reasonable choice to make, but it's also a choice born from very specific circumstances. In the end, things can always get better. It's up to you to make the call if you want to aim for that chance or if you've had enough. Yeah, I think it's basically saying, yeah, we understand why people want to kill themselves. We're giving an entire, like, marathon of examples of reasons why people will want to kill themselves, of reasons why people see there's no way out. And they think that death is the only way. It's the path of least resistance. And they make that effort to go contact the Quarting Duke and die. And they're basically saying, because, you know, like there's more. There's more, and you're not letting them see that. And Doleful is not able to see that. I think it handled the topic very well. I think the only thing it could have done better is digging into the societal aspects of it, definitely. I think that would be my one criticism, is not, like, getting into, like, the society stuff. Because I do, you know, like Doleful's like, oh, like, society? Like, what's that? Can you define that for me? Like, you know, society's expectations of you, society's expectations of people drive them to commit suicide. I think QD's entire philosophy is actually rallying against that notion. Society views suicide as selfish, so I exist as a way to circumvent the judgment and ignorance of this world, whereas Ideal's perspective is it's not selfish, it's just plain wrong because your life is worth more than that. You know what? I like that. It's not selfish. You just should value your life more. In fact, you should be more selfish and keep living and value your life more. Treat your life with respect. Bear the weight of your life. Renegade's philosophy. Oh, with some of the suicidal watches, we even see them address the why. You always ask me not to do it, but you don't do anything to help me. Yeah. That's a big problem. I feel a lot of the time, you know, like, people will top you down, but they won't do anything to, like, genuinely make the situation better. I've suffered with depression and anxiety and all sorts of mental health issues since middle school. I've been suicidal. I've maybe this is getting a little personal, but I have attempted to take my life before. This message is really resonating with me right now. It's, yeah, no, a lot of the reasoning, a lot of, like, the feelings here are very real and very raw. It hits me. It hits me personally. But I don't think it was poorly handled, at least from my point of view. I feel like it's very understanding, and I think it wants to help. That's kind of what I get from it. like how the Watos address that, but on like the whole individual individualism of the conclusion. Ultimately, it's your choice to live, but people need support. Yeah, yeah. And that's another thing, you know. Like Wato has support. He said like, if I didn't come here and meet people who genuinely helped me and did things to help me boost my confidence and did things that actually did help me feel better, I could have ended up like a Quarting Duke victim. I might have reached out to the Quarting Duke if this didn't all happen to me. But because I came here and learned to have confidence in myself and was around people who genuinely like made my life better, I was able to keep going. And he would have never been able to experience that if he wasn't around. Funnily enough, the reason I never act upon my thoughts, it gets brought up in the game. I was worried about the people I leave behind. Yeah. That was a big one for me a lot of time. Because a lot of my thoughts around like why I was still around was like I chided myself for being selfish, and I wouldn't reach out because I thought it'd be a burden. So I'm just sitting here like, well, I'm a burden if I do, burden if I don't, you know. So honestly, this kind of helps me on a personal level. It like tackles something that I have like genuinely thought about and struggled with, like those exact philosophies there. Yeah. No matter what they'll do with this inclusion. Like, will they prove it white by just hitting Doleful with this and letting him deal with it himself, or will they actually give him support? Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. If the game ended right where it did around the credits, the very last thing we see is Doleful putting his entire weight onto Wato. All of it. And despite that, Wato just walks forward and supports him. And says that he'll be with him for a while. I think they're giving him the support, yeah. I think this entire game has been about seeing love in people and understanding people and the things they're going through. Even understanding killers and sympathizing with killers. I don't think they're just gonna like throw Doleful out and be like, you're evil, go to jail forever. Like he obviously he might go to jail. He's gonna get arrested. He's a criminal. But I don't think that means they're not, you know, gonna visit him. That they're not gonna support him. What about rehabilitation? Rehabilitation in prisons! What if we did that? Wouldn't that be awesome? Man. Let's see this little epilogue. The Quarting Duke, formerly known as Doleful Detective, is restrained on the same ship. No one said anything yet, but I'm sure I'm headed towards a clash with the leader of the DA, Vidok. After all, if the truth of this case comes to light, the world will probably be thrown into even greater chaos than the Dayless Night incident caused. The Dayless Night organization, to which the Duke belonged, isn't my only enemy. I'm sure both the DA and the world at large will denounce me. But still, I won't hesitate. From the bottom of my heart, I've sworn to keep walking this path, for the sake of all my friends who've died as well. Aren't you worried? Make no mistake, the running path ahead will make the events on Morgue seem like a cakewalk in comparison. I need to look at them. Look at them. The CG is amazing. Wow. Gorgeous art. Gorgeous. Are you the one who forced me down that path in the first place? I suppose you have a point there. But thanks to that, I now feel enough guilt to appear by your side once more. Have pride in your determination, Wata-kun. Yeah, I will. In a way. Glad. Saika-chan. Oh, look at them! Look at them! Oh, the little babies. I don't know if the Saika before me is just an illusion, The truth doesn't matter. From now on, I'm going to live for both of us. Together, we can shoulder the role of ideal detective. That's one thing I know for certain. Just what are you pondering so deeply? The real trial is yet to come, Chief. Let's hold a strategy meeting. We're still facing a huge number of challenges ahead. You know what it feels like with the mic issues? It feels like they all recorded at home with their own individual mics and audio setups. And then they were not edited and mixed together to be, like, cohesive whatsoever. Because whenever Posh speaks, there's that initial little crunch at the start. The 2021 Japan... COVID! It was COVID! It was totally a COVID recording, yeah. Yeah. Yep. 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 That makes sense. That makes sense. It's, yep. COVID recording. I can't blame them for that. I can't blame them for their audio issues. I appreciate them for making this, despite COVID. Posh and Techie summons brings me back to my feet. There's no time to rest. We need to figure out how we intend to close the Quarting Duke case. The first order of business is already decided. Our planned out with the DA going forward needs a concise name. Detectives are vital in the wake of tragedies. In other words, if the world was purged of tragedy, there would be no use for detectives. If we create such a reality, there's no question it would be a truly peaceful world. That's why we purposely decided on this destination for our future efforts. The Detective Elimination Project. Nice. Nice. This game would hit 10 times as hard in the lockdowns. I nearly cried. I nearly cried. It didn't quite get me. It didn't quite, like a tear wasn't shed, but my eyes were watering. I was so close. I was so close. Yeah, reframing Detective Elimination Project was awesome. Yep. Yep. I'm curious what the save file says. Just clear data. Okay. Now, I heard there are side stories. What the fuck's that all about? The gallery. 96% completed. What did I miss? What do you mean 96? I didn't. What do you mean I didn't get some of the... Where are they? Where are they? Do I need to play again with the... With the new... The save? Do I need to replay the game to get the rest of the residual memories? I thought it was weird there were so few of them. I thought there were going to be more. Oh, no, I gotta get through all. I gotta get them all. I gotta get them all. I wonder if I can do it via chapter select, maybe? The side stories are the residual thoughts. That makes sense. How do I get them? How do I get them? Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go on break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna see if I can find out how to get the residual thoughts within a timely manner. Alright. Alright. So. Residual thoughts, some only show up on a second playthrough. So. I'm going to see if the chapter select allows me to get more residual thoughts. Because I can just jump straight to the investigation period. Yes! Yes! It works! Okay, I don't have to replay the whole game. I don't have to replay the whole game. Residual thoughts right there. We can just, we can just zoom to each residual thought and then quit the investigation. It's all good. Wait! Why are you here? Huh? Saika? Wait. What? Because we were upstairs. We were upstairs commanding people. We weren't part of the tutorial. It was only doleful gourmet, like it was only. Also, we're able to control everyone now, instead of just some people. They have a whole little thing for her. That's so cute. Okay. I don't know if I'll have to complete the investigation in order to keep the residual thoughts, but I assume so. So I'll just, do that. What's this? Locked in. Mystic! I missed you. Man. Man, look at that! Man. Remember the good old days, guys. Remember? Yeah, I was saying I'm glad almost no one died so that every death could be treated as meaningful, yet it still establishes stakes which make you truly believe no one was safe. A lot of people died! We started with, what, like 13 detectives? Like, Senior died, Saika died, Downtown, Mystic, Rowdy, Workaholic, Renegade. That's like 7 people. Am I missing someone? Like looking at my fingers right now. Yeah, Senior, Downtown, Mystic, Ideal, Renegade, Workaholic, Rowdy. Yeah. That's like half the cast. That's about half the cast. Right, Armor Fake Out died. He died and then he didn't die.
品だって調べ尽くします。
He does do that a lot, yeah. Alright. Give me those residual thoughts.
絨毯早くエントランス。
Huh? Someone's handkerchief is here. I feel like I've seen it before. A long, long time ago. Embroidered handkerchief. I think the research facility would be targeted. Even the denouement was unable to predict this outcome. The crime was executed meticulously, leaving not even a single trace to go off of. Culprits must be at least somewhat aware of my ability. A trap of this magnitude would require a major time commitment from a trusted individual, and the sole person capable of such a thing is... There is only one name that comes to mind. This could only be his doing, but I hate to consider even the possibility. He supported the DA since its founding. It's entirely too hard to believe. Too dreadful to fathom.
Lady Ideal, ventilation efforts for the research facility continue. I'm told the air has been almost entirely cleansed of toxins.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Armor. In that case, let us waste no time relocating the heap of corpses still lying within. Those are my allies fighting alongside me in the DA. My family. I can't bear leaving them in such a sorry state. Armor doesn't budge. Oh, Armor doesn't budge. That's peculiar. Usually springs into action the moment I give him an order. Is something the matter? Or are my directions unclear?
Are you without a family, Lady Ideal?
Hmm? Did I not just say the members of the Detective Alliance are my family?
You misunderstand. I am inquiring of your birth family, tied to you by blood. Have you none to speak of? I can tell as much from your countenance. My younger sister, estranged from me so long ago.
Like a... Yoroi. Born with pale skin and white hair, she was rejected by her father and offered up by the Yoroi family. That was your younger sister. Now, you thought to join the DA because you suspected I might be your long-lost sister. Is that right? I'm nostalgic. I've completely forgotten my father, but even now I can recall my older brother's kindness. When I was made to dye my hair black, he alone stood by me, supporting me until I met Watto, the courage to face tragedy head-on. Your love for family hasn't wavered even once. I'm moved, to say the least.
So it is truly you, Saika. I've searched for so long. Though I failed to protect you previously, I swear to you I shall...
However, I'm afraid you are mistaken. I'm not Saika Yoroi, nor do I recall having an elder brother. In fact, I have no blood relatives at all. My apologies for dashing your hopes, but let's leave things at that and speak no more of it. I reject my older brother's claim decisively. I am an ideal detective, after all. I'm a target for criminals around the world. I must remain untouchable, with no family or weaknesses to speak of.
Oh, the crunch.
At any rate, relocating those bodies is our foremost possible priority. We also want to make a thorough investigation of the matter.
Wait, I beg you.
Armor blocks my path before he continues speaking.
I know it means naught for us to be reunited at this juncture. I've no right to call myself your kin, and I cannot fathom your disgust for me. However, I shall continue to love you as a brother does. I shall always aid you when danger strikes. So please, be of good cheer. Speaking these thoughts to you is enough. In becoming a detective, I'm now able to aid you in your times of peril. For this, I'm eternally grateful. He's just the same as ever. I'm hit by a deep wave of nostalgia, nearly causing my stern expression to waver. Part of me wants to respond the way I would in bygone days,
when I was no more than a clingy younger sister. But I can't. Like Yoroi is long dead. When I decided to live as ideal detective 10 years ago, I abandoned my past and never looked back. After letting out a laborious sigh, I hardened my expression once more. I'm the chief. I want to be mindful of how you address me.
My apologies, Lady Ideal. However, come what may, I shall always stand by your side. As such, I pledge that we shall survive this and return together. Simply seeing your smile once more is enough for me.
With that, Farmer scurries into the research facility with gusto. I had guessed his true nature, to think his motives were so pure. Some people never change, it seems. And after 10 years. I feel a bit ashamed for doubting his intentions in the first place. I wonder how Wataku. If everything's gone according to plan, you should be waiting at the manor right now. The illusory detective regularly updates me on his status. This will be the first time speaking indirectly in 10 years. Honestly, rather giddy. Mrs. Armour never stops seeing me as a sister. I hope you're the same as ever too, Wataku. I smile wryly as I anticipate meeting with him. A moment I've long awaited.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a really good one. Alright, let me just like wrap this thing up so I can let me move. Okay. Let me wrap this up so I can save it. Hey girl, hey. Damn, you can't affect it. That's sad. Streamer, it hurts. I know. I know. Armor's the most tragic person here, let's be honest. Dude, you can do it. Finish this off. Oh fuck, there's more. I forgot. Everyone's so fucking slow. Hang on, I'm good at investigating, I promise. Maybe I'll deal with that. You can walk over here. I bet you can reach that, can't you? No! Evil hates me. There we go. There they all go. A sketch request for free? It's very important. Aren't you one of the people who keeps yelling at me like, oh, don't underprice yourself. Artists should be paid. I say as if channel points are real money. That's true. That's true. But what will happen if I start giving away things for free? The economy will be in shambles. Need you to draw ideal and armor hugging.
Save up. Save up. Nice.
You are not refunding. If you refund those chapters, we don't read them. We lose 3 chapters.
お疲れ様。最高にときめく指示だったぞ。君がそばにいてくれて本当によ。
You might just do it anyway. The resolve.
I would respect it. You gotta fight for what you believe in. Alright.
You.
僕でよければ頑張るよ。
何かよ。どうしたの？うちのイケてる推理見せてあげる。
どうかしたのか。我々の絆の力で謎を解こうぞ。
Alright. No, these are a lot less difficult when I don't have to go hunt for key terms.
なんかよか？怪しい匂いがプンプンしやがる。
The war going on in my chat.
Who will feed? Who will feed the starving ideal and armor sibling fans? Her and his legs.
どうしたの？ガンガン謎解いちゃうよ。
勝手に承知である。手を取り合ってこそ探偵なのだ。
どうしたの？
Alright, let's inspect that residual memory, get all prepped for that.
どうかしたのか？
You go to the bathroom.
やはりそうか。しかし。
あ
感謝の極み。
You... I like that if you have, like, the perfect combination of characters interacting with a mystery point, you can get a cutscene. Isn't this Mystic's Rosary? That would mean the sheer force of the spikes flung it all the way over here. Oh.
After searching the trap room for hours, I finally discovered how to access the passage. Everyone rejoice, for the riddle of the hidden passage has been solved at long last. Group cheers in triumph at my announcement. Even Posh Detective, who had been idled until this moment, breaks into a gleeful smile. Now these young lives will be saved. Although I dare not show it, truly relief. I cannot bear to see the rising generation stamped out.
Mystic! OMG, you're so amazing! Plus, like, a total silver fox?
Downtown detective flings herself upon me. The impact causes one of her long, false nails to nick the skin of my neck. I hardly feel it, like a catch-scratch. For long, my neck grows hot. Why are young women so keen on those bizarre nails? I wonder if Bookie will ever pester me about wearing such gaudy things.
Mystic, why'd you, like, go all quiet? Did my surprise hug get you too excited?
I was simply lamenting my future.
Lamenting?
Now, just one moment, Downtown. It is utterly obscene for unwed men and women to embrace in such a manner. Cease at once.
Ah, you gotta be such a prude. We're pretty much a family here, you know? A few hugs here and there is, like, totally normal. Anyway, we're all gonna live now, so let's go! You and me gotta get everyone pumped, Posh! We're just too legit to quit!
Really, speaking with you is exhausting. Downtown detective. According to Alliance HQ, since her close friend was slain by the Duke, she has investigated a number of seemingly linked cases. As such, her rank has shot up over the past year. I cannot envision what conviction lies past that beaming smile, but I am certain of one thing. In order to avenge her friend, she is surely prepared to give her life at any moment. Just as I was during the case of the vampire, following the recent deaths of my wife and daughter. I announce that I have located the hidden passage via D-pad. The Quarting Duke will seek to end my life. I have to proceed with caution. In which case, I should inform her first. I call out to Downtown Detective, finally released from Posh Detective's wrath, and beckon her closer. Downtown Detective, allow me to share with you the conditions required to open the passage. Guide the others in my stead, since should anything befall me.
What? Why me? I mean, it's super cool you want to tell me and all, but like, why? You're not trying to pull a fast one on me or something, are you?
Because you, too, have lost someone you held dear. You are prepared to sacrifice yourself at any moment, are you not?
What? Why are you asking me that?
I can see it in your eyes. Until I met Bookie, I too was reckless for a time. As if I were traversing fields of darkness, bereft of light. Convinced that dawn would never dispel the night, I trod on without hope or purpose. Until Bookie shared my plight, returned the sun to my life. In time, I promise you will find a reason to live. Until then, if you cannot live for yourself, live for the aspirations others entrust to you. I, Avance Van Helsing, descendant of Vampire Hutchins, can promise you this. There is no night without dawn, for the day shall always break.
What the hell? There's no night without dawn? That's like so emo. You even told me your real name. What's your deal, man? You're so dumb, like, for real.
Downtown Detective continues laughing as if mocking herself. While I cannot attest to her sorrows, I do wish for her to continue living. It is my belief that one day, in time, the sun's rays of hope will shine upon her heart once more. After learning how to open the passage, Downtown informs me that she will be waiting in the living room and takes her leave. What fate will befall me now, I wonder? As my heartbeat gradually quickens, I prepare my announcement on the D-pad. Downtown Detective, I hereby bequeath unto you my hopes and aspirations. Man! What the fuck? What the fuck? This game is evil. This game is fucking evil. Why would it do that? Why would it do that, huh? Why would the game be so mean? What the hell? What the hell? Hate it here. I hate it here.
No, I'm finishing the game. I'm getting everything. It's simply how it will be.
さあ、実験を始めましょうか。僕にご用ですか？ネジ一つだって見逃しません。どうかしたのか？俺の五感は髪の毛一本見逃さないぜ。
Great job getting through it. Here, have some pain and suffering as a reward.
これは
Yeah. Yep. They sure did do that.
ああ。
Oh man. Man, oh man. That was really good. In the sense of me, like, bringing up earlier how this game, like, handles, like, disability, both, like, mental and physical fairly well, I now realize that it's a greater overall theme that ties all the characters together, which is living despite any adversity you might face, whether it's something you can overcome, like something you can change or not, which is really, really cool. Watto needs to be put in the maid outfit. Changing the topic so we don't have to suffer.
僕にご用ですか？
Watto an ideal outfit swap? That's kind of fire actually. Sisyphus is cooking.
検証なら任せてください。
検証だな。とりあえずやってみるのだ。
科学
Oh, obviously it needs a long skirt, yeah. That's part of it.
さあ、実験を始めましょうか。何か妙ですね。
Getting my 100%. I am.
なんか用か？なんか用か？
If Dolkwa can't fucking die, how come there were so many times where he ran into poison and ran into a robot and fucking killed himself and ended my game, huh? Asshole. Mean to me.
頑張ります。その力を僕は信じる。
See, he was hanging in the fucking library the whole time so he could show the book to us. That's so fun. That's like such a fun little detail. I'm glad I remembered it. Oh shit, I didn't know that was an original scene, that they could do that by assisting each other. Hang on. I just want to see. I appreciate the help and compliments. Thanks to you, we know what the culprit took from the ice tray. Workaholic. You know all the food scattered around is dirty your clothes, right? Were you that determined to inspect the fridge? Mystic was my comrade. We survived some tough times together. I couldn't just stand by knowing his last meal might have been ruined. Man! That's really good. That's really good. I need you back in that room, miss. Whenever we're not leaving. Also, the both of you can go there as well. They are, right. Like, even when they hate each other, they still care about each other. Except for Workaholic and Renegade. They fucking hate each other's asses. And I guess Renegade and Doleful, they also hate each other's asses, given that their philosophies directly clash. But like, everyone else loves each other and cares about each other so deeply, and they find out one of their friends is a murderer, and they're like, it's okay, we'll live on. We'll live on with you, for you. We still love you, baby. We want to find out what mental illness caused this. We'll give you justice.
どうされましたか？僕が解決しましょう。さあ、
His
実
assistance
験を
is
始
more.
めましょうか。僕にご用ですか？僕とフレンズの力が必要ですか？
Entrance for... Oh, your assistance is
なんか
way
用
higher.
か？なんか用か？なんか用か？ 僕だってみんなの力になるよ。
Man. There's so much love in this game. What the hell?
どうされましたか？僕とフレンズの力が必要ですか？なんか用か？つば貸しな。一緒にやんぞ。
I will say that as we like are wrapping up here and getting the last few little residual thoughts, I think this might be so far my favorite thing I've streamed. I just think everything about streaming this has been awesome. The streams have just been peak all the way through. Like not only has the story been great, but like we've also just had like a lot of fun moments, a lot of like good like chat and interaction and discussion. I've been loving this. I'm gonna be sad to see it go. What if I replayed it forever? No. Genuinely good game leads to great banter and good thoughtful discussion. Who would have thought? Yeah. I mean, like, sometimes bad games are really fun stream games. Also. But, not here.
部屋で休んでる文学ちゃんはわかるとして、無能先輩、武装のバカ。
Back to title again. Oh, I feel like I've already haven't been ready for some of the shit that we've uncovered. I can't believe that the whole like psycho reveal stuff was in a residual memory. That's crazy. All right, do that. Semi-sealed cell time. Okay. Anything residual in here? Nothing? Really? Am I blind? I guess we already had 2 in here. Alright then. I wish I didn't have to load the logos every time I went back to title. It's a little annoying. Anything in here? I guess we gotta check Maze A and Maze B. Morning Jumper! This shit has been awesome. Anything residual in here? Nope. We're all miserable again? I'm miserable, but I'm also having the time of my life. I'm gonna be really sad when I have to end this stream. Right, I gotta check, Maze B as well. Anything residual here? Yeah! Over there. Oh, this is the evil one that hates me. Okay. Man. I'm scared for whatever this one is, I'm gonna be honest. Alright. I can't believe how long it took me to realize that they show me exactly where it is before I inspect for it. I also have fear in my heart. The Automod really hates twinks. This newspaper's clipping is about the Gingami family suicide. That incident was pretty widely publicized a while back. What's it doing here? While the group's distracted by 3 arrows on the wall, I called out to a man I set my sights on. Hey, Armor. I'm sick of trying to figure out this puzzle. Wanna chat for a bit?
You wish to speak with me? Forsooth, I would be most honored, Sir Renegade.
Armor replies amiably. From what I can tell, he's not putting on a front, but with that pesky metal blocking his face, I'm short on any tells. So compliant. Adorable, really. Anyway, there's something I've been meaning to ask you forever now. You're always willing to protect others with your life, right? Why is that? I value life just the same as you do, so suffice it to say, my interest is piqued.
So that is what you wish to what, hmm? That is not off the topic of praise for me, so I hesitate to speak further.
It's like I figured, he doesn't want to spill. I can practically hear his distrust for me. But oh well, I've got no other choice. Time to play my trump card. Well, the reason I value life is a simple one, you know? Tell me, you remember that Gingami family suicide case from 10 years back?
Indeed. Even one so witness as I doth recall. The mother plotted to slay her family, then herself, but was dispatched by her child. It may have been self-defense, but the mutilated corpse was beyond gruesome. Television variety shows granted it much beholding.
You sure know your stuff. Well, guess what? Child A, the subject of that media circus, that was me. Jugo Gingami.
Is a renegade? You are Child A?
Yeah, sure am. After that, trouble followed me wherever I went, landing me under the DA's surveillance. That's what became of Child A. That's who I, renegade detective, truly am. Even through his helmet, I can sense Armor's confusion. Everyone's heard of the case. Admitting I'm the culprit could only garner this kind of reaction. It's hilariously predictable. But laughing now would ruin the mood. Keeping a meek expression, I continue. People say Child A went mad upon being targeted, and he was a psychopath. Rumors upon rumors upon rumors, but the truth is very simple. I failed to rescue my mom. It's my fault she died. As a survivor, it's my duty to shoulder the burden of her life, and live for her sake as well. That's why I value life. So that the ones I bear, as well as all those still being lived in this world, don't amount to nothing.
I see.
Just like that, the suspicion is gone from Armor's voice. All according to plan.
To lose one's own parents due to lack of strength. 'Tis a cruel lot of life indeed. I, too, know the feeling well.
What happened in your past, Armor? Must have been something pretty serious to relate to a guy like me.
First, pledge that you will not harm the lives of so incompetent to the others, as you heretofore in the dungeon.
I promise. Right hand to God, I won't do anything like that. Motherfucker, did you lose your right hand specifically so you could break your promise? Oh, he's so funny. He's so funny for that. He's so funny for that.
So be it. I shall trust you thus. Pray tell, Sir Renegade, do you know of the Yoroi family?
Yoroi. They've crafted suits of armor in this country for centuries. They say their work has seen success in every major battle, right? Those suits are renowned as transcendental armor and sought after by collectors. One of the cases I solved was caused by one.
Indeed. With that being said, my birth name is Muga Yoroi. I'm a descendant of the Yoroi line and an inheritor of their techniques.
Oh, now there's a surprise. What, did you make that tin can you're wearing yourself?
Nay, it was the work of my sire. He gave his very all to the family trade, tirelessly forging suits of armor. A true madman. In this era, armor smithing is a dying art. And a livelihood. My mother fell ill. Yet, even as he wasted away in body and mind, he refused to cease. The suit I donned was forged with his final breath, fused with the latest technology and crafted as a special alloy. It is truly his ultimate creation. Yet armor is nothing without a body to don it. 'Twould preserve no one. Thus my sire's life would be in vain should the suit go unused.
And that's why you wear that suit and protect the lives of others. Your tale really makes me tingle, you know that? I see. It's all coming together, but I'm still not sure how it connects to the Quarting Duke and the Dayless Night incident. There must be some deeper mystery here, but man, this guy sure makes me tingle. He's definitely worth messing with. Armor, we're comrades bonded by our ideals. Let's you and me stick to our guns, all the way to death's door.
信念を貫き通そう。心から感謝するぞ、下道殿。
I thank you most graciously, Sir Renegade. I'm overjoyed to count another compatriot among my ranks.
While shaking hands with Armor, I start thinking, what kind of trap could pierce that sturdy suit of armor of his? Alright, if I can just locate that hidden passage the personnel used and get ahead of everyone, maybe I can find that red sphinx. He planned it. He did. My defense of him is out the window. It's over. Yeah, that's good. Let's go with that. A suit with so much life poured into it, ruined as he puts his own on the line. It's got me tingling already. Now there's that other kid who caught my eye. It's just about time to spring into action. That's awkward. That's a little awkward. It's a little... you have the ability to analyze well. We have known he's done lots of wrong. He is a serial killer at the end of the day. I can't... I shouldn't have expected anything else from him. Okay, there's one there. But we can't reach it. The best thing to do, get a little bit closer. But not enough that we fucking die. You are going to stand by here. You're gonna pick away at this. Just a real quick finisher in this case. That was a fun one. I love to see Renegade be a bastard, even after his death. There we go. Oh damn, it was like right there. Oopsie. Okay, you can go up there. Oh. Well, at least that wasn't a terribly tragic one. The game is merciful. It gives us a break. After this one though, I gotta check all their little character screens, I just recall. Because they should be updating. My plan to create the first post for Lur's fan art channel foiled. Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting. Oh my god. The super reacts are going crazy on that. Holy shit. May, do you mind if I show this on stream? Alright, let me open this up. This is so important. This is so important.
is it? Oh. Hang on, let me try this again. OBS always being mean to me. Alright. Here it is. Arm and Ideal, the siblings, reunited. This is what they deserved. This is what they deserved. This is peak. This is awesome. Thank you, May. It's fucking adorable. I love the coloring of the line art too. It's so fun. Oh, I love them. Cinema. Cinema. Absolutely peak. Yeah, the colors are awesome. The colors are awesome. The first fan art of the channel, in the fan art channel. I couldn't ask for a better one, to be honest. Excellent. Excellent. Me too, May, me too. Finish up this investigation. Honestly, they can handle that on their own. Finishing this up. You love it good. Well, I mean, is it really wholesome if Ideal's like, no, I don't have a family, actually? It is? Okay. Okay. It could be. Yeah, she did say it to protect him. Yeah. If the game let them be happy. Unfortunately impossible. Okay. Let's check the updated roster, right? Complete. Saika Yori. 17. Due to congenital disorder, the Yori family offered her up to the secret police 10 years ago. She took the place of Wata Hojo, assuming the position of the second ideal detective. Her past prior to this has been erased, and the details remain unknown. Damn. Real name, Yugo Gengami. 17 years old. During the Gengami family suicide case 8 years ago, he brutally murdered his own unhinged mother in alleged self-defense, garnering worldwide publicity as Child A. His numerous disruptions at a juvenile rehabilitation center ultimately led to its collapse. He was then removed by Ideal Detective and placed in his current role. So Ideal brought him in, yeah. We've already read Pinkerton. Vince Van Helsing. 42 years old. For some reason I thought he was 60. During the case of the vampire, a part of the Dayless Night incident, he fell into despair over the loss of his family. After meeting Bookworm Detective while working on the case of the lycanthrope, however, he adopted her, and the two began a new life together. Unbeknownst to Bookworm, he is quite perturbed by the idea of her continuing to work as a detective, but understands her feelings on the matters, ultimately finding himself unable to oppose her wishes. Inumi Sanai. I think we read this, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Alright. Muga Yoroi, 21 years of age. A descendant of the Yoroi family, the craftsman of the so-called transcendental armor, the suit he wears was forged by his father, who poured his heart into its creation. While it may seem like ordinary armor at a glance, even its wearer is ignorant to the full extent of its technology. Of the technology it contains. If a portion of the suit is damaged, it can heal like flesh.
After losing his younger sister, whose illness violated the family code, he has maintained a great respect for the lives of others. I'm sorry, but the Yoroi family fucking sucks. Oh, our child has a congenital disorder? Let's give her up to the torture labyrinth. Let's put her in the torture labyrinth. Fuck those guys. Fuck those guys. Ableism. Meicho Araki, 62 years old. Originally a famed architect whose name was known by all in the field, however, a series of cases occurred where the special mechanisms installed within the manners he designed in his youth were repurposed for murder. He then became a detective himself, seeking to personally apprehend the boorish criminal who misused his art for violence. And then we read this one. Alright. Only a few more to go. The title we go. You know, I really thought I was onto something with Doleful being trans. I really did. There was I don't know, I feel like there was so much pointing at it. The end is never the end is never the end is never. Well, yeah, he can be trans. I just thought it was like gonna be a thing in the plot, you know? Head over here. Blatantly representing the streamer. I'm glad he can just be like an androgynous boy too. Like I don't. Listen, his gender has nothing to do with anything. I just thought it was gonna be a thing. We all know how murder mystery tropes are. And even if he wasn't the Grand Duke, I was still thinking it would be like a thing that would be brought up. They're fun. I wouldn't say I'm like the biggest consumer of murder mysteries of all time or anything. I definitely don't know everything there is to know about the genre, but I know enough. I've read enough to call myself knowledgeable. You can analyze something. Whatever's the most difficult. Here you go. And you inspect that. Alright. I imagine this is going to be a workaholic thing. This looks like a will? It's torn apart. Whose is it? As I walk, I focus all my energy on my surroundings. I have a responsibility to find Renegade and kill him as quickly as possible. This is the greatest atonement I could possibly achieve. Luckily, the elevator to the surface is broken. Without the strength to pry it open, he has but one option: attempt repairs on the distribution board. No matter how well he hides, I swear, I'll oust that man and choke the life out of him. Oh, it's this moment. Oh, okay.
I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Who's there?
It's just me, Doleful.
なんだ、飛脚くんか。
It's you.
驚かせない
Don't
でくれ
sneak up on me like that. With a sigh of relief, I feel my tension ease. This chance encounter was sooner than expected, but still according to plan. Their values may differ, but the other detectives are good at what they do. I knew my threats wouldn't faze them. They probably rested a while before setting out to pursue me. Their carelessness is unfortunate.
やはり
Came
君
after
たち
me,
も持
hmm?
ってきたか。
We're all professionals here, so I can
同じ探
understand.
偵として気持ち
But
は
this
わ
isn't
かる
your average foe. There's no room for any further errors.
下道探偵に
We
襲
can't
われ
leave
ては
ourselves
いけない
open to an attack from Renegade
みんなの
Detective.
近くまでは
So I'll move closer to the group while keeping some distance, of course.
合理
Alright, thanks. Try not to do anything reckless yourself, Workaholic. By the way, I've been wondering this whole time. That robotic voice we keep hearing is the same as the Duke's, right? Is it free domain or something?
なあ、これは
That was developed
私
during
が
my
まだ
time with
秘
the
密警
secret
察の
police.
一員だった頃に
It's modeled after my own
私の
voice.
声を
In
元に
fact,
作成したボイ
I
ス機器
suppose
だ
the Duke's just trying to spite me.
八つ崎校が使用しているのは下道
I'll
探偵
never
の
forgive
行動は許
Renegade's
せないとして
deeds.
も
But it's only natural he despised me after being locked up down
私を
here.
恨むのは当然だ
The Duke is a monster of my own creation.
八つ崎校飛脚くんたちは
That's a misdeed I need to own up to.
必ず無事に返すから安
Don't
心して
worry, Doleful. I promise to get you home safely.
Out of curiosity, Workaholic, why did you join the secret police in the first place?
結論から言えば
Long story short, it was mostly because I come from a long lineage of assassins.
私は
My
今で
name
こ
is
そ
Soya
志崎
Shizaki, but the original kanji used to write it were downright morbid, though a little change was in order.
明けの夜事件で
I lost a lot of family to the Dayless Night incident.
まだ年
Even though
は
I was still just a kid, the government made me
国
do
から
their
命
dirty
じられ
work.
る汚れ
A
仕事
martyr
に
to the
同じこと
cause.
だリーダーや美読
If I hadn't encountered the chief and Badok and joined the DA, I'm sure I would have been cursed for life.
と一緒
I wouldn't have met my wife either.
から逃れられる
So joining the DA freed you from your curse, huh? Does your family or your work know about your history?
いや知らない
No, they don't.
教える
And
べき
I'm
は
not
ない
keen
と
on
思う
telling them either.
過去の
The
私
people in my life who rely on me today shouldn't be
今の
burdened by the
私を
sins of my
信じる者
past.
にまで背負わせ
I
るべき
alone
じゃ
should
ない
bear that weight.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a detective's job to reveal the truth, sir. Sure, but there are plenty of truths in the world that are better left unknown. But I'm worried that if you kill Renegade, your past will inevitably come to surface. You didn't realize? Because it will, you know. If Renegade Detective is revealed to be the Duke, his connection to you will be made public too. No matter how powerful the alliance is, you can't stop people from talking. Details on the Duke's killer would definitely leak out.
美読に頼むよ
I'll put in a request with Vidok to keep as much information from coming to light as possible.
I wonder, would Vidok really go along with that? He's the kind of person who will always make the utilitarian choice. If revealing your past will save society from falling into chaos, he'll do it. Renegade's history can't be separated from the secret police's. Whether you like it or not, your sordid background would get dredged up too.
My heart pounds faster. You wouldn't. And yet, my distrust of the organization outweighs my denial. I've sacrificed my all for the DA. Though I know better than anybody, even if I wish otherwise. Collateral damage is of no consequence to Vidok. Thanks to him deploying that Black Sphinx to stop the Quartering Duke, we've lost Saika, failsafe. If it was deemed necessary, he would have no trouble cutting me loose and tossing me aside. Not that I mind. It'd be a fitting end, really. But what about the family I'd leave behind? My company, my co-workers? Who will protect all the people I hold dear?
Having second thoughts, are you? I totally get how you feel right now.
Dolfo looks at me with pity. My heart hammers. I doubt he remembers his mother, but that melancholic face looks just like hers.
You're ready to suffer any injury, but Try as you may, you can't take your loved ones getting hurt. Going on despite the harm it'll bring isn't easy. So why not help us out? There's gotta be a way aside from killing Renegade Detective. Awful. Reaches out his palm. To me, the gesture resembles a ray of sunlight cutting through the heavy darkness of night. That's right. Maybe I can't rely upon the DA, but even then, I still have allies. If I could get their help one more time. Or maybe now that I'm cornered like this. Or, no, maybe I could just... Much appreciated, Doleful. I'll give what you say a shot and trust in my allies. My resolve hardened. I shake his hand. For the sake of protecting those I love. I wish they went into it a little bit more, but also I like it being a little left up to an interpretation. That was a good one. Oh man. Right. You can analyze this. What's this? Okay. I'm still just like deeply impressed by how everything in this game came together. Like, only a handful. I think we only have like 3 more or something. You're getting EP? Yeah, I bet. We'll be ending pretty soon after we get there. Honestly, we don't have to erase all the bombs. We can just help here. The more I just sit and let it process, the more I really do enjoy the game. Yeah, me as well. Me as well. Mm-hmm. I think discussion also helped me appreciate it more too, and get my thoughts in order about it. It's just like incredibly solid. Dare I say, underrated. Like, the only thing I could say is like as like a criticism of the story, other than the stuff we touched upon already, is maybe it was a little predictable in some aspects, but like I'm also just like crazy locked in, and it didn't ruin my enjoyment at all. And there were still a lot of genuine surprises along the way. Like Mystic dying, I saw that from a mile away, but I didn't see downtown, so that balances it out. Right. I appreciate the way they handle suicide, honestly. I think I've just been burned too many times by the media that talks about it. Yeah, you assume the worst. Yeah. I think that going into it with, like, the idea that they aren't going to handle it well can definitely give you a negative read of what they're saying, but when you actually break it down, it's actually quite tasteful. Yeah, it's not a disrespect towards other people, it's a disrespect towards yourself. Because you deserve better. You deserve a chance to be happy. And killing yourself takes that away from yourself. Alright. Finally, Workaholic is complete. Toya Shizaki. 29 years old. Years 8. Oh, I thought he's 27. 29 years old, eh? Originally part of the secret police, he took part in several inhumane experiments under the alias Diabolical Detective. In spite of this, he cooperated with the current Ideal Detective to dismantle the secret police. As a key contributor to the DA's founding, his previous crimes have been overlooked. It is partially out of atonement for them that he works so tirelessly as a detective. Alright. The title we go. Only a few more. Again, would love if those were skippable. Alright. Check this out. I guess we start with the maze. There's one up there. I love this remix of the investigation theme. It's really good. I wonder who this one's gonna be. I'm just enjoying the music right now. I'll have these guys there. Alright. Let's get the next one. this Holmes's necklace? What is it doing here? Did I not already get this? We've already seen this one. No, if it was different, it would have stopped me from skipping the text. What the fuck? Mean to me. Didn't even need that one. Maybe because the residual thought is relevant to the case, it's different. It's not like we're seeing like a memory. We're like watching it like it's not first person perspective or something. Boo! All right. Let's try in the research lab then. Anything here? No. All right. Banner? What do you mean? What do you mean? There has to be more. They can't be here. Profiles aren't... Are they in the gallery? It's... Really? It's all of them? Huh. I guess we did get them all. Wait. What's this? Oh, this is... Yeah, this is... This one.
やっと見つけたよ。
Oh, wait. Wait. Hang on. Hang on. This is different. This is different. Hang on. I haven't walked down this old familiar road in a long while. It's gloomier than I recall, and something about it feels lonely now. How long has it been since Senior Detective detained me? My whole life's changed since, with each moment spent in distress, tormented by the eyes of others. Just the idea of the future brings me down. I don't want to think about what's to come. I don't want empty hours for my mind to roam. I don't want to think about anything at all. The more I do, the more my indescribable anxieties swell and surge. The truth of the Quarting Duke case has been covered endlessly on TV variety shows. The truth of those who sought salvation via mutual suicide. I understand those who reached out to the Duke, so well that it hurts. To live and suffer endlessly, or to give in to the release of death. When presented with these two options, anyone would naturally choose the latter. But these days of pointless anguish end here and now. I finally made up my mind. I'll go where no one will ever find me, see me, or disturb me. And I'll die alone. I've decided.
やっと見つけたよ。やっぱりここに来ていたんだね。
Finally found you. I had a feeling you'd be here. My thoughts are interrupted by a voice coming from behind me. One really figure me out already? But who? I stuck out without my parents seeing. I only came here on impulse anyway, so why would...
この町は
Your
君が
life
か
took a
つて
turn
連
here.
続ペット殺傷事件を引き
It's
起
the
こ
site of
し
the serial pet murders
同
where
志探
Senior
偵が
caught
捕
you.
まった場所。
I knew you'd come once your
人生
brooding
の
spurred you
分岐
to
点だ。
action.
はも
Oh. I turned to see a boy who looks even younger than me. His face is soft with a gentle sort of aura about him. Something about his eyes, though a maturity draws me in. Sharp and clear as if he can see right through me.
大丈夫。
Don't worry.
何も言
You
わ
don't
な
have
くて
to
いい
say
よ。
anything. I already know.
僕には
Crimes, along with your personal info, have been spread online, right?
君は君なり
Use
の
your
贖
best to
罪を続
atone.
けてきた。
Volunteering, working, studying.
ボランティアに
But did the crimes you committed in your
必死
time
で
of
働き
weakness, it hasn't paid off.
勉学にも励んだ。どれほど思
I
い
can
悩
see how
んで
much
き
you've
たか
agonized in more ways than one.
僕には見えているよ。
I know you've put in a strong effort. Strong effort, he said. The phrase resonates in my heart. I feel the strength leave my body. I'm about to collapse here and now. My parents, my classmates, prohibition officer, They never have a good word to spare for me. After all, I can never understand a felon. Pulling away is all I can do in light of my unforgivable misdeeds. I understand that much. My heart still aches for someone. Yes. All I've ever wanted is for me, for my existence to be truly seen for what it is.
ほら、顔を
Come
上
on,
げて。
hang in there. If they're willing to
苦しみ
die, you
から
could
逃げる
escape all
た
that
めに命
pain.
を絶つ
Why
くら
not
い
find
な
a
ら
new lease on life by working with
今
us?
この場で生まれ変わったと思って君が学ん
You
できた
studied how to treat
動物
animals.
医療の知
Use
識
that
を
knowledge
活
to
か
help
し
solve cases involving
動
them.
物関連の事件
Join
を
us
専
and
門に
become
解決して
veterinary
いく探偵
detective. Veterinary detective? Confused, I ask who he is exactly, but the boy just smiles triumphantly as he extends his palm.
僕たちの名前は理想
We're
探偵
ideal detectives. Now come on. Together,
君も一緒
we'll
に
reverse the tragedy of
この
this
世界の
world.
悲劇を覆しに行こう
I gaze at his outstretched hand. Smaller than mine, yet feels somehow larger, stronger, glowing like the break of dawn. That was really good. That was really good. Hey, what if instead of you ending your life, I came up to you and said, hey, I appreciate your efforts. Now come with me and we're gonna do something about it. Taking action to give people who are struggling the support that they need, regardless of what things they committed due to their distress, their need for attention, their mental anguish. It's a great ending for his character. It's an excellent ending. I also love how it ties full circle all the way back to the very beginning of the game. It's cinema. It is cinema. What else is there to say? It's cinema. Man. What do you mean I only have 96% completion on the CGs though? That's gonna kill me. What do you mean? What's the last CG? Yeah, we can do it, May. We'll do it just for you. The shut-in. Thank you for your response. Now without any further ado, this loathsome shut-in shall disappear before your eyes. This individual is hereby condemned to the fate of a quartered doll. Thought that I was truly genius. Yeah, this is all the same. Opposition may be trampled. Find this policy. We will see the Grad lore, we will. Also, you know, I wonder if... Well, first of all, Doleful is definitely playing up this persona to be hated as a killer by others. But I wonder if he keeps this lighthearted persona to kind of bring others in. You know, like, oh, he's a little quirky, he's a little silly. Maybe he'll, you know, grant my request. Okay. Race. It is really funny, yeah. Alright, you're invited to try and reveal through nature. Such a show can't exist without diversity, you see, for this is a clash between tragic, savage carnage and the comical, cultural stylings of justice. Oh, we currently have about 5,000 viewers. Yeah. I bet this is the last CG I don't have, actually. The individual with the animal suit terrorized his middle school class as the lead bully. But his teachers, whom he sucked up to, favored him. He went places without atoning, using his father's connections to get a job at a major bank. This individual was saved by your first impression. With that, I ask, do you still like him? Yep. Doleful having the time of his life. I will say, actually, he does talk a bit about society at the very start here. It's either or, really, but because the victims' bodies are found, he was probably telling the truth. I mean, they probably both felt guilty for what they did, right? Like, that's probably why they wanted to kill themselves. They thought they fucking sucked for the things they did. Right. Majority rules, after all. Whatever bloke thought up that was a truly sadistic genius. The opposition may be trampled, but there exists no better system. The path to peace must be painted by the blood of the minority. Those behind this policy, the eminent among the many, give less to the thoughts of the few than they would an ant. I must hand it to them, it's simply ruthless. Yep. Doleful said bloke. Damn. Alright. Did that get me my gallery? What do you mean 68% complete? What do you mean? What's the last one? What could I have possibly missed? This is a linear game. Wait. Also, this is called Two Ideals. I'm gonna kill myself. I mean, sorry, no, that's against the message of the game. Never mind. I'll keep living. My bad. My bad. What's the last fucking CG? Where is it? Where's the one I haven't seen? I've literally seen all of these. What do you mean? Did I need to see his execution, actually? Hang on. Wait, sorry, my bad, hang on. No, fuck, I erased my clear data. I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it. No. No, it's okay. It's okay. Hang on, wait. I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh, I said yes. Okay. Never mind. Okay. Hang on. I need to, we hate the shut-in. Hang on. We need him to die. We need him to die. That was the problem. We just need him to die. Okay. Now, I should have 100% of the game. I'd lose my mind if I didn't. We did it! We did it! We finished! 100% completion, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Man. Man. Fucking awesome. Man. I wanna open up, my clear data really quick to see the, the roster. Make sure all of them are completed. Yeah, this is complete. Oh, is it not complete on this save file? Damn it. Hang on. It would be complete on the others then. Oh wait. Also the wrong one. No, these are all in here. Okay, actually we're fine. We're fine. Okay, we did this one, we did this one, we read this one, read this one, read yours, we read yours, yours. Actually, I guess we did read through all of them, yeah. Strives to save others, huh? That's fun. That's fun. Well, to be honest, it wasn't the break I was expecting. However, it was fucking awesome. It was really good. So, I have no regrets. Absolutely none. This was incredible. I had an excellent time, and I'm really happy that a bunch of you could join me for this. I guess if anyone has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them, but I'm gonna get ready to wrap this up. I think I like this game more than either Ace Attorney game, but I mean, well, yeah, just like it's way better concocted. I won't lie, you know, like I was playing this game, right? You know, like I'm deducing things, I'm putting things together. And, like, I'm making theories that I feel are plausible, and I'm, like, coming to correct conclusions based on what the game is giving me. And I was thinking about that after, like, coming hot off the heels of Ace Attorney, and I'm like, man, it's really nice to play, like, a real mystery game. It's really nice to play, like, a real, like, real mystery game where I can actually, like, look at my roster of characters, and, like, from the very start, and piece together clues and actually come to a conclusion about where things are gonna go. You know? They are. I mean, Ace Attorney isn't about the investigation. Like let's be honest. Like investigation, like gameplay is there, and like sometimes I'm able to get an idea of what happened from the investigation, but half the time I have to go to court like once before I even like meet the culprit. I'll meet the culprit day fucking 2 or 3 of the game. So you know, like it's impossible to like kind of get it right off the bat, because Ace Attorney isn't like Phoenix is right there and investigating and knows everyone involved. Ace Attorney is like, he gets brought in on something that already happened and he has to figure out the people involved because he doesn't fucking know. And even then he might not even meet all the people involved. I think Ace Attorney is less a mystery and more a courtroom drama, I'm gonna be honest. Ace Attorney is not about piecing the clues and figuring out who did it. Ace Attorney is about yelling at people in court and fucking around and finding out. And also, like, the spectacular crash outs in the characters, you know? And that's not to say I don't enjoy Ace Attorney. I've been immensely enjoying Ace Attorney. It's a very fun time. And I like a lot of the characters. I think a lot of the cases are pretty good. It's a very fun time. Very fun time. However, not a well-structured mystery game. I wouldn't even call it a mystery game. I was expecting to find the mystery more compelling. What I did not expect was to generally find the cast more charming as well. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. They rarely fell into anything that was like, I guess, like the quote-unquote problematic anime trope thing. Like, yeah, we had the peeking scene. Ideal could be a little pervy sometimes, and Bookworm sometimes made jokes about, you know, an incompetent being like, you know, perving on her when it was clearly not the case. But one, that's so far, apart, and they're so infrequent that, like, I barely even register them. And also, I feel like they're like, not bad jokes. I think they're kind of funny. Like, I think, like, they were handled well when a lot of times they aren't. Like all of these characters feel real to me, and I got endeared to them way faster than I thought. Like, all of them are likable. Not any of them has like a weird trait like, oh, I'm the pervert and I'm gonna try to peek up the detective's skirt, you know, like, oh, hey, incompetent, what do you think downtown's cup size is? Oh, you know, I've listed out all the female detectives and I'm going to deduce their 3 sizes. You know, like, we didn't get any characters like that. I'm looking at you, fucking Director Hottie from Ace Attorney. I'm looking at him. I'm looking at that fucking sleazeball. And this is just like a thing with general, like, Japanese games. We didn't get anything like that. There was not a single pervert here who was problematic. Like, Ideal was a pervert in a fun way. It was like harmless pervert stuff. She made jokes. She didn't actually do anything. I mean, this game expecting like half of them. I come into this game expecting like half of them to be written as grating as possible for the sake of the culprit and victim dynamics, and they're just not. They're likable people. Even the worst of them, I want to be happy. Yeah. Ideal being a pervert adds to her character. Yeah. It makes her way more endearing because it adds an element of her that is human when she tries so deeply to be inhuman. And I think it's really cute that Watto brings out this like goofy side of her when she's like only with him alone and they're not doing anything serious. She gets to be like silly and act her age, and like I imagine she's so like repressed from having to like lock in from childhood and be the ideal detective that she like, this is all just like bottled up within her. Yeah, I got a cough. Little throat tingle. I'm good now. Right? She can't even be silly with her own brother. That's so fucked. Ridiculously fucked. So, Sisyphus, actually, you said you watched a video essay? Seeing this game has tanked the opinion I was literally about to ask. In comparison, like, what was the video essay like? I'm so curious. I'm so curious. I take it he had, like, issues with it. What were his issues? I suppose I could go watch the essay myself and look it up, but, like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I don't know if I want to look at it like a six-pack anime twink or whatever. Warmer twink? Did he evolve? Watch party on Discord? I mean, maybe that could be funny. That could be funny. So it wasn't negative on the game, it also wasn't positive on it. If I recall, it was essentially, this game is fascinating to think about, but not good. What do you mean? Like, yeah, it's fascinating to think about, but it's good. It's a good game. It's one of the better VNs I've played. And I played some good VNs, I think. The watch party could go hard. Like, this entire game is good. There were a few typos here and there, but the pros of the localization went really hard. Like, they use some really good words. I really like the vocabulary in this game. Each of the characters had a very distinct speaking style, which I feel is also lost a lot in localization. Like, you could just give me a line of dialogue and I'll know exactly what character said it, is how I feel about them. Yeah, they don't miss the vocab. I feel like a lot of localizers kind of dumb down the translation in order to make it more easily accessible. Yeah, they're not afraid to use complex words if it's the personality of the character. Exactly. The art of the game was good, the music of the game is good. The audio mixing was kind of bad, but that's to be expected. It was recorded during COVID. Like, and big respect to the voice actors. Really good portrayal of accents and speaking styles. Yes. Like I'm thinking about Rowdy and Armor. Yeah. No tragedy of NTR in this. Thank fucking God. No, it's like, and I also think they localized Downtown very well with her slang. He really liked the start of the game, didn't care much for the middle of it, and thought Doleful was a fantastic culprit, I believe. It'd be really funny if I just misremember it, but I remember a lot of comparison to Danganronpa in the way of Downtown is this game's Junko, so you know what's going to happen with her. I'm gonna be honest. Downtown is only Junko on a surface level. Downtown is what Tumblr thinks Junko is. Downtown is what Danganronpa 3, the anime, thinks Junko is. And honestly, Downtown has more nuance than Danganronpa 3, the anime. Than the anime Junko. Yeah, I agree, May. I agree in the philosophical sense, yeah. The Gara style of speech is so accurate, yeah. No, Doleful is fucking awesome. So was Downtown. Everyone was fucking awesome. God, I'm just like, I just want to glaze this game. It's really good. It's really good. More people should play this game. This is an excellent VN. She's so complex. Extraordinarily good game, yeah. Extraordinarily. I'm trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to touch on. Oh, right. You could solve Umineko. I don't know if you could solve Umineko. You probably couldn't solve Umineko. You could solve Umineko. Maybe. Like a high maybe. Like, it's probable. It's very probable. You would not solve Umineko. You would also not solve Umineko. I don't think you would solve Umineko, but like I'll give you like a maybe, but probably not. You would solve Umineko. You like 50-50 chance. You definitely wouldn't solve Umineko. I'm sorry. You probably wouldn't solve it either, and you also wouldn't solve it. There we go. There we go. Rowdy would. I don't think Rowdy would. I don't think Rowdy would. Cause Rowdy's someone who just like goes with her gut, right? Like, she wouldn't like think about it. She would just like go raring in, you know? I'm not talking about I'm saying if they read Umineko, the visual novel, would they be able to solve it? Also, be careful of Umineko spoilers because people may not have read it. But, I'm just saying, who could solve it? Like, who could look at Umineko, open it up, and sleuth it out? Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'm not saying, like, who would solve it if they were there and, like, fix the situation. I'm saying if they picked up the VN. The essay is called Process of Elimination is Complicated, and I don't know how to talk about it, for those who want to look it up. I haven't seen the game myself. Having seen the game myself now, I don't think I'd watch the essay again. Not on my own, anyway. It could be funny to do a watch party. It could. I wouldn't mind that. I'm like, genuinely curious. I want to know what they say. But I'm also, like, wondering if I'll get mad, like, halfway through and just, like, quit watching it. We can do a watch party, but it probably wouldn't be tonight. It's later than I expected it would get. Let's see, is there anything else I want to touch on? I'll also say, Sans Senior, because Senior's role in this game was mostly to get killed, even though we did get a little bit of him at the end. Everyone in this game had a chance to shine and either show development or, at the very least, like, have a really good character moment. And that I really appreciate as well, especially with such a big cast. Like, it feels like no one was forgotten or left behind. Like, they did something with everyone in this cast. Obviously, Watto and Ideal, they had their stuff with, like, you know, Watto growing to be competent, Ideal with her lingering regrets, Renegade with his philosophy on life and, like, trying to push others to believe in his philosophy, and also being the reason that Doleful has a charge against him. And Posh, like, learning to accept, you know, working together with others and letting others take the lead. Mystic Detective, obviously, he had his really big moment, like, teaching Watto stuff. Gourmet Detective, like, poisoning everyone and also being with the FBI and, like, being Rowdy's big sister. Obviously Workaholic, obviously Doleful. Techie with his whole, like, thing about, like, sitting on the sidelines and not taking responsibility and wanting to be, like, you know, take more action and responsibility for himself. Bookworm with her fucking dad dying and, like, learning, like, growing attached to incompetent and, like, basically becoming his bestie downtown with her death and all of her stuff. Armor, my fucking goat. Armor was having his moment all the time. Rowdy with, like, fighting the mech and just being a general delight to be on screen. I think I think Rowdy and Techie probably got the least, but Rowdy least of all. But I still think Rowdy, like, had a lot of appreciation in the text, especially, like, in the prison area before she died. She got a good amount of stuff, especially, like, with her cherry blossom cards. That was really good. Everyone just had a moment to shine. It was excellent. The impression I left that video was with some good stuff in that game, but it's overly messy. Maybe recommend alert, but don't seek it out yourself. See, this is why you can't watch video essays if you haven't read or seen the media, which is stupid. You can. However, you can't let video essays inform your opinion about something you have not witnessed yourself. That is like one of the biggest things, and that's also a problem that I used to have, because I feel like it's pretty easy to influence my opinions, but like, you don't know how biased. I mean, obviously it's going to be biased. It's a review with someone's personal opinion on a game, but like, you'll never know if you like something that a video essayist hates. That's all I gotta say. Consuming media myself takes so much time. Well, lock in. Lock in. Appreciate media. Appreciate the things that artists make. Huh? People work hard on this stuff, and they make it, and they try to make a good story for people. And you're gonna sit there and watch a video essay about it instead of engaging with the artist's intent. Think about that. Think about that. Get Lurk to stream it for you. True. Or get your favorite streamer to play it. At the very least, you get to see the entire thing. I mean, like, if I can't play something myself, having a playthrough of something on in the background is ideal. Longer version was better. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Yeah, fuck, where was I? What was I saying? I think, oh yeah, I was talking about, I originally wasn't going to play this myself. I heard about it. I saw something on my recommended, and I was like, oh, I like this art style. I want to check this game out. And I was gonna watch a Let's Play, because I was like, I don't know if I have time to play that. I don't know. Like, well, we'll see. But like, I want to just like consume this story, and I enjoy consuming stories with other people. So I was like, okay, Let's Play. Let's Play lets me vicariously like experience this with someone, and I like hearing other people's opinions on stuff. And then every Let's Play I did not vibe with. And so here I am, choosing to do it myself. Maybe we should play more games with characters that I love so I can slowly share enough opinions on characters for people to understand what I'm about. I mean, hey, you gotta... There's game redeems. Now you're the... I am. It's crazy how I've grown. I try to be the kind of Let's Player that I would love to watch. I personally love when someone is like active and engaged with the media and theorizing and rambling and just being passionate. It's just an infectious energy, and I wanna rub off that energy on other people. And I mean, considering that a handful of you are here joining me, I'm glad I succeeded. I'm glad I could share this with you. I'm glad I could experience this with you people. It's really fun. It's really, really fun. Egotistical detective, self-centered detective. Social detective, stealing downtown's brand. If you keep chatting long enough, I'll get 5k points, which means I'd only have to refund 2 chapters of One Piece for that sketch. I mean, I gotta end it soon. We're getting close to that 11.5 hour mark. I still have so much VOD of this game to watch. Yeah, I should check the upload progress on that. It was stuck at 0 for a while. Okay, well, so the first one I tried to upload is still stuck at 0, but I did upload another one on backup, and it looks like the third one is uploaded. So I just need to add the thumbnails to that, and I'll unprivate them, and they'll be on the channel soon. And I'll export this one, and get them all on a playlist. Yeah, the VODs are still here on my channel, on Twitch. They should be saved for a couple more days. It's worth. I think these are my best streams. I'm really happy with how these streams went. As a viewer, didn't care much for the actual gameplay sections of that story. Yeah, I think for streaming, the gameplay sections were kind of rough because they required enough focus that it was hard for me to like yap about anything over them other than just like me kind of mumbling about what I was trying to do. And I also know that gameplay like that is hard for a viewer to follow, right? I don't know about you guys, but when I see someone playing a game, sometimes I can't really comprehend the controls or what they're trying to do if I'm not doing it myself. So I was trying to like explain how the gameplay was working, what I was doing, but I don't know if that was very entertaining. I found the gameplay fun and engaging. I like little puzzles like that. They activated my brain, but yeah, I can't imagine they're very interesting to watch. Like the most interesting part is when the characters speak during it, you know? Heroes lost with the mysteries half the time. I was locked in. I think one thing they could have done to make the mystery puzzle sections a little more engaging is maybe not making it entirely clear what was going on beforehand, because I feel like a lot of times I went into the investigation sections and a lot of the evidence was just kind of going over stuff I already surmised. That wasn't the case a lot later in the game, like with the workaholic and renegade stuff, but like, you know, say with the investigation with Mystic, like half that stuff I already knew. Like I like gotten most of that. Like the toxin was a new thing, but I feel like a lot of the time we were going over stuff like we already figured out. You know, regret watching the video essay because knowing while watching me make speculate was really fun. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know, now that we're through, I can mention, I got spoiled on something, for this game before I played it. And I mentioned it to May, but I didn't mention what it was because I was like, no, I can't. I gotta get out of here. I saw a CG, and the CG I saw was Downtown dying, so I did know she would die. But you know, when I saw like the flash forward from the denouement ability, I was like, oh well, maybe it's not a real death. What do you mean, Mindy? I didn't tell you because you told me to get out of there. You told me to not look. You told me to don't accidentally spoil myself. I ran away. I wasn't expecting to get spoiled. It was an accident. That's like the final mystery. And the game fucking went around, and you know, but it tricked me. It tricked me because I thought the denouement meant like, oh, we're gonna prevent her death and it'll be fine. Oh shit! Avarsi with a short game redeem. Wupo Definitive Edition. What is that? Write that down. Let me see. Wupo Definitive Edition. Where's the little summary here? Lei is an exiled Wum looking for a new home in this bizarre but charming world filled with strange creatures, puzzles, monster, and political chaos. After losing his home, one lonely Wum must travel the length and width of the world to find a new place to live, from the metropolitan haven of Papo City to the cavernous Bleakopolis. Our whelm will discover magical places and encounter strange creatures. This whelm is no traditional hero, and only by using wit and charm can it succeed in this massive journey. That sounds really, really cute. That's adorable. Alright. Yeah. Lurkers stay winning. First message. That's really good. I mean, hey, I appreciate you lurkers. As much as I like yapping with chat, lurkers are the backbone of any stream. You know? What do you mean you should lurk more? I mean, there's no, like, difference whether you're chatting or lurking, you know? Like, you're still here for the same amount of time, getting the same amount of points, right? 4 messages total, 1 saying vote for Sonic Jet Seiya. Iconic, honestly. True! True! Sonic 06 should have won. Oh, but then you use them in the moment. I understand. I understand. You just don't want to talk to me then. You just don't want to talk to me. Hate me. I'll spin the game wheel when I finish the 3rd Ace Attorney game. My 3-game wheel. At least it's not a coin flip anymore. There's variety to the wheel. I think what I'll probably end up doing with the game wheel is when I finish Ace Attorney, I'm gonna play viewer suggested game. I'll spin the game wheel, and then I'll play one game that I have on my list, and then we'll do a back and forth kind of thing. Circle back to the I have a game redeem in response to me saying I want you to stream more games with characters I like. I do not play story games at all, really, so this avenue is worthless to me. I simply need to get you with manga and anime recommendations. I mean, I guess so. I guess so. Gotta bait me into stuff. There's a lot I wanna read and I wanna watch, but I have yet to lock in. Will we have a Project of Elimination tag on Lurfcord? If I get a tag on the server, I have to get rid of my stickers. I need more boosts. Oh, and media discussion. For sure, for sure. I'll add it right now. No one uses it. Let's see. Let's add that right now. They're completely empty, yeah. It doesn't fit. What should I abbreviate to? Probably just POE, right? Project of Elimination. What should the emoji be for Project of Elimination, guys? Magnifying glass? Okay. Left or right facing? I think left. Regular bait channel to post other people bait? Listen, Lurf bait isn't just to post confirmed Lurf bait, guys. It's a query channel. You're asking me about Lurf bait, so I can answer when I eventually do the tier list, when I have enough Lurf bait collected. Alright, the tag is in the media discussion channel. You have some pathetic men you need to share with me? Why aren't you sharing them with me now? What the hell? It should be lowercase. Let me fix that. There we go. You're not sharing them now because you're tired? Damn. Damn. Alright, it's fixed. It exists. Okay. Anything that any other things that we wanna discuss about Project Elimination before I end stream? Any other last questions? Any other last thoughts? Because if not, I'm outie. Doleful still a pathetic evil twink? I mean, I think so, but like potential to be redeemed, you know, like a Doleful may one day recover thanks to his support group, and we'll see. We'll figure that out. I mean, we won't see. We'll never figure that out. But I can think about it. How many kills you want to? A few. I feel like I've answered that over the course of the streams. Entertainment! Don't feel so silly. You have no thoughts? Alright. If we're out of thoughts, then I'll bid you all adieu. Thank you very, very much for joining me for this game. It was an absolute delight. Yeah, you know what? I'll make a tier list of the characters and I'll post it in the Discord. I don't want to make it on stream. As fun as it would be to make it on stream. But I'm running out of time. And I've been streaming for far too long. Anyway, thank you for sharing this with me. I am so glad I decided to stream this game. It's been 30-minute tier list. I don't know if I can speed. I wouldn't be able to. I guess I wouldn't be able to explain my thoughts if I was on Discord either. Okay. Just go to bed, Lerp? No, I'm being goated. I'm being goated. Let me see if there's a pre-made tier list template on tierlist.com. I'll make it. Otherwise, stream ends. Okay, it's there. All right. All right. I know, very shockingly. Let's see. Let's see. Let's just get the tier maker up. Let's see. Just adjust this. Okay. Okay. Or I'll get like the tiers nice and big, and I'll just shove everyone in there. I'm not going to explain it. This is just how it's going to be, and I will answer questions on Discord, maybe. Ideal S. Incompetent A. Mystic also S. You know what, actually move Mystic down to A. Bookworm S. Armor A. Sorry, Armor S. Doleful S.
US, B, really high A, B, I don't care about you, B, A. There we go. That's it. That's the tier list. Good night, everybody.